We have our 5 judges just downstairs who will be watching the runs, making sure that each trick is executed correctly, and points will be tallied at the end of the run, and person with the most amount of points after 40 seconds is the winner.
Booyah. So handle pass is the first one. Then they turn around, they come back with a toe pass. Now, toe pass means they actually have the rope in their foot, almost like a ballet dancer that's standing there with their foot up on the bar. They're then dragged with the boat across the lake like that, and when Stevie mentioned pinning, well, your foot is actually affixed to the rope that's dragging you through the water with the boat. So if something happens, if you were to miscalculate a trick, you're actually stuck on that rope. So that's what pinning comes in, because there's someone in the boat for safety that then pins. All right, here we go, Stevie. What do we have on the water down there?
We are about to get underway. Hometown boy Sean Krause will be out first. I believe he will be starting with his handle pass. We got a little preview of his run here before we started, and full of all 6 of the allowable flips. A few ski lines as well. So.
Oh, he's on his toe, it looks like. Starting toe pass.
Starting toe pass. And I think, Tony, that might be because of the direction of the wind. Oftentimes these athletes like to do their toe pass into that headwind, keeping the line a little bit tighter. So Sean coming out for pass number 1 on the toe hold. Good, starting off with a toe 5 back into the toe wake back-to-backs, 360 in the air back-to-back. Little bit of a stumble, gets his balance back into his surface spins, catching an edge there on the toe 5 front, going down a little bit early on that toe run, Tony, but he's going to have another pass.
He's got another pass. He's got a handle pass, and that was an absolutely fantastic display. First skier off the dock, first skier of the tournament to step up and do a toe pass like that. Absolutely nerves of steel for Sean Krause.
It'll be interesting to see, Tony, as we go, which direction these athletes choose to do each pass in. I know each skier has a little bit of a preference. Myself, not being as strong on the toe tricks, used to do toe tricks into a tailwind, just kind of helped me with the rope a little bit, getting a little bit more into the boat. Sean electing to do it into the headwind. Each athlete's going to take a little bit of a different strategy out there. It might also be to play, he wants to do his hand pass into the tailwind.
Yeah, definitely. Pushing him back down the lake a little bit, give him a little more speed, a little more edging into the wakes to get some big air for those flips that he's got coming up.
So it looks like he's got brother Evan in the boat as his pinner, as we said before. As you saw Sean go down there, Evan would have released him. Going to pick back up, regroup with little brother, and we'll be coming back on pass number 2. If you notice out there as well, most of these skiers will be skiing on 2 different skis as well as 2 different style handles. Each ski just a little bit different. The toe ski tending to be a rubber edge design, a little bit slower, a little bit easier to spin on the water, where the handle tends to be a little bit stiffer, harder edge, more designed for the flips and the power. So Sean just getting that hand ski on. That beautiful ski nautique going to go down to the end of the lake, and we'll be seeing Sean Krause for pass number 2.
Now, as you mentioned, Sean grew up on this lake. I was talking to his mom last night, Christy, avid water skier. She was too, and her dad, who obviously owns Shalom Park and Nelson. And these guys actually reside now in Texas. So all year long, they get to enjoy the beautiful weather.
And really, to get to the level that that you see that Sean's gotten out there, it really does take that year-round training and that dedication to move down into the warmer climates for the winter weather.
That's right. The majority of the skiers that we're going to see today are obviously Canadian. We've got some U.S. skiers as well. A lot of them, though, still reside down south just to make sure that they can have all the time on the water. Obviously, up north, our water's hard in the wintertime. Here we come. Coming around the corner, Sean Krause. I'm just looking at his trick list. Just an absolutely starting straight off with what the guys are calling a mobe, which comes straight into as a backflip with a back-to-back. So here we go.
So we're going to see him start in the back position. First trick will be the mobe, backflip 360, starting in the back, finishing in the reverse back position. Really difficult trick starting off. There we go, nice. Landing in the back position, going in for the reverse mobe. Coming in for the half jack, so that is a back to front flip into his series of back flips here. Back flip to the back landing. Half cab, back flip, back to front, into the ski lines. Big ski line, pulling in for the ski line back to back. Finishing with a ski line back. I think he has a 5 plan, but not quite. Great stand-up run number 2.
It looked like he was happy. He put his hand up in the air, and there's his 2 passes.
Yeah, it looked like he had a little bit of a bobble there on that ski line back. Didn't let him to do that wake 5 front at the end, but just 1 trick shy.
1 trick shy. And now we're looking at next athlete on the water, Jonathan Horwood. So we have the bios. It's up there. How are you? We're fantastic. Oh, they're just waiting for us to be live. I guess we're not live yet. That's fine.
And I'm on the technical committee, so I still call the national records and all that. So
Nice.
just keep somewhat current.
There's not up my capability whatsoever.
Well, sometimes I get yelled at because I call the tricks and the judges get mad at me.
Well, yeah.
Especially when the speakers are out here. Joanne's always like, you can't call.
Yeah, I know that right from the get.
But then I told him to get over.
Joanne gets mad at anybody all the time. All right, next ski in the water.
So this should be Johnny Horwood, the first of the Horwood twins.
Well, once again, elected for tow pass. I think you're right, Stevie. The wind is playing a bit of a factor. Now, it looks like it's glass calm here, but...
Good, so in the toe position, toe back, toe front. And it's reverse into the toe back-to-backs. Good, toe wake back and a toe wake front. Remember, the judges will look at each of these tricks. They have a live feed from the boat to make sure that they're each executed correctly. Finishing off with a toe wrap in and just slipping out the back. But that looked like it was towards the end of that first run.
It looked like it was right at the end. Good timing for that.
So both Horwood boys, great overall competitors, skiing in all 3 events. Definitely specializing in the jump event, and we'll see them later on today. They can both really fly down the lake. I'd say of the 3 events, tricking being the weakest of the 3 events, but certainly not overall a weak event.
Not overall at all. It's amazing to see these skiers. Usually at this age, a lot of them you see are 3-event skiers, and then once they progress, they start to specialize, whether it's a slalom, a jump, or trick specific, because essentially as you see a 3-event athlete on the water, it takes a phenomenal amount of training and time to dedicate to be world class at all 3 event levels. So it's absolutely fantastic to see these guys out there.
Well, most recently, we have the young Joel Poland out of the UK just tearing up the overall world.
Unbelievable.
Joel he's not just an overall skier. He's an individual competitor in all 3 events. He could win the slalom, he could win the trick, he could win the jump event. So really a new breed of overall skier for these young skiers to look up to.
That's right. We saw him and actually Canadian boy Dorian Llewellyn go head-to-head at the Worlds last in the spring. And just to see those, and of course Dorian's dad Jarrett running the whole Waterski tour as it is. So it's nice to see these guys go and use those disciplines to really advantagize themselves to ensure that they can get up to the world ranking.
Yeah, and like you said, at the Worlds, it took, Dorian went out, set a pending world overall record and forced Joel to go out and actually eclipse his new world record. So took a world record for a silver medal at this year's World Championships. Just unbelievable.
Unbelievable, absolutely.
All All right, so it looks like we have Johnny back in the water, going to be coming back for pass number 2. Will be his handle pass, so we'll be looking to see those flips. The skiers on the handle pass, they do get a maximum of 6 flips. So if you saw Sean Krause, they're electing to do higher difficulty flips, only electing to do 1 backflip being the lowest point of the trick. So 6 flips to choose from, unlimited amounts of spins and ski lines. Let's see what Johnny Horwood's got for pass number 2. Starting in the back position, wake back to back, and the reverse back to backs. A wake and I think we're going to see some flips, Tony.
There you go. You called it.
Back flip and it's reverse. Are we going to see a back landing? Yes, we are. In the back position, half cab back to front, just getting stuck in the wake off the top. They're not able to hang on, but I think that again right near the end of round, pass number 2.
Absolutely fantastic. You could see that he just didn't have quite enough edge in that back position to gain the leverage on that rope against the boat to get the air to really pull that flip around.
Well, lucky for us here, Tony, we're up 40, 50 feet off the edge of the water there, so we have this just great view there. And yeah, as you said, you could see as Johnny came up the wake there, just got a little bit separated, didn't have his ski on edge, and wasn't able to hang on as he came around. And
that just shows you the absolutely technical aspect of this sport. It has to be 115% effort every single time with every single trick. And I mean, to try to go out and even do 1 flip on a trick ski is hard enough. But when you're trying to combine 6 flips with every other aspect that they're doing is an absolutely unbelievable feat that these guys are doing. They build these trick runs, they put them together, and then they practice them and practice them and practice them until they're embedded in their head, just like a gymnast.
And for those of you who have never actually ridden a trick ski, it's actually, when you see these guys out there, it's hard to believe how slippery they actually are.
Not to mention putting your foot in a rope and getting dragged by a 400 horsepower boat down the lake with that too.
Yeah, I try these days. I'm just trying to stay upright rather than upside down. So getting set up down the lake will be the second half of the Horwood brothers. Christopher Horwood. We do have a seed score of Chris coming into the event of 3,010 points. Didn't have a seed score for Johnny, but I believe it was right around after seeing that run. I believe he's probably in that same 3,000 point area.
It looks like it, yeah. And he's coming in with his handle pass, first pass.
All right, pass number 1 starting in the back position. Same as his brother, starting with the wake back-to-backs. Into the back-to-backs. You know what, Tony? Having a look out there, I'm not sure that is Christopher Horwood.
Let's see what the judges tell us. We're blind up here.
So we're just waiting on word. As he went by there, I didn't see the Horwood red hair. So I have a feeling that might have been Carter Lucas, but we'll just wait for confirmation from our judges.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense.
So our mystery man coming in on pass number 2. I do believe it's Carter Lucas as I look out there, but I have not heard from the judges. So it is Carter Lucas coming back pass number 2 on the toe hold. Into that toe 5 front, almost losing it out the back, rolling down the windows, but saving it. Little bit of a hitch before that toe way go, but he's still in it, Tony.
He's looking good. He definitely has his faith in the pinner right now, that's for sure.
Finishing with the toe line back, hopping over the rope to the back position. Little fist throw at the end. Carter Lucas.
Looks like he's happy with that.
So that run will go, the video will go to the judges.
Yeah, we didn't hear
And the judges will deem whether all those tricks were done within the 20-second duration, is that they were all done according to the rules. Each trick does have a description in order how it is to be executed correctly. Then those points will get tallied, and we'll have those scores to you as soon as they're posted. But I believe the next skier should be Christopher Horwood. I have a feeling we saw a little bit of a change in the order there because the boys share equipment.
Which makes sense. Those trick skis are not inexpensive by any means. And these are not sponsored athletes, other than sponsored by the old bank of M&D, which we've all been there. Thanks, Mom and Dad.
Thanks, Dad.
Yet they were saying they're just waiting to be live at 9:10. So.
Okay.
Sorry, all of us are still practicing. Camera guys are still
They're still figuring
along,
out.
We're following along.
It's good to start with tricks.
Yeah. Just to get it.
Good little warm up.
The sun can be yeah. It's high enough now. It wouldn't be, but
I'm just happy to have the sun.
So it looks like we have foot in toe, and it is in fact Christopher Horwood. The signature Horwood red hair. Oh, nice holding that toe back for the toe wake back to back into the toe wake front. Into his toe slides. Toe 5 front,
And
just not pulling enough rope there, Tony.
No, and that's faith in the pinner. Once again, you see that rope fly out. Now he has his foot affixed into that rope behind the boat. So, of course, from a safety aspect, you have to have someone that you trust in the boat to hold that safety switch, and someone that knows your trick run. Because obviously, when you fall and you don't get pinned properly, you're dragged behind the boat, and we don't want that to happen.
Definitely not. So we got Sean Krause down there, and pinning one of the most important aspects of tricking, especially in those tournament conditions, right? You really are trusting that person to to not let go too early and to kind of have faith in you as well. But you've sort of got your limbs are in their hands.
Absolutely, a key element to that. I was talking to the Horwood boys. They're talking to their dad last night, and he pulls out his phone. I was expecting him to show me some pictures of his kids. It's like, no, he showed me the new private water ski lake they have. Brand new one out in I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it, actually. It's a brand new one out in Vancouver Island.
Top secret.
Top secret, yes, of course. But it looked nice. Thanks, Dick. It looked very nice. I can't wait to come out there.
And that is one of the key aspects to this sport, is having a place to train. And lakes like this at Shalom Park, and those really the conditions really just allow the athletes to train at their maximal potential.
Absolutely, and getting to know the lakes. Every single lake that you go to is a little bit different. There's a little bit of backwash off the sides, a little bit differently. You can see here at Shalom Park, we've got these long bulrush reeds, and those are all there for a purpose. What those do is absorb the boat wakes and ensure that they don't then wash off the shore and push back out into the site again. Again, as we were talking earlier, this is a world-class site, world record-capable site. So every single little aspect of this lake is designed exactly to ensure to optimize the performances for these athletes. I always love skiing at Shalom Park.
One of my absolute favorite places. In fact, the first place I jumped over 200 feet was right here off that very ramp.
Fantastic. Oh, we got music. We got music.
Now it's a party.
So there we see that absolutely beautiful ski nautique heading down to the west end. Is that west? That is west, right? Yes, west end of the Shalom Park. You don't see it on camera, but there's a little turnaround island that boat goes around. And again, that island's designed to absorb the wakes and let the skier come back for a full approach. He's going to come in, enter at around the red buoys you see down there, and then he's got immediately, as soon as he executes his first trick, Chris Horwood will execute his first trick, and then he has 20 seconds then to execute as many tricks as he can. Ken's, well, are we allowed to say that or not?
Should we broadcast that live?
Yes. That's a golden island. There's a treasure there, the end of the rainbow, pot of gold in Ken's Island.
My contractor panned it, and he said, there's probably $20,000, $30,000 worth of gold there.
Wow.
If you want to move that much material.
Yeah.
All right, so Chris starting off with the wake back-to-backs. Very similar run that we saw his brother. As I said, I think probably coming in with a similar seed score, 3,010 points. And now here he is into the flips, backflip and reverse, just coming up shy, but a gutsy performance. He did not let go of that handle, Tony. That was ripped out of his hands.
He was going for it. I don't know if we can see that on the replay, but he came in, edged in hard, and opened himself up, like fully opened himself up to try to get that flip over it. And unfortunately, just did not come around enough and brought himself flat, straight down into a duck dive.
Definitely give him an A for effort on that one.
Definitely. A or E. One of the two.
So as we move down the order, the seed scores will increase. Obviously, we said earlier, Sean Krause was our top-seeded skier. He came in with an average of 8,230 points. So as we move up here, next skier is going to be Mickey Geller. Mickey comes in with an average of 4,065 points. So he's going to need all of both runs here if he wants to put the pressure on the later skiers like Sean Krause and Bradley Gibbons.
Oh, look at that. There's a VIP down there. How did they get a VIP seat?
So our next skier on the water, hailing from Ontario, will be Mickey Geller. If there are any ladies out there watching, now's the time to come down to the screen. This man, good-looking chap.
Oh, Mickey. He's so fine. He's so fine. He blows my mind. Oh, Mickey. That's a song, just so you know. Not.
So Mickey is a former gymnast, used to compete in trampoline. So the stuff this young man can do in the air is very impressive. Starting off with his handle pass. I believe Mickey's going to start off with some front flips here.
Edging in. Yeah, you called
it. It is a backflip. Into the reverse. Backflip to the back landing. In the back position, going to be a half cap. Backflip back to the front. Now into his front flips. Front flip number one. Front flip number two, just coming up shy on that toe side front flip. There's such a difficult trick to keep your axis of rotation straight there, Tony, and just getting a little crooked off the wake, not able to land it, but that I believe was the last trick, or at least the last flip of that run.
Absolutely. Look, like he stomped his first front flip, came back around, edged into the wake again, and like you say, unless he absolutely has the perfect execution into the bottom of that wake, he's not going to make that trick.
Yeah, and the front flips doing them in sequence like that, very, very difficult. The landing off that first one tends to be very hard, and it's difficult to regain your balance and to come into the wake for the second one, like you said, with your balance right. And Mickey just slightly off there, but that's all it takes in trick skiing to be in the drink.
It's literally all it takes. And you can imagine the finesse that these athletes have to explore to execute these tricks. I mean, you think about a figure skater when they're on ice, and they're literally on ice with a piece of steel trying to execute the tricks. These guys are on water on a very small little fiberglass or carbon fiber water ski trying to do the same things with zero margin for error.
Mickey does most of his training in Cambridge at McClintock Ski School with Jason McClintock, and I know he spent some time down in Florida this year skiing with Matt Reaney and Cole Grant. Really stepped up all three events, really, but especially his jumping. We'll get a chance to see this young man launch off the jump ramp later today.
That is exciting.
And we talked a little about the overall influences of the Joel Polans and the Dorian Llewellyns. Mickey just super inspired getting to watch Joel train down in Florida with both Matt Reaney and with Cole Grant. And one of the things that really struck me was he was explaining Joel's training regiment. And we look at a kid like Joel Poland and how naturally talented he is, but we don't necessarily see all the hard work that goes behind. And Mickey was telling me that in his free time, Joel would just sit down and read old ski journals back to back out at the lake. And it was sort of some of the stuff that inspired him and has inspired him to, take some of that dedication. And so far, the improvement I've seen him make over the last year, it's definitely paying off.
Definitely, I mean, that's what you say too. To the mental focus that's required to execute these tricks. Not only is it a physical aspect of it, but the mental focus to tie these tricks all into together is a feat.
Yeah, there really is an art to putting together the proper trick run to make sure it flows correctly, lose the minimum amount of time. And it's really, athletes work tirelessly with their coaches and in practice to try and get those sequences down pat. So I know Jason McClintock will be watching at home. Here we go, Mickey Geller's pass number 2. Getting a little wobbly behind the boat on that toe 5 back, but just losing it on the toe slide. A very underrated, difficult trick where you have to hold that ski sideways 90 degrees, and as soon as that ski goes from straight to sideways, Tony, it's more slippery than ice.
Well, sideways, literally, and then he's got to actually standing on one foot while being dragged by the other foot. So it is a massive difficulty for that trick. And you saw him go down, and you saw the pin get pulled. So those are his 2 runs.
Yeah, probably a little earlier than Mickey was hoping to go down on that first round, but we saw him get most of the way through that second round to accumulate a bunch of points with those flips. So we're just waiting on the judges to review those runs, and we'll have those scores out for you. So we are moving on. Paul Corey from the U.S., our first athlete from outside of Canada, up next. Comes in with a seed score of 4,120. So right around that seed score of Mickey Geller, who we saw go down a little bit earlier than he ultimately would have liked. So Paul more than capable of taking the lead. Electing to come out on pass number 1 on the toe hold. Paul Corey. Good, starting with the toe 5 back into the toe back-to-backs. Electing not to do the toe 5 front, going into a toe back and reverse, into the toe wake back, toe wake front. Now into the toe slides. Looks like a toe line back coming next. Toe line back up over the rope. Looks like he's maybe going for the toe line back to back, and no. But a stand up pass number 1 and a fist throw there, Tony.
Stand up round. He's happy with that one. Nicely done. Always nice to see some athletes from out of the country coming in and just throwing down some absolutely fantastic runs on Shalom Park.
Pass 2, positional trick.
There's no copyright issues, so we can do that.
Okay, we're receive Johnny Horwitz first. Still sending.
All right, coming in for his handle pass, we've got Paul Corey, United States. Started in the back position. You see him dancing around on that trick ski back and forth. Oh, and he just caught a massive edge and went straight down. And you think because it's trick skiing and because it's a slower boat speed that it might not hurt as much. But trust me, you know what happens when you're going that slow? You stop dead in the water, literally dead in the water, as opposed to, slalom skiing, jumping. You're going so fast, the water hardens and you bounce. And you can bounce and bounce and bounce and then kind of run out your falls. Whereas trick skiing, you catch an edge like that, it is literally an eye-peeling wipeout. And the next skier we have coming up, I'm waiting to hear from the judges, should be Bradley Gibbons. And then after that, we've got our second from top seed, Evan Kraus. Hey, brother, there's an endless road to rediscover.
That should keep.
Nicely done. Didn't Avicii die? One of them.
He might have.
I don't know. One of these random guys, right?
Could have been Avicii.
Could have been. You never know. This is the kind of banter that they don't get to. We get to talk about when we're not live.
Exactly.
Get it out of the system with my ADD.
At the end of at the Canadian Open, there was the Pro-Am.
Yeah.
So I invented a spirit contest just to make it fun.
A
And I started
spirit?
giving out, like a spirit contest. I was giving out points. The points
Oh,
didn't matter. It was like
wonderful.
10,000
Yeah.
points
Yeah.
for green. But then the parents stopped. Yeah, until the end of the day, I was like,
The Junior Canadian Waterski Open. Coming to you live from
we
Shalom
are
Park.
live.
We are live on air. So they tell us. Nice of them to tell us. Thanks, truck.
We know now.
Now we know. We're not going to talk about random things anymore. Okay.
Serious work here.
Bradley Gibbons.
Electing to come in on the hand pass. It has been interesting to see the different choices each of these skiers. Some coming out on the toe pass first, some coming out on the hand pass. Bradley making quick work of this hand pass with a backflip to the back position, back to the back for a half cab. Can he pull it out? Yes, he can. Does he have one more into the front
Oh
flip?
my
Can he hang
gosh.
on? Not quite.
Absolutely fantastic effort at that front flip, just throwing himself up there.
Yeah, and you can see just didn't quite get the height, didn't quite get himself all the way around.
What And that concludes his handle pass.
Yeah, so I believe that was his last, the 6 of his allowable flips there, going for the front flip. And towards the end of that run, I know that he comes in as our 3rd highest seed here, so definitely accumulated a lot of points there in pass number 1.
And once again, one of 2 passes. The athletes have to execute as many tricks possible, then accumulating those points to get a maximum score of points based on the tricks executed. Usually the 2 passes consist of 1 handle pass, 1 toe pass. Toe pass being the skier is coming into the trick area with his toe affixed to the ski rope, and then obviously the other foot on the ski.
One of the main reasons you see athletes electing to do both a hand and toe pass is you can't repeat a trick that you did in pass number 1 in pass number 2. So typically a little bit more points earned on the hand run, with the flips and the ski lines tend to be a little bit weighted a little heavier in points, but you're not allowed to repeat any of those tricks in the second run, and you're not able to do any more than 6 flips total. So it makes a lot more sense for these athletes to do the second run, split it up, do the toe tricks. They don't have to repeat any tricks, and it usually leads to a higher score.
You go ahead, please.
So I was just about to say Kyle Ead, a 3-event skier from back when I was watching skiing. I know that Kyle used to go out and do 2 hand passes.
The Kiwi, yeah. That's what those guys do.
It can be done.
It is from a conditioning standpoint, it's different muscles being used for both passes too. So essentially, to maximize the sport itself, to get the most tricks possible, a handle and a toe pass seems to be the best option. And here we go, coming back in, Bradley Gibbons.
Good. Looks like he's starting with the toe 5 back, so a 540 over the water. Into the toe back-to-back, so those are 360s from the back position. Into the toe wake back-to-back, toe wake front. Toe O wrap into the toe wake O. Is he going to finish with a toe line back? Yes, he is. Toe line back, toe front.
And his hands in the air. He likes that pass.
A little bit of a fist throw, and as we see, he was one of our higher seated skiers and made it most of the way through that first pass, all the way through that second pass. So he's going to be very happy with that and set himself up very nicely to qualify for tomorrow's finals.
Definitely a good score for him. Ken, what's your second boat there for?
Sorry?
What's your second boat there for?
Safety,
Yeah.
just in case.
Are they both 2021s or 20s?
No. Mine's a 19, and I think Jason's is a 21. No, maybe a 22.
Who's Jason?
Jason Mark.
Okay.
He's here regularly.
Yeah.
And, we had to have a backup boat,
Yeah, for sure.
and especially with the problems I was having till I found the loose wire.
Oh.
I had a loose ground wire.
On your 19.
It was screwing my ship with my ship control completely up.
Oh my gosh.
Nightmare. Anyway, it's just important to have something just in case.
Oh, for sure, yeah. So one of the members owns that, and he just leaves it here to...
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Wizard should have been the one supplying the boat, but truthfully, it's so hard to get any nut-kits.
I heard that. Yeah.
I ordered one in the fall.
It's crazy.
Now, I know they're building boats. I think Ron canceled mine finally. When I bought this one, this was actually Ryan Dodd's boat originally.
Okay. Nice.
All right, so we are at our last skier of the event, our second top skier in this event, hometown boy. We have Evan Kraus.
We do have Evan Kraus on the water. He started with a hand pass. His brother started earlier with a toe pass. And here we go. He's coming into the red buoys, and his execution of the tricks is going to start.
Love his style already, doing a few flared little warm-up tricks coming into the course. Starting with his handle pass, looks like he's also going to elect to start with the Mo backflip back to the back position, 360-degree twist while flipping upside down into the half cab. Now a back landing. Into the backflip and it's reverse. Evan making easy work of this first pass. Wake 5 front, back, reverse wake 5 front. Ski line back. just landing on top of the rope. So that last trick he was trying there, Tony, is called the ski line back. So he pulls in on the rope, hops up over top of it, does a 180, and from here it looked like instead of going over the rope, he landed right on top of it, but likely his last trick.
Looked like he had it, but you got to wonder how much gas he's got on the tank after such an absolutely fantastic stand-up pass. To try to pull that trick off last minute was a good effort on his part.
Absolutely. Trick skiing really just an all-out 20-second sprint, and by the end of it, you're panted pretty good.
And he's hitting it hard. Actually, I don't know if you saw him come through that pass, and the skiers will come off the wake so fast when they land. You saw him just kind of skim out into the flats, lay back on his ski to slow himself down, literally to slow himself down, and then bring him back into the wake for the next trick. And these guys are bang, bang, bang on it. So that's a true definition of athleticism that we just saw out there. And we have advancing music now. Thank you, Stevie. Beautiful.
Let's hope it continues. I don't promise anything. So getting almost all the way through that first pass, I think the only person in this field who threw a hand pass that could be compared to that would have been our first skier, which was his brother Sean, and they were the top 2 skiers coming to the event. So Evan set himself up here really nice on pass number 1. He's got to get most of the way through pass number 2 if he wants to lock himself a spot in that finals.
Evan's younger. Sean's older. You think they fight?
I think if Evan wins.
Well, you never know, right? There's always that brotherly fighting that goes on. Friendly competition, right?
It's always good when older brother beats younger brother. The other way around get a little dicey.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment about my brother and my water skiing. Both of my older brothers. Abbotsford, Albert Dick Park one year. No comment, Tom.
And really one of the things that I love about water skiing, what you're just saying there, is the family aspect of it, right? You're going to see, we saw the 2 Horwood brothers out here. We saw Sean and Evan. We have Grandpa Ken here up in the booth with us watching on. And just one of the best parts of skiing is the family aspect. But right now, this is all about Evan Kraus, starting with the toe pass, with the toe 7. I think the only skier so far today to start with the toe 7. Into the toe 5 back, toe wake back-to-backs, and the reverse. It's going to come here into the toe 5 front, 540, spinning into the rope, almost losing it.
Nicely done.
Iron hands of brother Sean in the boat, hanging onto the pin. Evan into the toe line, 360 over the rope, toe line back, toe wake front, stand up second run.
There he goes, throwing his hands out, thanking his brother for not pinning him. That was absolutely fantastic.
And we were just talking about that brother rivalry right there, and there would have been a chance for Sean to just let go of that rope, sink little brother into the water, but no, that just shows the camaraderie there, and he hung on. His brother was able to put a big score out there, and I have a feeling we're going to wait for the judges, but I think our 2 top seeds going into tomorrow's finals will be Sean and Evan Kraus.
I have a feeling too, definitely.
Remember, everything I say on the microphone is officially unofficial.
Okay.
Officially.
All right.
And we are starting to get some preliminary scores in. Our first skier off the dock was Sean Kraus. Judges total tally 6,280 points. So if we look down at the seeded skiers in this event, that solidly, I'm confident that Sean Kraus will be skiing in tomorrow's final event. Going to be waiting to see specifically from the scores from Evan Kraus and Bradley Gibbons there, who I think are going to be 2 of the other top athletes. But again, just waiting for those judges to watch the video, tally the scores, and we'll broadcast them to you as soon as we get them.
Thank you.
That's the link you just
This
got
is
there.
the link to share. Why couldn't I find it? Because we had to do a new one. I'll send this to you. How do I?
There we go. I got it.
Got it?
So that's now live. I can actually I can plug into here and use it as a monitor.
Oh, it's nice. So Avery?
We have moved into under 21 women's tricks on the water. Avery Colclew going down out the front door there, Tony, about halfway through that tow pass. Good work on the pin person there.
First under 21 woman off the dock. All right, here we go. Hit send the link. What's our link? Try to share this with the world.
All right, so just looking at Avery's bio here, coached by Matt Rainey and Cole Grant. Not too shabby of coaches.
And Matt Reaney being the force of Canadian water skiers. Of course, him and Whitney have their beautiful site down in Florida, and you see everyone hanging out down there. I'm jealous. I want to be there.
Yeah, Matt really just changing the game in Canadian water skiing, and the amount of overall skiers and the talent that we've had out of Canada over the last few years is directly related to Matt and the work that he does with our junior athletes and our pro athletes, and just enough can't really be said about the talented coach of Matt Rainey.
Absolutely. All right, here comes Avery coming in for her hand pass.
So starting in the back position, so the 20 seconds will start at the crest of the wake on that wake back-to-back. Into her surface back-to-backs. Good, going into the wake backs and wake fronts, 180s. Ski must be in the air for the completion of the turn. Finishing with a surface O, and that's a stand-up second pass for Avery Colclew.
Looked like a good pass. A bit of a bobble on that surface O, but she was able to bring herself around and hold on to that handle and bring it through for a full stand-up pass.
Yeah, and you'll see there's a few different styles of tricks that we've seen throughout the day, and especially on those handle passes. So you'll see the athletes do surface spins like we saw on that handle pass 360. They'll do wake spins, which is where you need to do that spin in the air. We have ski line tricks, where the skier needs to jump up over the rope while completing a spin. And then we have our flip tricks, where the skier is going to be going inverted with a series of spins either way. So you'll see a combination of each athlete using all four rather, of the different style of hand tricks.
That's right. And each one of those tricks has a certain criteria that they must meet in order to be awarded the points for that trick.
5 judges standing by downstairs watching on a feed from the boat. So they have the absolute best vantage point and able to see that ski where it was during the takeoff, where it was during the landing.
And again, like we mentioned before, these athletes create their trick passes. They write them down, they're all coded, they're all worded, and then they have to actually submit that pass to the judges so that the judges can follow along to make sure that they actually execute their run pursuant to what their trick pass requests have been and what they've submitted to have and execute on the lake.
Actually, Tony, that's a bit of an old rule.
Ah,
So now the athletes get to go out there and freestyle it.
freestyle. There we go.
Judges have relaxed a little bit on needing to stick to a specific run, so we don't submit planned runs anymore. So it actually is a little bit more work on the judges because the judges actually don't know what the athletes are going to do prior to the event, and then you'll get athletes like myself who might just change his run up halfway through, depending on how things are going, just to keep it even more interesting. So
More of a wakeboarding world now, right?
no, what started happening with the declared runs is skiers were writing down 50 different sequences in one run in case something happened in the run, and it just became to a point where the actual runs weren't as useful as they used to be.
Not a feasible thing. Okay, who do we have here?
Up on the water, we have Kendra Nathan from the USA. First athlete of the day, starting with a line trick. So 1 foot stepping over the rope. So that was a wake line 5 going down on the wake line back. Really difficult trick, Tony. 1 foot on the ski. The other foot has to hop up over the rope, and the athlete ends up with the rope in between their legs in that back position and just sliding out a little bit coming down the wake.
Yeah, you can see that determination. She came out with that pass strong, with an extremely difficult trick right off the top. And she had the confidence within her to ensure that she was going to pull that whole run off. Unfortunately, just fell a little bit early.
And that's really the risk that these athletes play when you learn a new trick out there, and that's where these runs come in that we were talking about are so important. Is there's a risk versus reward. The harder, more difficult tricks, obviously higher point value, but they're going to be a little more risky. You can just see there on the replay, just slipping out on the wake, not able to get herself all the way around. And we've talked a little bit about the difficulty and how slippery those skis are if they're not perfectly in that straight position, and that ski just not all the way backwards there and slipping out. But she's got another pass, Tony. She's going to switch skis, regroup. Looks like Sean Krause still pinning in the boat, so get a little bit of advice from her pin person and come back for a strong pass, second pass.
That's right. You'll see that beautiful ski nautique sitting in the beautiful calm waters of Shalom Park, ready to pull her up out of the water for her second pass. Just absolutely amazing the level that these boats have come to over the years.
Yeah, that new nautique now even having a ballast that the skiers are able to fill up to a requested amount to sort of change the shape of the wake. So some of our athletes who you see doing those inverted flips are going to pump up that ballast, fill that boat up to get that nice big wake. But then on the tow pass where that big wake can be a little bit of a hindrance, they're actually able to empty the ballast and sort of really customize the ride for each skier.
Once again, speaking to the technical aspect of the sport.
So Kendra comes in with a seed score of 3,825 points. Going down a little bit early on run number 1, so she's going to need all of run number 2 here. Here she comes wrapped up in the toe position. Starting off with the toe 5 back, 540 over the water into the toe back-to-backs. A toe wake back-to-back, getting a little bit of a wobble there, but she's regrouped. Good toe wrapping herself into the rope. Reverse toe wake back. That is a very difficult trick to do. One you don't see very often.
No, she pulled it off and she pulled her foot out. That's the one that she wanted.
And so, yeah, a little bit of a disappointment there on round number 1, but she regrouped like any good athlete does. She came back and she stomped past number 2.
Absolutely. She did a heck of a job. Now leading into top seed, it looks like we've got Alyssa Drake from the U.S. Now, none of these girls filled out their bios, did they?
No. We're going to have to track
figure.
them down and tell them we're just going to make things up about them unless they fill out their bio.
Well, you know. We'll go look at her TikTok account and see what she's posting. She has time to post that, but no time to fill out the bios, so we can't talk about her.
We do know she comes into this event with a very impressive score of 5,970 points. So this is our preliminary round. So these athletes are just biding a spot for the final round tomorrow. So for Allie, gonna need to go out there, set the pace, get her confidence for the final round tomorrow.
Well, Stevie, it looks like the wind's dying down a bit for slalom.
Yeah, conditions out here could not be any better. Ken Nelson, as always, has ordered just a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky. We just have that little bit of a whisper of a wind, and as you said, it's pretty much died down to just about nothing.
No, it's absolutely beautiful out here. Considering the week that Edmonton has had to lead up to this, we deserve this weather, and the athletes have been here. A lot of them here all week training in monsoons, in rainstorms, in 12-degree weather. That's 12 degrees Celsius, just to make sure that they're familiar with this water so that they can actually come out here and perform today. All right, Kendra Nathan on the water.
So starting off, it looks like as well with the wake line 5. So in the back position, she's wrapped up in the rope. She's going to need to step up and over, and she does. Wake line 5 into the wake line back. That's where we saw Kendra go down early. Now she's into her surface spins, wake back-to-back reverse, into a series of wake 540. So up in the air, 540 degrees of rotation. Starting in the back, finishing in the front. Going for the handle pass, wake 5 back at the finish, and that's a stand-up pass number 1 for Allie Drake. You can see Allie getting all the way through pass number 1, getting through some of the trick that took Kendra down there. They had the similar start of the run with that wake line 5, but Allie just getting a little bit further through that run, and with that seed score she came in with, not surprised to see such an impressive run.
No, she came in strong, wrapped for that wake 5, and absolutely executed it with flawless performance.
This is our final skier in the women's under 21 trick round. We'll be moving after this directly into the U17 boys, followed by the U17 girls trick. So moving nicely here through the Junior Canadian Open.
Absolutely.
The inaugural Junior Canadian Open here at beautiful Shalom Park.
We have some of the best athletes in the world here to compete today. It's absolutely fantastic to see them here. And special thanks, of course, Shuswap Ski and Board, City of Leduc, D3 Skis, Monarch Carpet 1, Floor and Home, Wizard Lake Marine, Waterski Canada, of course, the Vern Oberg Legacy Fund. We all love Vern. What else do I have here? Waterski and Wakeboard Alberta, of course.
And a big thank you to all these sponsors. These events really do not go on without the help of our sponsors, and big shout out to them. And if you see anyone from any representing any of these sponsors, please make sure you thank them, because these events truly don't happen without the help of their sponsors.
And not only that, share the link. Share the love, share the link. Share the YouTube link. We got to get people watching this kind of stuff so we can keep on doing it and keep on being able to support these athletes.
Yeah, the amount of work each and every one of these guys put in on the water, right? They deserve that credit. They deserve that people seeing and appreciating all that hard work. So Allie Drake, pass number 2, going to be the toe pass. Starting off with what looks like a toe 7. Toe 7 to the front, so 720 degrees wrapping into the rope. Very nice on the toe 5 front. Toe wrapping and the reverse into the toe wake go. Going to finish with a series of step overs here. Oh, I could have spoke too soon. That's what I get for predicting the end of someone's run right there, Tony.
There you go. Well, she stood up both passes, so she's got to be happy with that.
My mic just quit on it.
Oh, fell apart. And look at this. It looks like we've got a bit of a headwind. Small little headwind coming in, which is actually what we want for the following the slalom for our jumping.
Yep, shut the tricks down. Let's get the jumpers out.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. It's weather time.
The order of events today, we'll be finishing up with trick. As we said, we'll be moving directly from trick into slalom, and then our final event for the day will be the jump event. So stick around. We got lots coming at you all day long here at beautiful Shalom Park. Conditions absolutely perfect. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing some big scores as we move through the day.
All right, U17 boys slalom coming up. There's just a quick little switch over. The lake's got to adjust. The buoys have to come up for the slalom course to be seen. Judges have to get switched around. Oh, under 17 boys. Actually, under 17 boys trick, round 1. We've got 5 athletes in this round, and then we're going to go to slalom.
5 athletes, 4 from Canada, and as we talk about water skiing being a family event, you know, so far we've seen 2 Horwood brothers, 2 Krause brothers, and in this event we have 2 Panette brothers.
The Panettes.
But right now on the water we have Ethan Hamilton. Looks like he's starting off with his hand run, wrapping into the rope. I think we might be seeing a Waco, possibly a Wake 5 back.
Let's see what he's going to pull off.
Time will
here.
tell. And a big Waco there, landing a little hard but regaining his balance. Into those surface back-to-backs. Now into the wake back-to-backs, a little bit away from the boat, but he's still upright into the surface 360s, handle pass. And that looks like a stand-up pass number run for our first skier in this division, Ethan Hamilton.
Yeah, we saw him come in, pulled himself off, he wrapped himself, came back, came in for the Waco, bit of a butt check, pulled him back and pulled off that round. So he's going to be coming back in the toe.
So just 14 years of age, skiing here with in the U17 division. So he's going to have a few more years to compete in this division yet, but out there already with a very impressive pass number 1. So that Nautique towboat has picked him up, coming around the turn island. Back for Ethan Hamilton, pass number 2, stand-up pass number 1. Looks like he's got his foot in the rope. Good, so putting that rope over his head, wrapping up for his first toe trick, which is the toe O, into the toe back, toe front. There's a toe slide, and it's reverse. Toe wake back, toe wake front. It looks like the end of his toe tricks, and the end of both his passes. 2 stand-up passes for our first skier in boys U17.
Oh, nicely done. A bit of a bobble on that last little toe trick, but he pulled it off. Looks like he's happy with that pass.
There's no style points in tricking. One of the things I like about it, it's just about getting it done and staying up on your ski.
Yeah.
we're starting to have a few more scores come in for our U21 men. So far, in first place, we have Sean Krause, 6,280 points. The second skier off the dock was Jonathan Hornwood. We have a preliminary score for him, 3,730 points. So we'll be waiting on the judges to tally those scores to see who has made it through to tomorrow's final. Jonathan Hornwood, 3,730. Sean Krause, 6,280 points, our current top seed. But we continue to move through our boys' U17 trick event. And the first of the two Pinette brothers, Lyndon Pinette. Older brother Conley has been absolutely tearing apart the Waterski world lately. Massive jumps over 210, 217, I believe I saw last weekend.
Unbelievable jumping. Absolutely fantastic to see from the Canadian athletes.
All these younger Pinettes looking up to their older brother Conley, just a really good example of a really good young man. And you can see with his brothers, they all look up to him, and they're all following right in his footsteps. So,
and no relation to John Pinay. Although it'd be cool if they were.
Can we just say they are?
Yeah, we could probably say that. He didn't fill out his bio, so look at him coming in. He's coming in hot. Here we go.
Good, going for the wake back-to-back to the reverse. Well, coming off the handle a little bit, but he recovers. 360 and the reverse. Side slide reverse. I think we're going to see a flip.
Edging in.
Big flip. Oh, and just popping the handle. You can see his hands come up there.
Yeah, he was struggling a little bit on that pass. You saw a couple of those tricks come down, and you saw him drop his butt down a little bit, lower his center of gravity just to regain his balance a little bit and bring himself back. But he made it through, made it to the end of the lake, and he tried for that last flip. And you know what? Again, E for effort for that, for sure.
Little bit of a bobble there, as you said, through round number one. Probably lost a little bit of time there. And, you know, that's sometimes when you bobble in the trick event, you get through it. But the problem is you lose a bit of time. So normally one or two of your last tricks might be out of time. So we'll see there. That last trick might have been out of time, even if he had landed it through some of those bobbles he had earlier in the run.
Yeah, no points for that one, unfortunately. All right, coming out of Chimney Lake, BC, northern BC.
So we do have a bio here for Lyndon, and we was asked, how did you become involved in water skiing? His answer was, my family all did it.
You're in the boat, you're going to go behind the boat, boy. Let's go. I think we've all been there.
So he doesn't list anything here about his trick accolades, but he is the 2002 defending Canadian jump champion in his age division.
2022 Nationals, he came out and won it.
But here he is on his toe pass. There he is with the toe wake back. Toe wake front, little bit of bobble in the back position, but nothing that he can't recover from. Good, making it through the toe back-to-backs.
The crowd.
That looks like a stand-up second pass.
And the crowd goes wild. He's happy with that.
No, I think on that last run there was probably just that flip that he missed at the end. I think that was probably his last trick and a stand-up second pass. So lots of points on the board. came in with a seed score of 1,315 points, and by the looks of that, I think he might be up and close to that personal best. We'll see from what the judges have to say, but my quick maths says we're going to be very close to a personal best for Lyndon Panett. Also, the same links to the live scores. Nice. So scores continue to roll in for our U21 men trick. Latest update, Carter Lucas, 4,850 points, moves him into the second place position. And Jonathan Horwood, our only other scorer, 3,730 points. But right now, we are in the boys U17 trick event.
Coming in from the U.S., Gage. I'm not going to try to say his last name. I have to think about this for a while.
I was happy you tried to tackle it first.
Yeah.
But here he is on the water, starting his hand pass. Put the wake out. Here he is into the flips. Flip number 1, casing the wake, but making it through into flip number 2. Bit of a butt drop, but he's still up into flip number 3, the half cab. From the back position, and the reverse half cab, not able to pull it out, but a very gutsy performance there. You could see he came up a little bit short on a few of those flips, but bared down, gripped his knuckles on the handle, and made it through.
No, he was going for it. There was no way he was letting go of that rope early, that's for sure. Huge amount of effort for that.
You can see he's pretty far down the lake there, so I have a feeling that was probably 1 or 2 tricks from the end. So most of the way through that second pass, but he'll have 1 more pass to come back and get as many points as he can to try and earn his spot into tomorrow's final.
All right, athlete on the water from the U.S. We're still trying to figure out the pronunciation of his name, so apologize ahead of time. I will. It is Gage Kaprowitz. What do you think of that?
I think you were pretty close there. I think we're going to ask him for a little clarification later on in the event, because we're going to be seeing him a few times.
Absolutely. Amazing effort on that first pass. Great stand-up pass. He just kind of butt-checked himself into his last flip that he didn't quite make, but he was going for it, and he was not letting go.
And such an important part of trick skiing is your rhythm. And you could see from that first backflip, he just came up a little short, cased the wake, and I think that just set his rhythm off a little bit through the rest of the pass. And ultimately is I think why he went down on that last trick was just not able to fully recover and get back into his rhythm. But as I said, I think that was 1 or 2 passes from the end. Lots of points on the board on pass number 1, and he's regrouped. He's got his toe ski on. That Nautique ski boat will turn around that far turn island and come on back.
And again, we touched on this earlier, but I don't know if we were live at the time, but we were talking about CV. The athletes have 2 different skis. They've got their handle pass ski, and then they get to the end of the lake, they stop, and then they put on a toe pass ski, the toe pass ski being a little more rubberized, just in case there's a fall, a little more easy to maneuver, while having your 1 foot up in a harness as you're being dragged down the lake by the boat.
Yeah, those toe skis tend to be very flat on the bottom, so they're very easy to spin, but that flat on the bottom also makes them super slippery. So you can see occasionally when their balance gets off the center of that ski, even just an inch, that toe ski slides out from underneath you. So an incredible amount of agility and balance needed in the toe trick event. Right now we got Gage coming in for pass number 2. Starting off, toe wake back, toe wake front. Toe slides in the reverse into his surface spins. Toe back to back reverse. A toe 5 front wrapping in. Just losing it on the toe out, having to stop in the back position, but he's still up, wrapped in. Toe wake 360 in the air. 1 foot and a stand-up second pass. A little bit of a wave to the crowd.
He threw the fist up. He's happy with that, and it's a super strong stand-up skier on both passes. Amazing efforts in both parts. And you can see that his strengths excel in the trick skiing.
So we're 3 skiers into the event, 2 skiers left to go. Waiting on the dock, we have Lucas Panette and Jacob Chambers, our 2 top seeds here at the 2022 Canadian Junior Open. So we just saw Lyndon Panette on the water moments ago. An impressive performance, getting most of the way through both of his 2:22 passes. His brother would have seen that, gotten some confidence. And the next off the dock will be Lucas Panette.
Lucas hailing from Chimney Lake, BC. Looks like it's just outside of Williams Lake, and I believe these guys are actually the host for our BC provincials coming up in a couple weeks.
Good list here that he skis with his brother Conley, Matt Rainey, Cole Grant, and obviously dad, Parnell Panette. A great skier in his own right.
You bet, absolutely. And looking at his accomplishments, it says that he's a 2018 Pan Am jump champion in his division.
And one of those guys, a really, really talented 3-event skier, strong in all 3 events, but the jump ramp is where the Panettes really come alive. But right now, he's on the trick ski, foot in the toe hold, our second top skier of the event, Lucas Panette. Looks like he's wrapping up for a toe 5 back. Good, 540 degrees. Now into the toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Good, now into his surface spins. Into some toe back to backs. A toe 5 front. Just not quite getting enough rope. A little bit of a bobble, but able to recover. And then just rushing that last toe wake a little bit, Tony, going down.
Yeah, he was definitely trying for it. He had his edge in. He's working at it. He spun around, but they definitely made the right choice by pinning him there. And again, that's a safety aspect, right? They got the guy in the boat that's holding the rope. He's holding the safety pin just in case something would happen and the athlete would go down. They have to pull the pin to allow that rope to get released so that we're not dragging the athlete down the lake.
And especially in tournament time, there's that fine line between wanting to hang on as long as possible, give the athlete as much a chance to recover as they can, but then there's that safety element you mentioned as well.
Absolutely, and that's where it comes down to knowing the skiers, knowing the person that's pinning you. Not only that, the person that's pinning you has to know the skier as well, so that he knows. It's like, well, is that a bobble or is that a fall? Do I have like a split-second difference from a fall, executing the trick properly, or a torn hamstring for not pinning someone?
Definitely a fine line there, and looks like we still have Sean Krause in the boat, Captain Pinner there, our top scorer right now in the U21 men trick event. And you could just see on that toe pass, not quite pulling in enough on the rope. On those toe wrap-in tricks, it's super important that the athlete pull in enough rope so as they come forward, by the time they come to the forward position, they're set and ready to take the pull from the boat. And that pull coming just a little bit too soon there for Lucas, pulling his feet out from underneath him, and Sean having to release the rope. But from the looks of him, he was pretty far down the lake there on pass number 2. As I said, maybe 2, maybe 3 tricks shy on that toe run, but he's going to come back for his hand run, and I believe Lucas's hand run is the strongest of the 2. So Lucas does have a shout out that he'd like to say to both of his parents. So thanks for paying all my skiing and thanks for believing in me and always being there to support me. So a big shout out to his parents there.
Absolutely. We touched base on the family aspect of the sport, and it really, truly is a family aspect that the parents supporting their kids. A lot of times, like you said, the parents have the passion for the sport. They want to see their kids go on it, and it's a fine line. You don't want to push your kid into something they don't want to do. However, when you see these kids coming out with this kind of drive and determination behind the boat, it's absolutely a rewarding aspect that you can see these parents standing here on the dock, standing here on the shore, watching their kids compete here at the World Junior Championships.
Yeah, the Panett family really just embodies that whole family aspect of water skiing. All the kids competing now, Parnell himself competing, and just so great to see such a positive attitude always from all the kids in that family. And can't say enough good things about the Panetts. But right now, Lucas Panett coming back in, second pass, starting with a huge front flip, stomping the landing. Now he's into his back flip, a little case of the wake on the back flip, into the reverse. Now he's coming in for a half cap, backflip from the back to the front, getting a little stretched out, but he's still in it. Backflip to the back, landing into his surface spins. He's a little bit back from the boat, not able to settle into a rhythm, but he gets all the way through that pass, throws the fist. What a performance.
Absolute stand-up pass for Lucas. That's when came in strong, a bit of a bobble on a couple of those front flips, but he pulled himself back out. Like you said, he was getting pulled back from the boat, a little bit skidding out. Hard to get back into his rhythm, but he didn't let go. He didn't let up, and he just kept on going through it. Full perseverance on that pass.
Yeah, that might not have been the way he stood up that pass in his head before he went off the dock, but the only important thing is that you get it done there. So a little bit out of rhythm on some of those flips, as you said, but settling right back in, getting it done, and throwing down a big score there. I have a feeling he's going to be that's going to be the highest score we've seen so far in this event.
Definitely stood it up and skied it out.
So as we watch back here on the replay, you can see that big landing on the front flip coming down hard. And as we see here, you can see on some of these flips just coming up a little bit short. And you can see instead of landing on that downslope, coming down on the wake, just landing on top of it, making the landing a little bit harder, but strong kid, BC boy hanging on.
Big, strong Northern BC boy, and that's where you see the athleticism in these tricks. He didn't quite make it, like Stevie was saying. He didn't quite make that full execution on the trick, but he didn't stop. He just kept on pushing, and he caught himself up and went through that round.
And that really is there's a magical balance in trick skiing between finesse and aggression, right? You need to go out there, be aggressive, attack it, but then there's that finesse and the athleticism that you need to not fall over. And Lucas putting down a very impressive run there.
Top seed on the water, Jake Chambers, another Canadian boy. The under-17 boys tricks finishing up with this last skier, and then we're going to head over to the under-17 girls tricks.
And as I look here through this young man's scores, he has scores in the 6,000 point range. Our top seed starting off with the toe 5 back into the toe back-to-back. Very technical skier, great control over the rope here. Right, using that foot connected to the rope to control, keeping that line tight at all times, and he's making easy work of this toe pass, toe line back, toe wake front, and a stand-up toe pass for our top seed, Jacob Chambers.
Absolutely fantastic stand-up pass for Jake, and reading some of his accomplishments for an under-17 boy should read like, a pro skier in their mid-20s. I'm looking at the McCormick Fall Comp, the Okahili 3 event, 2021 Louisiana State Slalom title, the Can-Am Team Challenge, the Canadian Championships. I mean, he's traveling the world, living the dream under 17.
And as you said, putting scores up. I'm looking here, 6,260 points he did in Okahili, 6,130 over at McCormick. So multiple times up over the 6,000 point mark in the U17 boys division. Very strong trick skiing. So as you see with most of these athletes, going to come back for his second hand pass. And his hand pass probably where the majority of the points for him come from after watching that second pass. So eyes to the water. I have a feeling we're going to see a full 6-flip hand run here with some ski lines.
Stevie calls 6 flips.
My last prediction didn't go so well, so let's see how we do on this one.
Let's manifest this with his 6-flip stand-up run. I think he's got it. Based on those scores, he has to be able to have a stand-up run to log the consistent over 6,000 points that he's been running here.
All right, we have more scores coming in from the boys U20, the under 21 men division we saw earlier in the day. Still with the top score of the day, Sean Kraus, 6,280 points. Currently in second place, we have Carter Lucas, 4,850 points. Correction, new score just came in as I said it. Bradley Gibbons moves into second place with 4,950 points. And Carter Lucas sitting in third, 4,850 points. But right now, we are in the boys U17 division. Our top seed is on the water.
Jake Chambers coming back in.
Starting in that back position. Looks like it's going to be a... Oh, going down. Looks like he was going for the mobe there on trick number 1. Such a difficult trick. Starting off in the back position, needing to go up, upside down, 360 degrees, landing in the reverse back, and very unfortunate fall on trick number 1 there for our top seed.
Yeah, we saw Sean Kraus pull that one out right off the bat for his first run, and then we're seeing Jake Chambers come out and look like he almost was going to try to mimic that same pass that Sean just did a full stand-up on. Came in, tried to come in, compressed himself a little too much off the wake, and unfortunately didn't make it out.
And that's the name of the game in trick skiing. There, no risk, no reward. So coming out with a really risky first trick on the mobe there, and unfortunately today not paying off for him, but he'll be back to fight another day and been putting up some really impressive performances lately. So
I believe it was Wayne Gretzky. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So he was coming in big, trying for it, and 0 chance to make that trick if he's going to come in at a little bit off, which he did.
And we now move into our final event, trick event here, the U17 women. 6 skiers in this division. And looking at some of the scores here in this division, we have girls in this division encroaching on that 6,000 point mark. When I look here at the top seed, Hannah Stopnicki, right now an average of 5,970 points. So some incredible trick skiing yet to come here at the 2022 Canadian Junior Open preliminary round.
We see 5 of the athletes in this division coming from Canada. We've got 1 American, 4th seed in the coming up. So starting off, Kate. Then we're going to Carly, Shay O'Brien, Elizabeth Hall from the U.S., and then Megan Pelkey, and as you said, Hannah Stopnicki as the top seed.
And when we look to that top seed, Hannah Stopnicki currently ranked 2nd in the world in this division, in the U17 girls division. So some super strong trick skiing from her over the last few years. I know she competed at the Junior Masters this year, and some really big things have been coming from her. Taking a small break here in between events while we change boat crews out, moving into our U17 women. There's important people to talk about are our officials. All of our officials here, volunteers, tirelessly working all day long, making sure these athletes have the best experience, that their scores are accurate, and that at the end of the day, the best man wins. So a huge shout out to our judges. It takes an army to put on an event like this, and It can be a thankless job at times, so please make sure if you see one of our officials, give them a thank you.
And that's right. Officials from all over Canada have come to Shalom Park today to help put this event together. I mean, this is the inaugural Junior Canadian Waterski Open, and the goal is to keep this thing going, keep the momentum moving, and getting these athletes out here to compete. I mean, these juniors are world-class athletes, and the only way they're going to become and get better and better and represent Canada on the world stage is events like this, events like that Ken Nelson is hosting here at Shalom Park, and the sponsorships that come in through this, like Shuswap Ski and Board, the City of Leduc, D3 Skis, Wizard Lake Marine, all of the sponsors that come in to make this event happen.
And Ken Nelson really just such a dedication to giving back to junior skiers in the past, doing Pro-Am events like the Junior Canadian Open, or the Canadian Open rather, Pro-Am event. We did the Under 21 World Championships were here, and Ken has just been such a support for the young athletes, giving them these incredible events, and it's really showed in the scores, not only from the Canadian athletes that have been coming out from this region as well, but internationally some of the junior scores that people have been able to put is great dedication on Ken's behalf. But now we move into U17 women trick on the water. Kate Pinsonneau from British Columbia. Left foot forward skier, starting with her handle pass and a wake O, getting a little stretched out, but she's all good, moving into her surface spins. Good, making sure that ski gets lots of air on those wake backs. The ski must be in the air for the duration of the turn, landing perfectly backwards in order for her to score points on that trick. So you can see her trying that trick more than one time, making sure she executes it correctly, finishing off with a step over, line back, line front, stand-up pass for Kate Pinsonneau.
Looks like Kate's hailing from the interior of BC, beautiful Penticton. That's where she goes to high school. Land of many lakes, so she's got a lot of water under her feet and a lot of experience able to compete in this level.
Another athlete here listing both Conley Panette and Cole Grant as their coaches, so you can see that technique she was having there. You can tell that she's being watched by some skilled coaches.
And she lists one of her greatest accomplishments is winning the Pan Am Under 14 jump.
Looking at these bios, the Canadian Air Force is pretty strong these days.
These kids are kicking it. You gotta love it.
Got me psyched up for the jump event. We're still in trick. And if Conley or Cole are watching, Kate would like to tell you, thank you for dealing with my confusion. So Cole, Conley, thank you. So she'll be coming in for her second of two passes. Can't see quite yet, Tony, but I believe she'll be coming back on her toe pass.
Yeah, you're right, Stevie. You called it.
Pass number two. Kate Pinsonneau with her toe pass, toe back, toe front to start. Got a toe slide. Going into the toe wake back, toe wake front. Try for those toe back to backs, and it's reverse. Good, retrying those toe slides, making sure she's all the way sideways. Going to finish here with a line back, line front. And two stand-up passes for our first skier in this event. Quite a loud cheer from the crowd there. She's got some support down there.
She does have the support, and she's happy with those two stand-up passes.
Can't ask for anything more than that in the trick event. Finish up and down the lake. Hair's not even wet. Great first round for her. And just to keep you guys updated with what's already gone down so far today, we have our final score, our preliminary scores for our U21 men, the first event we saw from the day. Our top seed, Sean Kraus, 6,280 points, and right on his heels, 6,150 points, we have Evan Kraus. Following that, we have Bradley Gibbons, 4,950 points. And I believe the last one into the finals will be Carter Lucas, 4,850 points. So that is our top 4 skiers in the U21 men's trick event. Sean Kraus, followed by Evan Kraus, followed by Bradley Gibbons, and Carter Lucas.
And talk about sibling rivalry. Look at that, Stevie. The older brother is 130 points above the younger brother.
So for now, all is well in the world. For finals time, those two neck and neck. Looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
I'm wondering if Sean's saying, I should have pinned him. I should have pinned him. No, I don't think so. I think these kids are two absolute stand-up athletes that support each other in this sport, which is fantastic.
Either that or he knew that his brother was going to finish 100 points behind him anyway. So,
regardless, he probably was calculating that in his head.
All right, but we're moving on here. Next on the water is Shay O'Brien. Shay coming in with a average score, 3,320 points. Shay is another one of our athletes here. All 3 events, strong in all 3. She is strongest on the jump event, but right now showing us her stuff in the trick. Good, making it through this hand run, edging out. We're going to see the first of her flips. Oh, going down hard on that flip. Coming up short, Tony. You can see just not enough speed. Tip of that ski going right into that wake and going down awfully hard there, but she seems like she's okay.
That's right, Stevie. You saw her come into the bottom of that wake. The wake of the ski nautique is not forgiving at this aspect of it, and it's a very, very strong pull. She came in low. Core wasn't super solid, so she kind of broke at the waist, and without a strong approach to that wake, didn't quite make the rotation around to get that flip in.
So looking at where she is on the lake, she probably had that flip, maybe one more in her run. So got handily most of the way through that first pass. She's going to be missing some points there by missing out on those big point flips, 500 points for each one of those back flips. But going to have another run to try and accumulate as many points as she can to try and put the pressure on the girls coming out after her. We got 5 skiers coming out after her. I believe it's 4 are making it through to the final. Interesting to see how it unfolds. We've been talking about the wind a little bit. Almost completely flat calm earlier in the day. The wind has picked up a little bit here, so it's a headwind for these skiers coming off the dock. So I'm sure some of our later skiers, our higher seeded skiers, Megan Pilkey, Hannah Stopnicki, going to be checking in on that wind, making some strategic decisions on what pass they start with.
That's right. I mean, you look at the lake and any water skier, anybody, novice or professional, will look at that water and say, oh my gosh, I could ski on that, it's glass calm. But the reality is the site is designed to have calm water. However, the wind does channel down the river valley. You look across the lake to the clouds and to the flags, and you can see that there is a prominent wind coming in, so that actually pushes the body of the skier, whether it be a headwind or tailwind. So even though the lake still looks quite calm, that wind's coming down. And even a 5-10 kilometer hour small wind makes the biggest difference in one of these passes. So the skiers will then elect to do some of their passes. Some of them like to do a handle pass with a headwind because it gives them a little more force. If they're a strong skier, they can pull into that headwind. Other ones like to do a handle pass with the tailwind because it's faster, it's quicker, and they can snap off those tricks even with more efficiency.
So Shay elected to come out and do her hand pass first, made it most of the way through there, went down at the end on her back flips. She's coming back on pass number 2 in the toe hold. Looks like she's wrapped for a toe 5 back. And it is toe 5 back into her toe back-to-backs. Oh, and going down there, catching an edge in the back position. Great work on her pinman there to let go of that rope and keep her safe, but a bit of a disappointing early fall for Shay O'Brien.
Yeah, she's not going to be happy with that. She was looking for another stand-up pass with that, but again, safety comes first, and she had to get pinned on that. We call that pin falling down face first into the water backwards. That's sponsored by any sinus medication that you could think of. The beautiful waters of Shalom Park, the Alberta lakes are always a fun one on the sinuses, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing for Shay there, but I know she's going to regroup. She's got 2 other events coming up today, and her main focus is going to be on that jump ramp. So next skier on the water should be Carly Bonham. Carly came in with a seed score of 3,160, so a little bit behind the average we saw from Shay. But we just saw Shay go down a little bit early there on pass number 1's. Left the door open a little bit here for Carly Bonham. And if she puts up a big score, she could see herself in through the finals tomorrow.
I'm just looking down the beautiful lake, beautiful Shalom Park. I'm watching Shay walk. The walk of shame. I think we've all been there. Been on this lake enough, and for some reason I always ended up falling way down at that far end.
Yeah, I did a little more walking than I did skiing in my trick ski tour as well.
It's okay, though, because these reeds, there's no gators. You do this in Florida, there's snakes and alligators.
Yeah, you hang on a little tighter if you go down and ski at McCormick's. Ski.
What happens at McCormick's stays at McCormick's. Right, Mike? We'll leave it at that. All right. Just snakes and alligators, that's all it is.
Carly Bonham on the water. Looks to me like she's going to start here on her handle pass, same as Shay. So these looking to do their toe pass into the tailwind, I have a feeling. Starting in the back position, she's into her wake back-to-backs. Remember, these athletes have 20 timed seconds to get as many tricks as they can. Got a nice pace going. Surface 540, surface 540. Line back, and a wake line front. Line back, and a line front. So very good trick skiing there. Stand up first pass for Carly Bonham.
Carly's happy. She throws her hands in the air. And talk about dancing. Talk about water dancing. Literally behind that boat is an absolutely beautiful display as she went by and just started executing a few of those little surface spins with perfect execution. The judges love this girl. Literally love this girl.
Makes the job a lot easier when you execute tricks that cleanly. And you can just see she holds her axis in her body so straight up over her ski that she never is out of balance. She's always poised right over her ski, and a great first pass for her. She saw Shay O'Brien go down a little bit early. They, the 2 closest seeded skiers here in the event, and looked like they would be the 2 fighting hardest for that final spot. So Shay left that door just a little bit open, and looks like Carly's charging right through.
Carly Bonham, pass 2.
Getting on the webcast there, we got a chance to see that replay and really showcase how straight over her ski she was. We have some beautiful views here from the bank on the webcast, and as she goes by, you can just see not a hitch in her body, perfectly straight up and down, and just great trick skiing for her. So she's going to settle down at the far end, attach her foot into that tow rope, come back in for pass number 2. She's going to be looking to get all of this to secure a spot in tomorrow's final.
Carly lists on some of her accomplishments that she just came fresh out of competition at Sunset Lakes in Groveland, Florida, which of course we saw the Worlds happen previous this year. Beautiful site with Jack Travers and John Travers down there. She's tricked 3,100 points at that tournament. So we'll see her come back in on this pass and see what she's got to do with her toes.
So she's wrapped into the rope here. She's going to need that clean axis she had in the hand run. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, and it's reverse. Making nice work. She's in a great rhythm here, getting easily through this toe pass, same as her hand pass. Nice, clean tricking, no drama at all. Into her toe slides, toe wrapping, toe out, 2 stand-up runs. Unbelievable. Great skiing for Carly Bonham.
Absolutely, and the crowd goes wild. And Stevie, you hit the nail on the head when you said clean, and that's the word of the day for her both passes, with clean finesse execution on every single trick. You can totally tell that she spends a lot of time behind that boat, and you can tell whoever's coaching her is ensuring that maybe that coach was once a judge, because you can tell that she can execute every trick perfectly, end it, and then on to the next one.
Absolutely, and it's so good to see those fundamentals with these young skiers, because it really just serves you later on in your career. And looking at some of the talented skiers internationally, like the Pato Fonts now tricking, over 12,000 points multiple times, and you see those same fundamentals in him when he was a kid, and just really working on those basics. And that work and those fundamentals pay off as you get older and get a little bit stronger. It's easier to do some of those more powerful tricks, but just great technical, clean trick skiing for Carly.
Absolutely, and with trick skiing, it's like you said, as they progress, as they get to the larger points, it's the alignment effect, no different than they would on a car. The balancing of the wheels. The car runs fine if the wheels are unbalanced, and it can drive 60 miles an hour with unbalanced wheels. But when you're driving 120, you're going to shake yourself off the road. So these guys right now are aligning themselves and balancing themselves with the finesse and clean tricks, so that as they progress up that trick ladder and gain the higher points, they're not going to impede themselves by any level. Okay. It's nice to see some things never change, Joey. Is that that? Oh my God. Yeah.
A little cha-cha slide going on here at Shalom Park.
It's better than the airport. Mexican dance.
All right, next on the water from the U.S., we have Elizabeth Hall coming in with a seed score 3,520 points. So she's in that same ballpark of Carly and Shay. So she's going to need, after watching that performance of Carly, she's going to need a full stand-up run. And oh no, going down, just missing the handle on that wake 5.
She is not going to be happy with that. This is just one of the aspects that happen in the realms of competition, and this is what we see. Literally, her first trick, her first spin off the wake, and she didn't get the handle.
And that's just one of those things, no risk, no reward. We saw early on, I think it was Jacob Chambers starting with that mobe and going down. And sometimes when you have that first trick, it's such a difficult trick, and that wake 540 with the handle pass can be so hard. And unfortunate to see her go down there, but she's still got another run. So she's going to regroup here. She's going to chat with Sean. They're going to figure out which of her 2 runs does she have more points in, and she's going to come back and she's going to execute that run. So she's only got 1 run of the 2. She's going to score 0 on that first run, but she still has another pass to try and see how many points she can accumulate. And, if she can, put that pressure on. And you never know with the girls coming up later of what's going to happen in the trick event. So this is where you got to take a deep breath. You got to regroup, come back, and nail that second pass.
And nail it indeed. I mean, we're looking at her bio here, and this is a under 17 girl with competition listings that absolutely mimic that of someone twice her age. I mean, I can list off in 2022 alone the Junior U.S. Open Waterski Championships, the 62nd Masters in Callaway Gardens. I mean, we're talking about Masters qualifying series in Winter Garden, Florida. She's hit the Ski Fluid Classic in Polk City, Florida. The Moomba Masters at the Yarra River this year already. She's been down in Australia competing, trying to get a head start on the season. To come in and miss her first pass, yes, it sucks. I'm going to say that on TV, and it's allowed to say that. It's a good word.
I think that's all right.
That's the reality of what she has. And so you can see the drive and the fire in this girl when she's going to come back with her second pass. It looks to me like she's keeping with the hand pass, and I'm going to let Stevie predict what's going to happen here.
Well, she did a few kind of warm-up tricks going down the lake. I think she was just settling her nerves, getting back into the groove, and she's going to try and attempt that hand pass again. She knows she has more points, and she's got 1 chance to get it done. So here we go. She's through that first trick. Wake 5 front, in the bag, into the reverse, and just losing the handle again, Tony. Almost had it. But unfortunately going down on that second trick on pass number 2.
You know, there's an old saying, they say persuasion is better than force, and finesse with trick skiing is better than strength. And she came out jacked. She was really, really stoked to come out and stomp these 2 passes. Missed her handle pass the first time, and she came back very aggressive. Like you said, perfect execution of that first trick. She got it off the wake, but she came in hard on that second one and just tried to grab that handle with a little too much aggression and lost it again.
Yeah, and unfortunate for her. Obviously, she's not going to be happy, but that's just the trick event, and that's the way that it goes sometimes. It's super, super difficult event, and sometimes these skiers fool us by making it look easier than it is, but, you know, these are very, very technical and hard to execute tricks, and unfortunately there, as we watch on the replay, just grabbing the handle, Tony. So as I watched on the replay there, as she came around, her hand kind of went through the handle and just wasn't able to re-grip. And just that agonizingly slow sink into the water when you know I'm not connected to that boat anymore.
As you watch the beautiful ski nautique slowly go further and further away from you, and you slowly sink to the lake.
So we still have 2 skiers left in this event. Our 2 top skiers, Megan Pelkey, Hannah Stopnicki. Megan coming in with a seed score of 5,040 points. So over that 5,000 point mark. So she's about 1,500 point seed score above the girls we've seen come out earlier. So more than capable of taking the lead here. But as we just saw with Elizabeth Hall, nothing in the trick ski event is guaranteed.
Not guaranteed at all. And here comes Megan. She's sitting here on the dock at Shalom Park, fresh off the 62nd Masters Waterski Championships in Callaway Gardens, Georgia. So she literally left Georgia, did a few weeks of training, came up here last week, and is now standing on the dock at Shalom Park for her under 17 girls trick championships here.
And we talked about Ken Nelson and giving back to junior skiing. This is one of those names that I recognize from years ago at the first Canadian Open that we had, the Pro-Am event, and Carly participated in that. I think she was in Just in Girls 1 back then during the Pro-Am with the pros, and now here she is competing in her own right, U17.
The succession of the sport is fantastic.
So no stranger to the water here at Shalom Park. Also opting to start with her hand pass. Starting in the back position. Starting with the wake back-to-backs. So 360s in the air, finishing and starting in the back position. Now she's into those wake 5, so those tricky handle passes. Wake 5 into the wrap, wake 5 back, out of the wrap. Little bit of a bobble out of the wake 5, but she's up. She's moving on to her flips. Flip 1 in the bag, and the reverse. Side slide, reverse. There you go. Pass number 1 in the bag.
In the bag, indeed, and you can actually see her stall herself out on that first flip. She came in aggressive, she came in hot, which is fast, and she spun that flip. And then she stopped, and she literally pulled herself back, stalled it out, slowed herself down, and came back in to do a full stand-up pass.
You saw in that second 5, we saw Elizabeth Hall go down on that handle pass on that second 5, and Megan was able to actually pull and wrap herself into the rope. So on that second 5 there, actually avoiding the handle pass, wrapping into the rope, and setting herself up for that wake 5 back out of the pass. So a little bit different than what we saw from Elizabeth Hall, and it paid off there. Great stand-up first run, lots of points there. She's got one more to see how much she can do, and this is the preliminary round, Tony. So really, these athletes are just trying to punch their ticket into tomorrow's final.
They want to get to the final, and again, a seasoned competitor with a list of competitions under her belt already. Even she set up and represented Canada in Guadalajara, Mexico for the Pan Ams last year. It's telling me it was the 2020 Pan Am Waterski Championships under the 2021 date line, so sometimes info gets crossed.
And this really is the exciting part for me, to get to watch these kids grow up and go through the kind of junior ranks. And you know, you listen to those tournaments at Masters and some of the likes of getting to see these kids get to showcase their talent. It's been just such a pleasure to watch them all grow up. You see that hard work every time you see them. You know, I'm not around all the time living back in Ontario, but anytime I come out here and see them ski, you can see the hours and hours of dedication they've each put on the water, and the proof's in the pudding.
Absolutely. It is a full-time job. This is their summer job. This is their winter job. This is their passion, and it's beyond a job. It's a passion that they have, that they love to spend hours behind the boat. I mean, who could blame them?
Well, a lot of these guys, if you're skiing 3 events, are going to be skiing upwards of 5 times a day, Monday to Friday, and then most of the weekends are competition. So just a crazy amount of time and dedication required. And Megan has definitely been putting her time in, especially on the trick ski. Excellent stand-up first pass. Here she goes. Toe pass. Pass number 2. Starting with the toe 7. Really controlling the rope with that rope leg, that knee going in and out, keeping that rope tight at all times. Very technical trick skiing. Toe 5 front, no problem at all. Toe O wrapping into the toe wake O. Not a bobble. Toe wake back, toe front, toe slide, reverse, 2 passes. Thank you very much, Megan Pelkey.
Boo-yah. There you go. Then, and that's how it's done.
And we talked about that technique we saw with Carly Bonham, and I think that was just sort of the next evolution when we see Megan there. Just putting that technique, you see her doing a little bit more of those higher point value tricks, but you can see those same fundamentals in terms of her axis, in terms of how clean and precise she was from movement to movement.
Absolutely. The succession, one trick to the next, an absolutely beautiful advancement through both passes.
Well, to quote Mark Wahlberg, slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Mark Wahlberg said that?
Marky Mark.
Really?
Shooter.
I don't know what to say.
I didn't think I could throw in a Marky Mark quote, did you?
I didn't know. I mean, it's one thing to quote Mark Wahlberg, but Marky Mark, you know, people don't even know him as Marky Mark. I don't think he even really admits to being known as Marky Mark or the Funky Bunch.
That's why I'm here, to keep reminding people.
Yeah, baby.
And we have made our way down to our top skier. Hannah Stopnicki, representing Quebec. Spends a lot of time in Ontario and down south in Florida. He's coming super strong. Another one of these athletes who, back at the original Canadian Open, Hannah came out, I think, just in Girls 1 or Girls 2, and had the opportunity to watch this young lady grow, not only as a skier, but also as a person over the years, and really come on strong the last few years with her trick skiing. I know she skied at the Masters this year and is putting up scores in that 6,000 point range. So really, really good stuff coming out of Hannah. And what you're going to see here is those fundamentals. Hannah is a very fundamentally, very technical trick skier, very clean tricks. And she knows. She just saw Megan Pelkey go out there and stand up 2 runs. So even though she's the top seed, it's never a given. And she's going to need to put 2 solid passes together here.
Coming in on the toe. She's using the wind right now.
So starting off with the toe 7, wrapping into the rope 720 degrees into the toe 5 back, and look at that control. Just perfectly poised on one leg over that ski. You'll notice that rope never goes slack. Just perfect control and balance over the rope, into her toe wake O. Beautiful, into her series of toe lines here at the end. Toe line back, toe front, toe back, and a stand-up first pass for Hannah Stopnicki.
Nicely done, Hannah. That is pure 100% focus. I mean, this is, it looks to me, if I'm reading her bio correctly, this is her 8th competition of the year already. It's the beginning of July. She's already done this, like, in full competition mode 8 different times. So you know that she's come out focused. She came out electing to do the toe pass first, because she knows that she wants to have a bit of that tailwind to come back with that handle pass. Because, again, once we noted, the tailwind's going to push her down the lake. It's going to make her a little quicker. Stevie mentioned that the finesse of her execution of the tricks is so clean and concise that she's loving the speed of the tailwind to come back with that handle pass.
So just switching skis down the far end of the lake. Already one stand-up pass in the bag. But in order to go into tomorrow's finals as the top seed, she's going to need to make it most of the way, if not all the way, through this second pass. This is the preliminary round, so tomorrow's finals round is seeded. So going off last has its advantages, Tony. You can kind of see what the skiers did in front of you, and you can make some decisions about how much risk you want to take going into the finals. So Hannah's going to be looking to earn that top spot going into tomorrow so that she's in the power position.
Absolutely. She wants to see what the other competitors are going to do. She wants to sit on the dock tomorrow. I mean, nothing's going to guarantee her a spot in that round the early falls by Elizabeth Hall have definitely stirred the water, so to speak, because I think there's some skiers that are going to be advancing to the finals tomorrow that honestly didn't expect to be advanced just because of the sheer strength of these under 17 women. Elizabeth Hall's fall early on both passes now allows the opportunity for some new skiers to step up. Hannah Stopnicki coming back in, handle pass. I'm going to allow my colleague here to predict because he's been doing so well.
I think every time I predicted something, they've fallen. So I think I might get attacked up here if we keep doing predictions.
No jinxie then. We'll just watch, right? Deep breaths.
We'll just leave it to Hannah. So she's coming in on her hand pass here. Looks like she's wrapping in for a wake line 5. Yes, she is. So wrapped into the rope, wake line 5 to the front, no problems at all. Wake line back, 1 foot stepping over the rope. Wake line front, in the air. She kicks her foot back into that kicker, so not easy to do mid-run, going from that 1 foot, finding that back position, and here she is into her series of 540s. Into that wrap position, 540 to the back. Surface 5, front, 2 stand-up passes for Hannah. Throws the flip and goes down. So I'm not sure on timing on that, Tony. That seemed like she was pretty far down the lake there. So, but throwing it anyway. Having some fun, but I think that was good enough for our top seed.
No, I think it looked like it was a fantastic run. She was definitely trying to gain an E for effort with that last little bit of time. If she could pull that flip off, she could, but I think you're seeing a little bit of fatigue come in. Clearly, the sheer expansion of energy that it has to throw those 5s that she was doing off that wake in order to come back and then attempt that flip was a fantastic feat.
When starting that run there, standing on one leg, so starting on the one leg, wrapping up into the rope, starting with those line tricks, and then having to regroup mid-run and actually kicking your foot back into the kicker. And for anyone who's ever trick skied and missed their pinky toe trying to get it back in the kicker, it's not as easy as it seems. So Hannah getting her foot back in and almost losing no time at all right back into the rest of her run. So great 2 passes for her. We'll almost certainly see her in tomorrow's finals. We have some preliminary scores from the women's U21 event. So our top seed, Allie Drake, 5,050 points. Kendra Nathan with a score of 2,650 points. And Avery Colclew, 1,230 points, which rounds out our U21 women's trick.
So those 3 athletes will be advancing to the finals tomorrow. We've got, of course, Avery, the Canadian in the bunch, and then the strong Americans coming up 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, so far for the overall, Allie Drake setting herself up with a big lead there. She's just such a strong overall skier. Setting things off right in the trick event, taking the win. So some of these athletes not just competing in these events individually, but they will combine their scores into a 4th event called the overall. So we will be crowning overall champions here as well. So a lot to talk about as we move forward with that event as well, and where these skiers are kind of fitting in individually and how that's going to affect their overall score. Absolutely.
These skiers are at the stage of their lives now where they're going to have to start making that decision. Am I an overall skier? Am I going to specialize in one of the aspects of the sport? Do I want to be a jumper? Do I want to be a slalom skier? Do I want to be specifically trick? And then based on that, or do I want to excel at all 3 of them, every single discipline, and then go for the overall titles, the overall aspects of what they can do?
And I think with the likes of the Jarrett Llewellyns and now obviously Dorian Llewellyn really setting that 3-event passion in Canada. I think we really, our youth, we do a very good job of keeping the youth in 3 events for as long as we can. There's fundamentals that you learn in each event that helps with the others. And Canada has just such strong overall skiers. Our coaches encourage it. Our program encourages it. And it's just awesome to see how many overall skiers we have in Canada.
Absolutely, and it's nice that you spoke to that because it offers to the succession aspect of that and the diversity of training, because it's a long day. No matter what anybody says, it's a long day to sit behind a boat or in a boat and train all day. So if you're only doing one disciple of the sport, one aspect of it, and something goes wrong, it's not uncommon to kind of just get into a rut. But the reality of 3-eventing is then, you know what, you had a bad day slaloming. Well, guess what? You still got jump. You still got trick to do. So it kind of gives you the diversity to excel. If one aspect isn't going as well, the other one goes well. And then you pick yourself back up and you excel with all levels.
That was the main reason I did 3 events, was just to make sure I had at least one that
Yeah.
went well that weekend. It was usually only one. But
Usually
at least,
only one,
at
yes,
least there was
yes.
one.
I think I was there too, in the world of 3 eventing, the joy of it. Really, just to kill time too when you're sitting at a tournament, because of course we're all just waiting to slalom and jump. Trick skiing's there. We should actually talk about the schedule of events. I'm just going to pull it up right now, just to make sure that everybody's aware of what's happening. So we've seen the under 21 men's tricks, the women's tricks, under 21, under 17 boys and girls tricks as well. And so we're going to roll ourselves back. The site's going to switch itself up a bit, because we're going to go straight into under 17 boys and girls slalom, followed by under 21 men's slalom and women's slalom. And following that, we're going to go straight into the jump to end up the day. So same sort of deal of events with that, actually, with the jump aspect. We're looking at the site. World-class Shalom Park, literally hand-built by Ken Nelson. And I think one of the coolest aspects that we see when we talk about Ken Nelson is this man not only built this site, he puts the money where the mouth is, literally, because he has skied this water for as long as I can remember. I can remember coming out and seeing Ken Nelson ski out here, 35, 38 off. Like, he knows the show of it. And I think the coolest aspect now is that Ken has built this site. He's built Shalom Park. He's opened it up to these world-class tournaments. You know, he saw his daughter, Christy, excel at the skiing. She came out here and was an absolute bulldog of force on the water during the years of competition. And now Ken's sitting here seeing his grandkids, Christy's kids, Sean and Evan, throwing down some absolutely fantastic runs. I mean, how proud must he be?
Oh, you can just see it on his face walking around. And anytime the boys are skiing, you'll see Ken up here in the booth with us. We got the best seat in the house. And,
Yeah.
you know, when he's not watching the boys, we just see him down on the shore, running down to fix something, I'm sure. It's just a tireless job. And I think one thing that you said there that resonated with me is the fact that Ken does open this site up for us to all enjoy. And there are sites like this around the lake, but oftentimes, you know, they're built for people and they use them themselves. And Ken could enjoy this property out here all by himself, but he opens it up, he shares it with us, and we can't be more thankful.
Exactly. I mean, the reality of it, too, is Shalom Park is not only a world-class water ski site, it's a water ski club. But it's no different than like a gym where I can literally go on my app, MindVat, and log in. And if I want to go skiing, I can just log in, take a look at the time to ski, show up and ski, and leave. That kind of service does not exist for water skiers pretty much anywhere else in the world, as opposed to some very few places where you can just show up, pay for your ski. There's a world-class site that is always calm. There's a world-class boat and a world-class driver sitting at the dock waiting for you at your beck and call.
Can't ask for anything better than that.
No.
Now with the coaching side of things, you know, you have Christy here, you have Sean, you have Evan, and, you know, world-class driving, world-class coaching. It's just such a great experience, and I can't recommend to any kids out there, you know, all over the world, really. Come out and check out Shalom Park. It really is a one-of-a-kind, world-class site.
It is, and it actually reminds me of being in Florida, because the accessibility to the sport is there. I mean, when you go to Florida to train as an athlete and you're sitting there and you're skiing and you get off the dock and then you come back and there's a pro athlete right there. There's someone you've seen on TV that's sitting there and he's going to ski next or she's going to ski next, and you've just skied and you're sharing the boat and these people are there. You come down to Shalom and there's a guy that's come off the dock or girl and they go out there and ski into some serious short line, and the next person up is literally trying to learn how to get up on one ski. And those pros that are out here training are just as supportive and just as encouraging to the person trying to get up on one ski as it is with the next person that's going to come out and ski and put it all down.
Yeah, and that's just such a beautiful part of the sport. I know that Ken's put on a few pro-ams here in the past, and having some pro athletes down on the shore waving some colored flags when the kids go by is just about as cool as it gets. You know, you see the likes of Freddie Krueger, you know, waving on some junior jumpers as they go by. You know, not much more motivating than that, and that really speaks to the character and the people who make up this sport.
Absolutely. So look at that. Magically, the lake is slowly starting to appear with slalom buoys on there.
Slowly turning from a trick lake into a slalom lake, and that's one of the cool things Ken actually has here. Is all these buoys are on a series of pulleys and cables, and Ken's just biking along the shore here, and with a crank of a handle, the buoys drop under the water for the trick event, so the athletes can have a nice, clean line of sight, no buoys getting in the way. And within a 10-minute turnaround, Ken's able to pop up the slalom course as the buoys reappear and we can change events. And that's actually something that this lake is very unique. I don't know of any other sites in the world that are able to actually pull their courses up and down in that quick of a succession. And it makes a big difference for the athletes not having those distractions of those unnecessary buoys out there.
Absolutely. You never know when a buoy's going to pop up or down. If you're in a course, in a trick course, and there's slalom buoys there. If you're in a jump course and there's slalom buoys. So really, the way that Ken's designed the site, and it's funny because we can see him. Like you said, he's on his bike. He's riding around the lake. He owns this lake. And he's cranking up, manually getting these things. Ken, why don't you put some automation into this thing?
That's the 2025 plan.
That's the next thing. He's going to push a button, and the buoys are going to pop up. I'm sure he's like, he probably lays in bed at night and thinks about these sort of things of how he's going to make it work. He just built a beautiful starting dock. The dock has been around for years, but now he's put on an absolutely gorgeous little kind of catering hut almost, so to speak, with little sliding doors, and he just sits there and he sits on this site and thinks about things that he could do to make it better.
Well, every year you come out, and like you said, you see those little improvements, and you see Ken's always thinking, he's always looking to improve, and that's one of the reasons this place is such a world-class site is just Ken's passion. He's built this place as a skier for skiers. So we get to just see how perfect the conditions are. We've had a little bit of a breeze up and down, but very perfect conditions. Not a cloud in the sky. 22 degrees. Could not ask for any better conditions here at beautiful Shalom Park. Next event we have coming up will be the U21 men's slalom, followed by the U21 women. Then the U17 men and the U17 women in the slalom event. Following that, we will have jump, so stay tuned. Lots more still to come here at the 2022 Canadian Junior Open. Good opportunity to just thank all the sponsors that are behind me. Shuswap Ski and Board, D3 Skis, Monarch Carpet, the City of Leduc, the Fern Oberg Legacy Fund, Wizard Lake Marine, Waterski Wakeboard Canada, and Waterski Wakeboard Alberta. Thank you to all those sponsors. These events really don't happen without the help of our sponsors. And so make sure anytime you see anyone representing one of our sponsors, you give them a big thank you, because they are the reason that we are here and we're able to enjoy such beautiful conditions. And standing in front of me, Hannah Stopnicki, coming off the water after two great stand-up passes. How are things out there, Hannah?
Great.
Good.
Super nice out.
Great run?
Yeah, pretty good. Nice skating.
And we still have scores coming in for our earlier events in the day. We now have scores coming up for our U17 boys. Ethan Hamilton was our first skier. He managed 1,890 points. Following him, we had Lyndon Panette with 2,220 points. Those are the only two scores we have in that event so far. But we'll keep updating you as those scores come in. Each of these skiers biting for their spot in the final round tomorrow. Top 4 skiers make it through. And the slalom course has taken shape in front of me. I see 6 buoys. Site in 10 minutes transferred from a trick lake into a slalom lake. And right on cue, the wind just dying down to absolutely glass calm conditions. These skiers are going to be licking their chops. Doesn't get much better than this. Perfect lake, perfect boat, perfect weather.
right, next skier on the water. We're just waiting for the judges to confirm. It looks like it's going to be Lyndon Pinay. Or Pinette. Pinette.
Pinwet. We saw Lyndon already rip it up on the trick ski earlier today. Going to be coming back into the course for his slalom round. He will be competing in all 3 events here. Pinette's a very strong 3-event family.
59.
So coming out at 49 kilometers an hour, 18.25 meters. So Tony, that's going to be the full line and boat speed at 49 kilometers an hour or 30 miles an hour. So in order for him to get to the short rope, he's got to run this pass, the next pass, the next pass, and the next pass before we see him shorten the rope.
This boy's got some stamina. Looks like he's just out there for a little cruise on the lake here. So that's right, as Stevie mentioned, full line at 15 off. So that's 15 off a 75-foot line. And he's just out there to warm up. He's conditioning right now. He's just going out for enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the glass calm water, enjoying this world-class Shalom Park as that beautiful boat comes to a stop at the end, and he just stops. I guess they're dropping him no matter what. They're not going to turn him around.
Yeah, they'll stop skiers regardless of if they're shortening the rope or not, just to keep the consistency of the water. So we try and keep the wait times in between each pass, whether it's in between a skier's pass or in between individual skiers. We try and keep that wait time as consistent as possible so that the conditions, as I said, are equal for all skiers.
To optimize this already optimal condition that we see here at Shalom Park.
And as we get through the day, you'll start to note these skiers do have the choice to select any speed and line length they would like to start at. The caveat being, in order to receive a score, they need to achieve all 6 buoys on their first pass, and when they do that, they receive credit for all the passes that came before.
You said caveat. Good word. Did you No, you're stepping it up a notch here now.
I brought my thesaurus last night on the plane, so
I've got to Google some stuff now. You're showing me up now. Caveat. All right, looks like that beautiful ski nautique has popped them out of the water, and they're going to come around that turn island, which Ken Nelson actually confirmed there's gold in that turn island.
So if anyone has a pan,
you can pan for gold, and he's coming back 52 kilometers an hour.
So you'll notice him pulling out nice and wide of that boat to get started nicely through the gate, right on the right-hand gate ball, 52 kilometers an hour, making his way out and around number 4. No problems at all. Out to 5.
Ooh.
Little bobble at number 5 there.
You know, I'm not going to say anything, but you saw what I saw on 5 ball, and let's just going to wait and see what the judges have to say. Now, again, they called him 6. There you go. The judges are happy today. The reality, these skiers have to be very clean and concise getting around these buoys. And we saw him bobble a little bit around 5. From our view, it looked like he hit the buoy, but he must have bounced on the outside of it because they gave it to him.
Well, and there are 3 judges watching right now, so it's a majority score rules. And when I was listening to the judges' call, the boat scored him 6. One of the tower judges scored him 6, and one of the tower judges scored him 5. So that was 4. Sorry. So that meaning one of the judges saw what we thought we saw, which was that he didn't in fact go around number 5. But two of the 3 judges said he got 6. So the score will stand as 6. Boat speed will speed up 1 more click from 52 kilometers an hour to 55, and Lyndon Pinette will get another chance here at the slalom course.
All right, Lyndon, let's be clean, let's be wide, and let's get around those buoys. And let's not stress out these judges, please. Everyone's just here to have a good time, Lyndon. Coming out, you can see him pulling nice and wide. And coming into the course, here he comes.
He's going to need a good start here at number 1, and he gets it nice and early over to number 2. He's right on time at 2. And at 3, getting a little bit squished going from 3 to 4. He's a little bit down course, but he's still in it. Needs a big turn at 5, and he gets it out to 6. Yes, sir.
Back through the exit gates. Started playing a little game we call catch-up.
Yeah, you could just see things were looking good into number 3, and it was that long pull into number 4, got that bit of slack, and had to pick things up there for number 5 and 6.
Yeah, and you could see just how he had to generate that additional leverage to increase his speed behind the boat to get to those buoys, because as he slowly got himself later and later down course, which we're going to see now. Again, we talked about this with tricking, with the succession of the tricks. We talked about alignment. We talked about balance. And that's the reality with this, is you have to be perfectly balanced and aligned in order to execute these buoys properly, because as the speed goes up and as the line length shortens, it gets tougher and tougher to navigate this course. Tell me about it.
Slalom being one of those sports, it's really a game of managing your speed. So behind the boat, the skiers accelerate to speeds upwards of 60 miles an hour, and they need to get that ski slowed down in time to actually make a turn, get back into body position before that pull of the boat comes back again and gets them ready to go over to the other side. So really a game of accelerating and decelerating while keeping your balance over a 4-inch wide ski.
That's right. It's the pendulum effect that you're really trying to achieve.
So Linden stepped it up again. We are now at 55 kilometers an hour. I apologize, 58 kilometers an hour. So this is his maximum speed here in this division.
Oh, looks like he skidded out. He had a good ball 1. He came to it, but you know what happened? He kind of looked up and realized his 1 was so nice. He looked straight at 2, skied straight to 2, and then you could see him kind of come back, rear up on his tail, and realize, no, that's not going to happen. And again, that's where you see there's zero margin for error there.
And Linden is definitely one of the younger competitors in this division, and I believe this is his first year skiing up at the maximum speed of 58 kilometers an hour. Last year he would have been shortening at 55 kilometers an hour, so you can just see, and as the athletes progress, you'll see that size change a little bit. Linden's still a little bit smaller, and with that lack of size at 36 miles an hour, the margin for error gets so small. So small,
even at that line length, even at full line length. It's one of those things that the athletes have to really dial themselves into. 36 miles an hour is 36 miles an hour. You know, if you're going 58 kilometers an hour in a car and you look out the window or try to put your hand or jump down, it's a speed. It's significant speed and significant momentum that these guys are running through this course. And like Stevie had mentioned earlier, it's 36 miles an hour for the boat. The leverage that these skiers are generating as they pull off the buoy and lean away from the boat to generate speed between the buoys, they get upwards of 60, 65 miles an hour, and then they also have to come in, decelerate, turn around the buoy, generate that speed again, and go back up. It's a game of ups and downs and all arounds.
And at a certain point, and we're going to see some of the skiers today, in fact, the rope will get short enough that it won't make it out to the buoy, and the skiers are going to have to be using their arms and their bodies to actually make up that distance.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the boat guides, we mentioned they're 2.1 meters wide. From the center of those boat guides, if you were to run a line directly out to the buoy, it's 11.5 meters. And sometimes these ropes shortens to the point where it is short enough that that rope will not reach out to the buoy, so they have to extend themselves out.
Right now on the water, we have Jarrett Gula, 55K, 18.25 meters.
Oh, Jarrett's not going to be happy with that. And you know what happened? He came in, he looked good. He had a solid, good gait, came around 1, bit of a bobble, and you can see the skier's using a toe plate. And with that toe plate, his back foot just kind of popped out. For whatever reason, he was coming into 2, and that back foot came out, and that's what happens.
Margin of error in slalom just so small, and like you said, coming across the wakes there, just losing position, getting that back foot out of position, and was able to save himself, was able to stay upright, but not able to get out to number 3, and that'll be the end of his round.
And that's the finesse of the sport. Some of these guys you'll see skiing double boot, some of them skiing single boot with the toe plate. We mentioned he had a toe plate. If you're in double boot, both feet are stuck into the skis, sticking on there. If you have a toe plate, your front foot is in a boot, your back foot is in a little kick plate that just simply holds itself in.
And looking back on some of the scores, I believe, as was the case with Linden, I think this might be Jarrett's first year up at that 58 kilometer an hour speed, and always that first year up at that full speed, really a challenge. So because he did not complete his first 6 buoys, that will be a score of 2 buoys. And unfortunately for him, his score goes all the way back to the starting speed of his division, because as we mentioned earlier, in order to get credit for all of the previous passes, you must run past number 1. So unfortunately, a score of 2 buoys there for Jarrett Gula.
They're being nice to him. They're actually letting him ski behind the boat back to the dock. A lot of times when these skiers don't make their passes, they make them walk back. But again, they're towing him back to the dock. And that's his day on the slalom course, and that's what happens here.
And that's how unforgiving the sport of water skiing is, and especially in slalom, you go till you miss, and the margin of error is so small, and it can be over in the blink of an eye. And I'm sure Jarrett wanted to show us a little more of what he has out there, but that's the name of the game, and he'll be back. Still super young, 14 years of age. Lots more potential from him.
So we've got Jarrett that just got off the water, and then we've got Andrew, Lucas Panay, Jacob Chalmers, and the top seed in this division is Gage. And we never talked to Gage about how we're gonna call his last name.
We were not able to track Gage down, so if anyone out there has Gage's number, someone could tell him to come meet us up in the announcer's booth to get his name straightened out.
Kakaprovich. Maybe.
We've tried a few different attempts. If anyone could also on the webcast comment on which one was right,
Please,
that'd
yes.
be great.
Like, comment, nudge, poke, whatever it's got to do.
But just look at the conditions out there, Tony. Does not get any better than this in the slalom event.
No, I mean, there is a significant wind right now. It is around, but it is not happening at Shalom Park. There's a bit of a wind coming in from the west. We call that a tailwind because essentially you're coming in from the east end of the course. But if you still look at the water conditions, the lake is designed optimally to alleviate any rough water whatsoever. So there will be a little bit of wind pushing the skiers' bodies. However, this is world-class conditions right now.
So now on the water, we have Andrew Henderset. Coming out at 52K, 18.25 meters for his first pass, and he's out around number 5 over to 6. Easy work on pass number 1.
That's right. The goal with the skiers, they have an opening pass, and you'll hear us talk about that. And the reality is you want to get into your short line, your personal best scoring aspects, probably on your third or fourth pass. This is an extremely physical event, like probably one of the most physically demanding sports in the world would be slalom skiing. Just the sheer amount of power that it takes to generate the leverage that you need to get around these buoys. So these guys want to get out. They want to have a couple warm-up passes. They want to get around the buoys. They want to see how the lake feels. They want to see how the boat feels. They want to see how the driver feels. And then essentially they're going to get their opening pass, second pass. Then they're going into the third, fourth, fifth passes, deep into it. You don't really want to see these guys going more than 6 passes because, again, the physicality of it really follows suit, and these guys will wear themselves out if you get any more than 5 or 6 passes in your tournament aspects.
That's a great description, Tony. And that's what we'll see here is when you're watching at home, usually when someone gets in and runs that third or even that fourth pass, you know that they're having a good set because that's traditionally where they're going to set things up is that third or fourth pass is going to be that make or break one, the one that they're really looking to run and achieve maybe a couple at the next one. So right now we're only on pass number 2, so should be still a warm-up pass for Andrew. Coming back, boat speeds increased to 55 kilometers an hour, 34 miles an hour. Still on that 18.25 meter line. Getting a little bit of slack coming through the gates. And he's a little bit behind at number 2. He's going to have to make some work to make this pass run. A little bit of chatter around number 3. We'll wait on our judges if he got outside number 4, but not able to get to number 5. So we'll wait for the judges. It'll either be 3 or 4 for him at 55K.
And we saw that. You called it right out there. You saw the slack that came up on his pullout for the gates. And that sort of set him up for a bit of a recipe for failure for the rest of the course. The zero forgiveness factor came in. He got himself through the gates, came into ball 1, but that slack from the pullout for the entrance gates kind of shot him into 1 a little bit off. Saw him come around the first buoy, bit of a straight leg, shot him straight to 2 very late. Give him a heck of an effort for coming into 3 and making it around 4 as well. And unfortunately, that's just where it ended.
And it really showcases the importance of that gate. That first pull-out and that first turn-in sets up the entire course. And slalom is, like you said, it's a game of momentum, and it's a pendulum effect. And when you get out nice and wide on the boat, it's easier to keep that speed going through the rest of the course. And you could see that Andrew was really committed, pulled out nice and strong, got up on the boat, but just wasn't able to manage the rope. And what I mean by that is he ended up going a little bit quicker than the boat, wasn't able to slow down in time for his turn, and he got that bit of a dip in the rope. And when that rope came tight, right away he's pulled out of position in number 1, and you're going to be playing catch-up from there.
Exactly. You said it. The dip in the rope, that's what they call slack. And nobody wants to see slack in a rope in the sport of water skiing, no matter what disciple of event it is, whether it's slalom, trick, or jump. Slack is never your friend.
So looking back, the judges score him 3 buoys at 55K. So determining he did not go around number 4, so it'll be 3 buoys, 55K for Andrew Henneset. And as we move on, next skier, Lucas Pinette. Looking like his brother Conley out there. Little Conley style on the slalom ski. Lukey coming out 18.25 meters, 55K, making quick work of that.
Nice, easy, moderate warm-up pass. 34 miles an hour is a happy pass. It's just a nice way to get into the lake, get yourself used to it, get those muscles warmed up. He'll be coming back at 36. The reality of the goal is to make that pass at 36 miles an hour so then he can get himself into some short line. And knowing how Lucas can ski, knowing how his family skis, he's going to be probably looking to go into some pretty good short line here.
So looking at some of his scores, I believe the best score I see here on the world ranking list, 4.5 at 13 meters. So definitely capable of getting in, running that 14.25 meter pass and getting most of the way down 13 meters as well. So conditions absolutely perfect and set up for him to do it here, Tony.
That's exactly right. It looks like he's setting himself up for that, to come back in for some of the more challenging passes with potentially the headwind. You always want to ski the pass you're in, but he's definitely thinking forward thinking.
So as we look down the lake, that all-important gate pull-out that we just talked about, and there you go. You can see that nice tight line he had coming in and sets him up. He turns right on the backside of number 1. You can just see the contrast between a good gate and a bad gate and the way that it sets you up for the rest of the pass. So Lucas making easy work here, out and around number 5. All the time in the world at 6. That's how it's done.
That, my friend, is what we call textbook. And you could even see him. He was early coming into 4. Had his arm out, had to kind of wave it around a bit just to give him a little bit more of a turn. And that's what you want to do. You want to complete your turn and come back towards the buoy. You don't want to turn at the buoy. The skier wants to come out, gain enough leverage and angle so that he's at the apex of the turn and coming back towards the boat and then going around the buoy. Because as that rope shortens and shortens, the margin is going to be tighter and tighter in order to achieve the success of getting around the ball.
So apologies, looking here online, it seems like Lucas may have opted up from 55K to 58K 16 meters. So that last pass there would have been 14.25 meters.
Wow.
And I believe he's coming back here at 13. We're going to get a confirmation from our judges on that, but right now he is early at number 4. If this is 13 meters, that's right in that personal best territory. But having a look at that pass, I'm going to have a feeling that was 14.25 meters.
Yeah, we're really only as good as what we are given. So just trying to figure out what he's skiing at. But that was actually a beautiful pass.
So that was 14.25 meters. So just to update everybody, what happened there? Lucas came out at 55K 16 meters. He then opted up from 55K to 58K 16 meters, which meant on the next pass he's already going 58K, so we'll be shortening to 14.25 meters. So that's the reason that we were a little bit confused there, is he went out 55K 16 meters, not 55K 18.25 meters, which is an option the skiers have now.
And you know what? That speaks to the talent of the skier. He comes out. I mean, essentially you're supposed to sequentially follow the passes as they go. Speed speed, line length, line length, line length. He went out at one speed at a certain line length and then opted not only to go a speed faster, but also to shorten the line length to come out. And he dialed it. It was a textbook pass that he did.
And now he's right in that territory. We look at those scores. You know, he's got a few scores here at 13 meters, a 4.5. He's going to need a good start here to put the pressure on the skiers coming back, and it's all about number 1. And he's right on number 1. Nice tight line at 1, and he's in it at 2. Going to need a good turn at 3, a little bit of slack line. He's a little bit down course at 4, but he's on it. Can he go all the way around 5, all the way to 6? Through the exit gates.
It looks
6
like he ran that.
buoys, 13 meters. And I have a feeling that might be this young man's new personal best.
That was impressive. You know what? A lot of guys would have just said at ball 4, it's not going to happen, especially at these line lengths because it's fast, it's tight, and it's a recipe for disaster if you're going to keep trying to push yourself to get around those buoys. But you know what? He came out of 4, he bared down hard, came into 5 at about 1,000,000 miles an hour, was able to slow himself down enough to turn, and then he got himself back through the wakes, around 6, and through the exit gates. What a display.
Yeah, and I think what we saw there is something that happens quite often with skiers when they're working on running that new pass. Is we saw him come into 4 a little bit hot. We saw his eyes get really big. That excitement comes. You know that it's just one real turn away at ball 5 in order for you to actually seal the deal. And oftentimes those skiers get a little bit excited coming into number 5 and make things a little bit harder on themselves than they need to. But he was able to settle down. He got his way through it. And now we're going to shorten the line to 12 meters, and this will be our first skier of the day at 12 meters, and I believe this is his first tournament round at 12 meters.
Like you said, let's see his entrance gates. He's pull out nice and wide. Coming in, 35 off. Beautiful ball 1. Comes around, bends at the elbows a little bit. Not enough to get him back. He's coming back to the wake for 2 buoys.
So we'll wait on the official call from the judges, but it looked like 2 buoys from here. And you can see just a little bit defensive there. He came out number 1, made sure he pulled all the way out to number 1 to get around it, and it set him up, you know, just to be a little bit narrow at 2. Looked to here like he got around 2, got back to the wakes before the next boat guides, which is what he needs to do. So my unofficial call up here, 2 buoys at 12 meters.
Stevie calls him at 2. Let's see what we can do.
And over the years, I have named Shalom Park as the official home of the personal best year after year. Personal bests going down left and right. So many bios listing Shalom Park as the home of their personal best. And now Lucas Panette can join that list. 2 buoys, 12 meters, and our new leader. With just 2 more skiers left on the dock, I do believe that has punched his ticket into the finals, and now it's just going to see where he's going to end up in the seating.
That's right. We've got Luke Jacob Chambers and Gage coming up after these. We'll see what they can do with this. As that beautiful ski nautique comes back down, they're giving him a ride back to the dock, which is always nice.
Maybe we should make Gage like Seal, just one name.
I don't know how we'll agree. There we go. The crowd goes wild. Everyone's extremely happy for him. Skiing himself, like we said, this lake is prone to giving athletes the optimum conditions to achieve their personal best. I mean, I know it's an ongoing thing. There's a saying, there's something in the water. There's something in the water. Literally, when you ski at this lake, there is something in the water. The characteristics of it, the way that it cuts through, the way that your ski is held in it, it just makes you feel like you can achieve whatever you need to achieve. And it's absolutely a beautiful marriage of the ski and the water for these guys to be able to come out and do this.
And it's just the best of all conditions. You have the best site, one of the best sites in the world, the best towboat in the world, the best drivers in the world, and right now out there, just world-class conditions. Absolutely.
It's like the wind is a bit gusty at times, but it's died down enough here for slalom right now.
So I think my prediction streak is continued to be terrible because it appears the judges officially call him with 1 buoy at 12 meters. So the judge is seeing something I did not.
Well, you know, he came into 1. He pulled his elbows in. I think he surprised himself because it was such a good 1 that he got it, pulled his elbows in, kind of realized what he was doing, bared himself back down and tried to get over to 2. From where we're sitting, it looked like he'd get around 2, but he might have bounced to the inside. So.
And the judges have the advantage. There is a camera in the boat. They have some angles that we're not privy to, which is why everything they say is official and everything I say is not.
All right, next skier on the water. I'm from Canada, Jacob Chambers, and he's coming in at 36 miles an hour. That's 58 kilometers an hour and a 16-meter line, which is 22 off. So this is where some of the skiers have left off this round. He's starting his starting pass.
And when I look here, the McCormick's Fall Cup, he scored 1.5 buoys at the 12-meter pass. I think that is his highest score so far this season, so he's really going to need to put one out there if he wants to chase Lucas Panette. So 6 buoys, 58K, 16 meters for Jacob Chambers.
Beautiful Shalom Park, located in the city of Leduc, which if you've ever had an opportunity to go visit Leduc, Alberta, I got to visit Leduc, Alberta yesterday. I was driving here, and oddly enough, the highway was shut down. So they were diverting everybody off the Calgary Highway, and we had to go through the inner depthy realms of Leduc, and it's a beautiful town.
It's a great place. Just picturesque views. I always have a great time every time I'm in Leduc.
L.A., Leduc, Alberta. All right, so Jacob Chambers is pulled up again. He's coming back in at 14.25. That's 28 off.
He is going to need to make all 6 here if he wants to challenge our current leader, Lucas Panette. Let's see how he is at 1. A little bit of a dip in at number 1, but it doesn't seem to cause him too much trouble. He's nice. Oh, I spoke too soon. He's on the tail at number 4. Now he's over to 5. And he made that work, but right as I said it, coming into number 3, you saw him go way on the tail of the ski and really made some hard work for himself.
That's exactly it, Steve. You know, you called it right there. You a dip at 1. We saw that slack in the line, and what happens is that just slows him down enough to narrow himself in. And when we call a skier narrow, that means he's skiing very close to the buoys. We would like to see skiers ski wide. The wider you ski, the easier the path is going to be for you to navigate through the slalom course, and the easier it's going to be to get to those shorter lines. Immediately, when he came through those entrance gates, there's a dip in that rope. He slowed himself down a little too much to get to 1, and then he completely narrowed himself down for the rest of the pass. It was a challenge for him. He skied it. Good for him. But it definitely made it more of a challenge. He's not going to be able to make that mistake in this pass. He's got to kind of dial himself back in, get a good entrance gate, pull it nice and wide, and make himself get through this next 32 off pass.
And you can really tell with that 14.25 meters that that's a pretty routine pass for him. To make a mistake like that, to settle down and still run it, that's still pretty easy skiing for him. And as that line gets shorter, the passes get harder, he won't be able to make those mistakes. So it's all about the start here for him. He needs all 6 here at 13 meters to challenge Lucas Panette. So let's have a look at that line at a number 1. Little bit of slack, but he's early at number 2. Good line into 3. He's on the backside at number 3. Looking better than his 14 meters so far. He's in deep at 4, but early for 5. And there you go. Around 6, through the exit gates. He's going to get a chance at 12 meter.
Beautiful, beautiful skiing. You know, again, that shows a true characteristic of his abilities to ski, to make those little bobbles in this pass line, which there is zero margin for error. He had a little bit of bobble, but he was still able to pull it out.
So interestingly enough, we have 2 skiers who have now made it to the 12 meters, but ultimately going from opposite directions, Tony. So you can see that Lucas Panette decided to run his 13 meters from the west, Jacob deciding to run it from the east. So wind not really a huge factor here. There is a slight head tailwind, but he now has a slight tailwind here coming into that 12-meter pass, which just pushes the skier slightly down course. It makes keeping that line tight just that little bit more challenging, and we've already seen today what happens when that line goes slack and how it can affect the skier's position. So he's going to have to really ski well here, really technical with that little bit of a tailwind if he wants to catch Lucas Panette with a full one buoy at 12 meters. Let's see what he can do. Great edge change into one, but a big hit of slack out of number one, not able to get around number two. So unofficially, I'm going to call that one at 12 meter.
You know, that's the old slalom ghost that hills up. He had a great gate, great entrance gates, great pullout, comes through the entrance gates into one and somewhat rushes his turn. He got excited seemingly. And then he saw that slack happen. He didn't fall, but he just got himself over to two.
As I think I was watching there, as he came through the gate, it looked like he had a really good edge change into one, and then he just came off the handle super quick. He just went from that two hands to one hand, gave that handle into the boat, and as you said, that led to that slack and was just too much for him to hang on to get back over to the other side. But that'll put him in a tie with Lucas Panette, one buoy at 12 meters, and unofficially that does move both of them through the final.
Excellent skiing for these guys. Like, absolutely fantastic to come out here. And you got to think, these guys, this is personal best territory. They've been skiing in tournaments, you know, skiing, and they have now skied their personal bests at this lake.
We still have one more competitor left in this division, and it is Gage. So looking back at his scores this year from the Junior U.S. Open, 1.5 at 12 meters. And looking down, he's got another score of half a buoy at 12 meters. So he's going to need all of his personal best here, or at least his highest score of the season if he wants to challenge our current leaders.
And Gage is coming in. I'm going to call it as a 14.25 start. Oh, no, 16-meter line. So he's at 22 off. Just getting a feel for the water. Man, does he generate some speed. Did you see him come around 4? 3 to 4 was just an absolutely fantastic pull.
And that's just all about that body position. If you get your body position centered over your ski, the handles connected nice and closely to your hips, all that force of that nautique towboat generates and accelerates you across the course. And that just shows that his body position was perfect. Any bit your body position's off, you're going to lose a bit of that acceleration going across the course. So able to get his body right into perfect position, accelerate side to side, and very easy 6 buoys at 16 meter.
That's right. I mean, that boat is 6.2-liter engine, 450 horsepower. It is made and designed to run that course straight as an arrow, straight down that line, and hold that speed. There's zero forgiveness behind that boat. Absolutely zero tolerance behind that boat. It will hold the speed, so the skier really all he can do is try to figure out his body position to generate the leverage and hold on.
When you talk about that boat holding speed, it really is holding a very precise speed. When they clock that cruise control system in, that 0 off into 58 kilometers an hour, the boat is then timed from the entrance gates to the exit gates, and we know exactly how much time it should take that boat at exactly 36 miles an hour. And these boats record times within the 10th of a second is how accurate these speeds are, even with these athletes skiing behind it. But back in 14.25 meters, here's Gage. A little narrow at number 1, but able to settle back down. He's into a rhythm here. He's waiting for number 4. Easy to number 5. Just a routine pass for him. Around 6 and out the gates.
There we go, out the gates. Again, like you said, a little bit narrow. That's not going to do him any favors in the shorter line lengths, but he came through with flying colors on that pass.
So as we look across the lake, those flags are picking up just a little bit, and he's going to have a headwind coming into this pass, so a wind blowing into his face, just helping him slow down that little bit more around the buoy, helping keep that line tight. So you'll see most skiers will opt to have their hardest pass, or the one they're looking to get all 6 on, into that headwind. to give them that extra bit of advantage. And he knows he needs all 6 here if he wants to challenge both Jacob Chambers and Lucas Panette. So he's opted with that starting speed to take that 13 meters into the headwind.
And, you know, with his style of skiing, he may just be thinking about that 35 off pass. He's the type of guy that looks like he likes to ski fast. He whips the skis around on the corner. So he's coming in right now 32 off. But is he thinking about 35? Because he knows he has to get this pass and go deep into 35 to make sure that he can go through.
So as we said, it's all about number 1. Looking good on his gate here, and he's tight on 1. So he's set himself up here for a nice rhythm, tight on 2. Waiting for number 3. A little bit of a hitch out of 3, but it doesn't affect him to 4. He's a little down course at 4. He's going to need a big turn at 5, but nothing he can't handle. Out around 6, through the exit gates. He'll get a chance at 12 meter.
Beautiful skiing. Again, a little bit of a bobble, but he was able to recover and make himself successful all the way through the course.
And I think you were right. I think this whole set, he's kind of brought himself in here with the intensity of 12 meters, and he's just maintained it. You can see his intensity is matching these passes a little bit more as the set goes on, and that pass there, other than the little bit of a hitch at ball 4, probably his best pass of the set.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at this now. He needs this pass. He needs more than one buoy.
And one buoy is an interesting position. So what he knows he needs to do is to tie the other 2. He could just ski around number 1, stand up, and go back to the wakes. But that's going to put him in a tie. And I don't think he's the top seed. I don't think he's going to be happy with a tie. He's going to want to go for the win. So what he's going to need to do here, and the risk he takes, is he's going to need to get around number 1 and actually make a turn to get over number 2. And that sets him up for the risk of actually falling around that first buoy and ending up that little bit shy of our leaders. So curious to see his strategy here coming into number 1. Does he stand up at number 1 for the tie, or does he attack and go for it, turn number 1 over to number 2?
No, he's going to go for it. You know it. These boys got to set themselves up for tomorrow. Here he goes. Nice entrance gates. Beautiful ball 1. Bit of a bobble in the line. Coming in too hot. Makes it around. Can he make it to 3? Not quite, but that's 2 buoys. 35 off. What a great performance.
And you can see he knew what he needed there. He had that little bit of a safety turn at 1, making sure he didn't fall. He pulled all the way to number 2, got around number 2, and he had pulled a little long, so wasn't able to turn 2 to get to number 3, but he didn't need to. He did all he needed. He's top seed going into the finals.
Yeah, he needed it, and now tomorrow he can sit on the dock, watch what the rest of the guys do, and then he gets to come out last and do his magic.
So we're going to keep rolling here, going from the U17 boys into the U17 girls round. 6 skiers in this division. Kate Pinsonette, Carly Bonham, Shay O'Brien, Elizabeth Hall, Hannah Stopnicki, and our top seed is Megan Pelkey. So just a small intermission here between events while we swap officials out. You can see that breeze just picking up ever so slightly from our vantage point up here. You can just see the trees rustling in the background, the flags we have across the lake starting to fly a little harder. Not much evidence if you look down on the water, still almost glass calm, just really showcasing how perfectly designed this site is, that even with that bit of a breeze picking up from the west, there's almost nothing on the water.
No, it's legit glass calm. And not even glass, it's something that I like to call chicken skin. You know what I'm saying? It's just got a little bit of a ripple, a little bit of traction for these slalom skis to come in, cut out, and just give these athletes the most optimal performance. Speaking of which, D3 water skis. Did you know that D3 water skis are the best water skis in the world?
I've heard rumors.
Well, the reality is D3, and I didn't know this until today, but D3 water skis are world record holding water skis of every discipline, slalom, trick, and jump. So that's D3 skis. D3 is a proud sponsor of the Junior Canadian Open, and we thank them very much for, getting underneath our athletes here at this lake today.
Absolutely. Well, watching what the likes of Freddie Krueger has done on those D3 jumpers and Nate Smith on that D3 ski, pretty safe to say if I was getting back into skiing, it might be on a D3.
Is that what you have right now? You should have a D3.
I need all the help I can get, so I need the best.
All right, we've got the first skier in the water. That's Kate. Well, Kate Pinsonneau from Canada. Waiting to hear her opening pass. Oh, a bit of a bobble around one. Whoop-de-doo. Rides her tail out. I think she just kind of looked at the jump and it scared her. Man, again, that's her pass. Unfortunate reality of what happens in slalom skiing.
That's how quick it could be over. One of the most unforgiving events in all of sport. Be over just like that. And she came out of 52K, going around one, getting out of position, not able to get around number two. So that'll be a score of one buoy back down to her minimum speed, I believe is 37 kilometers an hour, and that will be her unofficial score. So a bit of a disappointment for her. I'm sure she was looking for more. But that's unfortunately the way the game goes in slalom.
It is. It's heartbreaking. You know, these athletes come out, you know that they're not even thinking about their first pass. They're thinking about 3-4 passes ahead, as we mentioned, trying to get the deepest lines that they can get, trying to get their personal bests. But the reality is you have to think about every pass. You have to think about every single buoy, every single time, every single turn. And it is a mind game. It's 100% mental mind game that you have to play with yourself to get yourself through the course. Buoy by buoy, step by step.
So 5 skiers still left in this division. Our next skier on the water, we already saw her tear up the trick event earlier today, will be Carly Bonham.
The live feed today in the YouTube channel is brought to you by iLink. iLink's done a fantastic job setting up their cameras throughout the lake. And from what we've seen from some of the reviews and some of the comments that we've seen online, everybody seems to be enjoying this. So you guys, if you're watching online, if you're watching at home or on YouTube, just hit us a like, hit us some comments. Make sure you share it with some other water ski friends in your community. Thank you, iLink, very much for all the hard work you've done to pull this one out. I mean, some of the replays that they've done are awesome.
Well, that's part of the appeal here at Shalom Park. Not only are the on-site conditions so amazing, but the bank that we're on, for those of you at home that you guys can't see, is on this hill, the steep hill that sits right on the bank, and we're up at the top of a convention center that sits on top of that. And Tony and I are probably 50 feet off the surface of the water. And
we're in a banquet hall. Like, this is a legit event center. Like, they host weddings here. They host like corporate wellness events. I mean, what a beautiful place to be. Sometimes we go to tournaments and we're like on the top of a ladder with 2 boards, it seems like sometimes. I mean, obviously there's scaff towers and things, but we're here at a world-class site with absolute world-class hosts at a beautiful center. And you know, we were just talking to Ken about Shalom Park. Ken Nelson's the owner. And the accessibility of Shalom Park. It's through MindBody. It's an app that all you got to do is log on to the MindBody app. It's no different than signing up for a class at the gym or a yoga class. And you can come on out here and have a ski, have a couple sets, sign up and buy some time on this lake.
well, how amazing that you could come and be your first time ever water skiing, learn to water ski in conditions like this at a lake like this.
Spoiling.
You'd be ruined.
You'd never want to go anywhere else.
But now we move on through our division here, and we have Carly Bonham, 52K, 18.25 meters. Now, should be said here in the women's U17 division, the maximum boat speed does drop from 58 to 55 kilometers an hour before that rope starts getting shorter. So Carly going to need to get all 6 here. As she does, easy peasy, 6 at 52K. Boat speed will bump up to 55 for pass number 2.
Nice opening pass for Carly. Looks like Carly listed she was in Florida earlier this year, competed at the in Groveland, Sunset Lakes. World-class site, Jack Travers site at Sunset Lakes, and now she's here at Shalom Park. Under 17.
Looks like she only skis at lakes in perfect conditions when I look here. Sunset Lakes and Shalom Park. Doesn't get much better than that.
No, those are 2 of the most beautiful sites in the world. I should have brought my binoculars. or my telescope. I don't have a telescope, but if I had one, I could really use it right now because we see Carl. Oh, there she is. She's down at the bottom end of the lake. We could see her in the water, but we couldn't see what was going on. And now the beautiful ski nautique pops her up out, coming around the turn island and coming straight back in. 55K.
Good. Nice, strong, wide pull out on the gate, and she's nice and wide at number 1. Her max speed, 55K. The rope length is 18.25 meters. Carly Bonham, easy around 5. No problems at all. Just another warm-up pass for her.
That was beautiful. Did you see that ball one? That is what a ball one has to look like in order to navigate this course. It was a perfect execution of a ball one coming in early, turning, coming back as you're approaching the boat. That's when you get around the buoy, and then she sets herself up perfectly for the rest of the course.
And you could see how much easier the rest of the course was just from that setup she had. Just no issues at all. She's right on the rhythm with the boat and the line all the way through. Great second pass. For those of you who are watching the replay, you can see how wide she was of that boat, of that buoy on number 1, and turned right on the backside of it. Set up for just a really great 55K pass. And now the rope gets shorter. We go from 18.25 to 16 meters, so she's got a little bit less rope to deal with. But if she's that wide at number 1 again, she'll have no problems.
All right, here comes Carly. Nice hard pull out for the gates. Nice entrance gate. Nicely around 1. Again, we're seeing her set herself up so nicely for the ball 1. And that's what we see with these right foot forward skiers. She's making clockwork of these passes. A bit of a bobble into 5. She gets around 6. I'm going to wait to see what the judges have to say because from when we were seeing, from my viewpoint up here in the tournament center, well, they're calling it, but again, it was a bit of a bobble around ball 5.
Yeah, you can see from our angle, she just let off her edge a little bit too early. Didn't quite have the speed to get all the way out. And she definitely hit ball 5. You could see her kind of trip and lose her balance a little bit as she ran around it. And judges determining she did go around it. Ball must have moved, deviated to the inside, meaning that she did go all the way around. And it's a 6 buoys for her. She'll be coming back at 14.25 meters.
I drove by Wizard Lake Marine on the way here. From Wizard Lake, actually. I was at Wizard Lake this morning, and did you know that Wizard Lake Marine is actually named after a legitimate lake called Wizard Lake? And the cool thing is that Wizard Lake Marine, the building they have here, which is just up the road in Kalmar, is, I believe, one of the top nautique dealers in the world. They have the identical building in Kelowna, BC as well. Yeah, pretty cool. So Wizard Lake Marine, nautique dealer, graciously gracing us with this beautiful ski nautique that's coming down the course.
So getting out and around number 3. Looks like an unofficial 3 buoys at what I thought was 14.25 meters, but we're just having some technical difficulties with the starting pass. So similar to what happened earlier on with Lucas Panette, I believe that Carly Bonham actually went out at 52K 16 meters, which would have meant her second pass was 55K at 16 meters. The third pass we saw her run was actually 14.25, and the pass we just saw was in fact 13 meters. So my apology there. She did get a full 3 buoys at 13 meter.
Which, again, is an anomaly because the reality is 52K 16 meters in the tournament world doesn't exist. She would have to be essentially 18.25 meters, 52K, 18.25 meters successfully at 55K in order to shorten herself up to 16 meters. But she chose, and this is the skier elect, to come in at 52 kilometers an hour, 16 meter line, which essentially was is 100% warm-up pass. That's a training pass that you would never even get credit for in a tournament. If she runs that pass, that's just a warm-up pass. If anything was to happen, she's right back down to 0. So that's kind of an interesting strategy for her, interesting tactic.
And it's been a little bit of a development over the last few years. I think it actually started out of the U.S. where they started to allow the skiers to ski for their first pass at a lower speed than their maximum speed, but still able to ski at a shorter rope. And the reason for that is some of these skiers, the 18.25 meter rope length, all that rope can be actually, as much as it seems like it is easier to get around the rope, it can be a little challenging and throw your rhythm off a little bit. So some of these guys will elect to start at a slower speed with that slightly shorter rope, just helps them keep their rhythm as the rope gets shorter.
Exactly, and it is that there's a lot of rope back there, 18.25, that's 60 feet, a lot to play with. The 15 off, and so for her to come in shorter, it does make a lot of sense for that. Okay.
So as we were just talking, Shay O'Brien is our next skier. She's going to be coming out at a 14.25 meter line, so 28 off, but also at the 52 kilometer an hour pass. So electing, as we said, to start with that shorter line, that 14.25 meter line, to get into that rhythm, to get into that pendulum effect that comes with that shorter line, but electing to start off with that little bit of a warm-up at the 52K. So you see more and more athletes, especially in these younger divisions, taking advantage of that.
Exactly, and I mean, the reality is this is an extreme sport. This is extremely physical. It's one of the most physically demanding sports in the world. And so for these skiers to come out and try to navigate for their personal best line lengths, they have to warm up. They've got to make sure that they're all good. They've got to make sure they're stretched. Their muscles are warm, and they want to make sure that they have the best pass that they can have. So here she's coming in, 32 miles an hour, 28 off. Shay O'Brien.
Out and around number 3. Nice warm-up pass for her here. She's a little slack around number 4. She's going to have to make a big turn at 5, but again, this is her warm-up pass. She's able to get through it, get those cobwebs out. We're going to speed the boat back up now to 55 kilometers an hour at 14.25 meters. They're not putting the line on.
No, because
There isn't.
can't, yeah. Monarch Carpet and Flooring in Edmonton. Beautiful store. Happily, they're a proud supporter of this event as well. Check out Monarch Carpet and Floor. Go on their website. Google Monarch, M-O-N-A-R-C-H, Monarch Flooring. It's a great little place if you're looking to do any home renovations. Go check these guys out.
Coming into the course, Shay O'Brien, 14.25 meters. Boat speed has increased to 55 kilometers an hour, so she's now up to the maximum speed, already at 14 meters. She's going to need to get through this pass. Our current leader has 3 at the 13 meter. Skiing a little bit down course all the way through, but able to make it through. You can see she was a little late at 6th, a little bit of a hit of slack through the exit gates, but she made it through. She'll get a chance at 13 meters coming back.
She made it through. Did you see her generate that angle off a ball 2? She came in, beautiful ball 1, came up to 2, and I think she realized that there was a bit of a tailwind, and she bared down off a 2 and generated so much leverage and speed. She brought herself back into the course and brought herself down. I think she's really thinking about the headwind for this next pass.
When she set herself up nicely here, running that 14-meter pass in the tailwind, a little bit more difficult, but that sets her up now for the 13-meter headwind. Current leader has 3. We still have 4 skiers left on the dock, so she knows she's going to need, 3 skiers left on the dock, so she knows if she wants one of those top 4 spots, she knows she needs more than 3 here at 13 meters to guarantee herself a spot in tomorrow's final. So great work from her. The wind a little bit up and down right now, a little bit more down. It's hard to tell when you look at the water because it's been glass calm all day. But right now, flags across the lake just starting to drop down as Shea comes into the course here for 13 meters.
13 meters, 32 off. Like Stevie had mentioned, she needs to get at least 3 to seat herself in the top position with the skiers left. Nice ball 1. Slows herself around 2 and just not enough oomph to make it to 3. But, I mean, that shows you the margin for error right there. She came in, nice solid 1, but just not enough aggression around 2 to bring her down course.
Yeah, just getting over the tail of the ski, not being able to generate that angle out of number 2. And it will be 2 buoys for her at 13 meters, which means that Carly Bonham still holds the lead with 3 at 13 meters and unofficially moves Carly Bonham into the finals for tomorrow. Elizabeth Hall, Hannah Stopnicki, and Megan Pelkey all still left on the dock. All going to be eyeing that 3 buoys at 13 meter. And with Shea getting 2, that is the unofficial cut. So they will need to get more than 2 buoys if they want to guarantee themselves a slot in that final round.
Yeah, it's all a numbers game right now. All the 3 girls standing on the dock know what they can do, but the reality is you got to get through those opening passes in order to get deep into the long lengths. I said long lengths, not line lengths. That could be a new term.
They could be long lengths.
It could be a
The
long
early ones.
length, long lengths, long lengths.
So Shea's going to come back down. We're going to get another chance to take a look at that gorgeous ski nautique white on white. So 3 skiers left in this event: Elizabeth Hall, Hannah Stopnicki, and Megan Pelkey. Our next athlete, Elizabeth Hall, she's going to come out with a little bit of extra motivation. Had a devastating first round in the trick event, going down early on both of her first 2 passes. But she's such a positive young lady. She came up here into the announcer's booth earlier to thank us and, told us she was just going to regroup and go out there and kill it in slalom. So she actually told us she was mostly looking forward to the jump event, but right now I'm sure that's far from her mind. She's going to be focused on the slalom, looking for that score of 2 buoys at 13 meters if she wants to make it through to the final. And for a lot of these athletes as well, it's not just about that score for the slalom final. A lot of these athletes are also competing in our overall competition. So they're going to be looking not only to put a big score out there for their overall score, but to make it into finals for a chance to improve that overall score if they need to in that all-important overall battle. So as the weekend progresses, we're going to be taking a look at that overall battle, seeing where everybody shakes out after 2 events, and should be really interesting for the rest of the weekend.
It's going to be interesting, and it's also a points chase, right? Because these guys are all world standings as well. So this is a world-rated tournament, and every single performance that these athletes make is going to allow them to seed themselves in the world standings. So every little bit makes every little difference. And now we've got Elizabeth Hall. So Elizabeth is really originally from Georgia, so one of our U.S. skiers on the water. She now lives in Florida, happily living in Florida. I'm jealous. And she actually skis out of Lakeland, skis with Scott Ellis, tricks with Russell Gay. We saw her trick earlier today. I'm not going to mention anything about the tricking because she's up for slalom right now.
Starting off 55K, 16 meters. Nice aggressive start at number 1. Good, whipping that ski around. Easy work for her first pass. You can see she was skiing probably a little bit too aggressive for that opening pass, but she's not worried about that opening pass. She's getting herself set up for those later passes, that 13-meter pass.
Exactly. This is, if you look at Elizabeth Hall's list of experience, she is a seasoned veteran in tournament skiing. She was actually in the Moomba Masters earlier this year in Australia. Brought herself back to Florida, trained a little more, and now she's back up here at Shalom Park. So she came in, 16-meter line. Help me, I have ADD.
55K, 16 meters this way.
Yeah.
14.25 meters coming back. So she's going to need all 6 at this to challenge our leaders.
Which,
and then it'll be pass number 3.
Which puts her past number 3 with a headwind. And again, that's where the seasoned tournament veteran steps in. Even though she's an under-17 girl, she's very well experienced and knows what she needs to do to get into the top seeds. So she has to make, not this pass, she has to make it deep into the next pass to ensure her top seed. And I think that she's foreseeing herself doing that with a headwind. Strong, solid skiers like the headwind in the slalom course. And this is one that you're going to see right now.
right, so here she comes. She's going to need that good start here. More than capable of running this pass, but as we see, nothing a given in slalom, so it's all about a good start.
That was a nice one.
Little bit of a wheelie around 2. She's going to have to work hard here at 3 and 4, but a big turn at 3 made her early for 4, waiting for 5. That was a great recovery there around number 6.
Beautiful pass for Liz. That's fantastic. I think she's going to be happy with that because that's exactly what we talked about now. Her tactic has worked. She's got to get deep into this next pass, 13-meter line, 32 off, and she's got a headwind to do it. And again, with the headwind, the skiers are going to be, slows them down. I know the speeds are always the same, the boat speed's the same, but on the water, with the headwind, it feels like it slows you down a bit because it's pushing your body. And that allows strong skiers like Liz to be able to simply pull themselves through the course, straight into the buoys, and set themselves up. Oh, there's a mosquito here. Sorry.
And as I look at the scores that she's put up this season, she has 2 scores of 3 at 13 meters and 1 at 3.5 at 13 meters. So she is going to need to be in personal best territory here if she wants to take the lead.
And, you know, based on what we just saw with that 28 off pass, I see it. I foresee it. I mean, we're at Shalom Park. This is a world-class site, world record-capable site. It's a world records are broken here. Personal bests are slaughtered here. People come here and ski a personal best, and they can never beat that personal best until they come back. So here comes Liz Hall, one of our U.S. athletes coming back in.
So 13 meters. Beautiful gate. Little bit of a delay at number 1, but she's okay at number 2. She's a little delayed at 2. Can she get a big turn at 3? This is it. Can she get out to number 4? Yes, she can. Around number 4, but she's not done. Around 5, over to number 6. Our first woman through 13 meters.
That is absolutely a beautiful pass. Considering the margin for error of that pass is -0, which is actually a number, -0. She pulled it out. She did it, and that's where we're telling you the headwind comes into play. Super strong skier that was able to muscle herself through that pass. What a great display for Liz.
And I was impressed with her mental strength there. You could see 1, 2, and 3. She knew that that's what she needed. You could tell she went out there with the goal of turning 3, getting over to number 4, and she pulled a little bit long into number 4, and I thought for a second she might stand up. She knew she was in the final. She knew she was top seed, but she wasn't interested in that. She got refocused. She cranked number 4, finished the pass. She's now going to get a chance at 12 meters. She's pushing her overall score up. She didn't get the trick score she was looking for earlier, but she pushes herself down. And this right now is a little bit in the overall of damage control. She's going to try and push the score of her competitors down by getting a little deeper through 35, and that'll help her and square things up into the jump event.
Exactly, and she is a jumper. She self-admittingly said she's a jumper. She just does the other stuff to get through it. I'm a jumper. That's what she said. So, I mean, she's doing a heck of a job slalom skiing right now.
Yeah, looking like a slalom skier right now.
So Liz Hall coming back in. Then we have Hannah Stopnicki and Megan Pelkey coming back after her. So she has secured herself top seed right now with 2 other skiers to go. Coming back 35 off.
Doing a little bit of slack on her gate here. Can she get out to number 2? We'll wait for the judges on whether she went around number 2. Can't quite hold on to the slack. So it'll be a score between 1 and 1.5 at 12 meters. And you could just see it all started at the gate there. Turned into that little bit of slack. Just got her off rhythm. Still able to impressively get out around number 2.
Yeah, that window of opportunity closes very quickly if you were to bobble at that line length.
Well, there's 2 factors that she had coming in there. One is specific to here at Shalom Park. The west end, the run-in is a little bit shorter, so you're a little bit rushed on your setup, and now we have the tailwind coming out of that end as well, which rushes you even more. And I just think with that combination of kind of late pull-out and that tailwind pushed her a little more than she was anticipating on the gate, got a little bit of slack, but from what I can tell here, that's her highest score of the season, 1.5 at 12 meter.
Yeah, I think she'll be happy with that. Absolutely walked over the previous scores of her other tournaments. Yeah, like you said, she was scoring 2, 3 at 32 off. For her to come out here, run 32 off, and go into 35 with a tailwind, I think she'll be very happy.
Just showcases the conditions out here, and we saw Lucas Panette do the same thing, got through that 13 meter and into the 12, and Elizabeth Hall doing the same. And I'm sure she'll feel a lot better about that than after a trick round, and kind of can regroup. And as she said, she's a jumper, so that's really what she's looking to do. And she's got a good slalom score. The slate's wiped clean, and now she can just get her head figure out
I
what she's going to do for jump.
I think you have to pay her now because you're not allowed to talk about her trick round. She said that, didn't she? That's okay. And it's what happens on site. It's all good.
I forgot my wallet at home.
Hannah Stopnicki from Canada.
We saw Hannah put down the highest run of the day in the U17 women. 2 stand-up hand passes falling on her last hand trick. Right now she is on the slalom ski. Hannah's a 2-event competitor. So she came out 55K, 16 meters, so opting to a similar strategy that we saw some of the athletes earlier with that shorter line, but lower boat speed. And all 6 there, so the boat will speed up 55K, and she'll come back on pass number 2. 55K, 16 meters.
Looks like Hannah's last tournament was the Masters in Georgia. So she literally was in Georgia, came back here, and now she's here.
The first pass was 55K, 16 meters, so she'll be coming 55K, 14.25 meters coming back.
All right, 34 miles an hour, 28 off. She's looking for that headwind 30 as well, 32 off. That's what she's looking for.
Yeah, it came out at the same starting speed, actually, as Elizabeth Hall, so she's going to have the same wind setup and same conditions in order to push that score down.
And again, the lake is calm. It's glassy calm, but there is a bit of a wind in the air. We can see the flags flying across the lake. We can kind of gauge by the windsock that they have. So there is still wind pushing the skier's body enough for them to make a difference to elect different line lengths, different speeds in order to set themselves up for their deeper passes.
But right now, 14.25 meters, Hannah Stopnicki. Now, as I look at her season so far this year, she did run a score of 2 buoys at the 12-meter line length this year at the MC Skis Open. So more than capable of running that 13-meter and challenging Elizabeth Hall, but right now she needs to get through 14 meters, which she does. She'll be coming back at 13.
She made that look easy. What a beautiful pass. Of course, this event made possible through the efforts and collaboration of Waterski Canada and Waterski Alberta. If anybody has a chance to look up Waterski Canada, go on their websites, Waterski Alberta, the federal and provincial aspects of the sport of water skiing that support us skiers. It's always nice to have their support, the legitimacy of it, the insurance, the liabilities, the travel that they have backing for any of the athletes that go through and travel around the world. The backing of such a great organization as Waterski Canada and, of course, Waterski Alberta, it's always nice to have that.
Absolutely, and year after year, Waterski Canada just continues to have a program that's just envied by the rest of the world. Truly, truly, Waterski Canada, one of the premier associations in all of water skiing, and they brought us talents like the likes of Hannah Stopnicki, who we have on the water right now at 13 meter. Nice, easy number 1. She's a little delayed at 2. She's going to have to make up some time here at number 3. Gets a little too deep at number 3 and not able to get into number 4. And you could see from here, Tony, she got into that trouble at number 2. Just didn't quite get the ski around. Didn't have all that much angle going over to number 3.
Yeah, that's right. She came in, pulled the handle up a little bit, and unfortunately just not enough to get her through that pass. But, you know, we'd have to look at the scores. Megan's up next. Megan Pelkey will ski deep. She'll ski into 35. We know that. We'll see what she can do. But Hannah may still be able to have an opportunity to be into the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm thinking with that score of 3, that puts her in the tie with Carly Bonneman. Both with 3. Which then, if we look with Elizabeth Hall at 1 at 12, if Megan Pelkey exceeds that score of 3, then Carly and Hannah will both be in the final.
That would be nice. I'd like
So
to
she
see-
did do enough there. She got a little bit of bobble at 2. I'm not sure if she knew going into that or not, that 3 was the score that was going to get her into the finals or not, but she got what she needed. And unofficially, she will have another chance to improve that score in our final round tomorrow.
Unofficially, of course. They told me not to believe anything you say.
That's great advice in life.
Which, I mean, I don't even want to know what they told you about me, but that's all good. It's okay. And she waves to the
Giving a
crowd.
little wave to the crowd. And a great
Noted.
score from her.
Notice a lot of the skiers are using toe plates these days.
It seems to move back that way. Back when I was skiing, everyone was skiing on a double boot, and now the younger generations and that all seem to be rocking that kicker.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny. You know, I've skied both. My preference right now is double boot, but I was kind of thinking about going back to toe plate, you know? Anything for a change sometimes, just to have some fun.
Yeah, that kicker really showcases some flaws in my technique. I need that. I need that back boot on there.
It's just about having that ski strapped to you, right? It's 6 of one, half does the other. Because if you have a double boot, now they used to call that the suicide boot, but you have a double boot, you are legitimately stuck to that ski, and you're not coming out. Yet if you have a toe plate, you have a foot, and we saw that actually earlier with one of the skiers. Her back foot came out, and there was a bobble, and that did not play well for that because, again, your foot is not secure in the back of the ski. It's one more thing to think about is keeping that back foot in place.
And I think what happened was that secure for a little while, that secure back foot, people felt like they had a little bit more control. But upon doing some research, at least in the open men division, I believe there's only one person to have ever run 41 off in a double boot.
Wow.
So when you look at the skiers who consistently ran 41, the Andy Mapples, the Nate Smiths of the world, they're all skiing on a kicker. So I think people kind of had to look at that and said, hey, I think I want some of that.
I think these guys know something. Maybe they know something. So we've got the last seed up. Top seed, 6th skier on the water for the under 17 girls slalom. Megan Pelkey.
And these two athletes flipped around earlier. Hannah was the top seed in trick. Megan was the one coming out before. And in slalom, Megan is the top seed. So Megan Pelkey on the water for slalom.
55 kilometers an hour, 16-meter line length. That's 22 off. A little, you know, her entrance gates. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm glad I'm not judging today. I'll leave it at that. We're going to let her open this pass up. She's making easy work of a 22 off. The 22 off pass is a beautiful pass to ski. It's very nice, and what a fantastic choice for her opener. Well, they scored that. We're waiting for the judge's approval. Again, we don't want to leave any margin for error when they're skiing, and these skiers are out on the water. She was very, very iffy with her entrance gates. You want to show the entrance gates when you're going through as prominent and as easy possible so that there's zero question from the judges about you going through those entrance gates. I mean, it's 2.1 meters wide. The boat goes through it. The skier goes through it. But you could see that she was very close on those entrance gates to the point where she almost looked like she jumped over the top of those, and that's something she's definitely going to have to clean up on her following passes.
Unfortunately for our judges, they do have cameras that are across the lake that are optimally positioned at the perfect angle to actually see those skiers go through the gate. Because, as you said, from our vantage point here, it looked like she went right over the top of that right-hand gate ball. Too close for us to call, but that's why the officials have the angles that they do. They took a look at it. They said it was good. Ropes shortened 14 meters.
Well,
Megan
and really, we can't call it. We're not official.
We're officially unofficial.
We are officially unofficial. Exactly. All right, coming back, 14.25. That's 28 off. She needs this and deep into the next one. Let's see what she can do. She's more than capable of it.
You can see they're drifting back a little bit on her gate, pulling out a little bit early, running out of speed, and you can see now she's a little bit behind the boat. When you have that narrow gate, you now have to work all that speed to then get up on the boat and around those buoys. If you think of a nice wide gate on the swing set, it's like getting an underdoggy from a friend. It just helps you get up on the boat, helps the whole rest of the pass a little bit easier. So she had to work her way to get that speed with that narrow gate, but no problems at all.
When's the last time you got an underdoggy from a friend?
Probably sooner than I'd rather admit.
I don't want to know, but I kind of do want to know. I'm intrigued because, you know, I have that imagery in my head now of you guys at a playground swinging around and Stevie asking for an underdoggy.
I like to swing.
Yeah, baby. Well, that was a nice pass. You know what? Regardless of the underdoggy comments, which I'm still somewhat not concerned about, but it's cool. It's good. She pulled that out. That was a beautiful pass. Like, absolutely fantastic. Considering the prominent tailwind and her successfully getting later and later down course, the leverage that she gained coming off the buoys, the speed behind the boat, pulled her through to successfully navigate the 6 buoys, and now she'll be coming back 32 off.
So she will need a better start here at 13 meters. Each time the line gets shorter, that margin of error just gets that little bit smaller. So let's keep an eye on that gate here. Into number 1, she needs at least 3. She wants to ski tomorrow, but she's going to be looking to take that top seated position, and that means she needs all 6. So much better speed on her gate here. A little bit on the tail at number 1. She's got some work to do. Good. In time on 3. She's slightly down course at 4 with a little bit of a slack. She needs a big turn at 5, and she gets it. Out to 6.
What a beautiful display. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, she had that better gate. She had the speed, but you could see right from the start she got that little bit of delay out of number 1 that pushed her down course out of number 2, and she was just chasing from there.
And 100%, you called it. You saw her come through. Great gate. She came into 1 very fast. She rode up on her tail, a bit of a bobble, pulled the rope in, bent the elbows, and that slowed her down and pushed her for the rest of the course. Later, but man, she pulled that off. What a beautiful pass.
Well, it's one of the hardest things in slalom to do when you get behind like that and you want to catch up. You want to come into the buoy and make a hard turn to make everything up. And most of the time when you do that, you end up in the drink and your set is over. And she just stayed calm. She allowed her ski to keep coming around down the course. She didn't panic, and she got around all 6, which is really all that matters in the name of slalom skiing. And she's now got a chance to challenge our leader here at 12 meters. Elizabeth Hall got a full 1 buoy, so she's going to need to turn 1 and get a piece of 2 if she wants that top seeded spot going into tomorrow's finals. So they're just pulling in that rope. Here comes the boat around the island, 12 meters. Megan Pelkey.
Look at how beautiful that ski nautique looks pulling that skier.
She's a little narrow at 1, but what a turn at 1. Perfect tight line and just over pulls into 2, a full 2. But with a 1 like that, this young lady's looking to run this pass.
Oh, definitely. I think if the tailwind wasn't a factor, she easily could have run that pass. But she got back to 2. She got it, and that's enough to put her in top seed.
That's all she needed. And I love that aggressive start there. She wasn't messing around at number 1, turned right on the backside of it, and was right in there at number 2. Like you said, the tailwind got her a little bit. 2 full buoys, but top seed.
Top seed, and it is aggression. It's 100% aggression. It's controlled aggression with this sport. It's controlled stamina. It's controlled performance and technique to do that. And it's not a sport that you kind of dilly-dally around. It's aggression when you need it, but it's also finesse when you have to do it.
An analogy I always enjoyed was a slalom skier by the name of Jamie Bouchane, and he was kind of talking about how he used to navigate the slalom course. And, you know, passes like 38 off, and now, mind you, him referring to these as this is a very elite slalom skier, but he said sort of felt like he was walking down the sidewalk. And then as he got to 41 off, it became a tightrope, and 43 off became a string from a fishing line. And that's how much room for error there was. So every pass in slalom, that margin of error just gets smaller and smaller.
Smaller and smaller. Jamie Bouchane. They used to call him the water boy.
We miss Jamie on.
All right. So now that seems to wrap up our girls under 17 slalom. So we're going to be heading in to we're looking at the order of events as we go. Under 21 boys, and this is the big dogs. These are the big seeded ones. This is where we're going to see some serious short line aspects of skiing.
Yeah, top seed Sean Kraus in this event comes in with a score of 5 buoys at 11.25 that he achieved at Sunset Lake. So almost getting all the way through that 11.25 meter line. And significance of that line, as Tony had said earlier, from the center of the course, so from where the pylon is on the boat, out to the buoy, 11.5 meters. So Sean getting 5.5 at 11.25 meters, obviously a quarter of a meter shy of that buoy. Sean almost able to get around all 6, so we'll be looking forward to seeing some really short line skiing here in just a little bit.
And the nice thing too, Sean, this is his home lake. I mean, he skied it at Sunset Lakes, beautiful lake, world-class site. Again, now he's back at Shalom Park. Grew up here, grew up skiing on these waters. We're going to see what he can do with this. His brother Evan hot on his heels as well.
And we saw them just 100 points different in the trick event, so the brotherly rival is strong.
It's a good rivalry to have, I think. It's very positive to see those guys sitting around the dinner table talking about that kind of stuff. And look at this. It is glass calm. The water has calmed down. The wind is dying down for the under 21 boys. Reminder, you guys, if you're watching this at home, check out a website called shoeshwapskiandboard.com. Google Shoeshwap Ski and Board. Absolutely fantastic. Really good water sports store and one of our proud sponsors.
So that Nautique towboat just finishing up its phantom pass here, making sure the conditions are equal for all of our athletes prior to the under 21 men's slalom competition. 8 skiers in this division. First off the dock will be Jonathan Horwood. After him will be Mickey Geller, Carter Lucas, Christopher Horwood, Paul Corey, Bradley Gibbons, Evan Kraus, and our top seed, Sean Kraus. Chuck, you can compete too if you want. Chuck running around somewhere. But our top seed, Sean Kraus. So 8 competitors, top 4 make it to the finals. All right, we are underway here in the U21 men's slalom. First skier on the water, Jonathan Horwood. The first Horwood of the Horwood twins to be competing in this event. 55K, 18.25 meters. Makes his way easily out around 6 and out through the exit gates. Remember, each skier does need to go around all 6 buoys, in through the entrance gates, out through the exit gates, if they are to receive all 6 and get a chance at the next line length. Jonathan having no trouble there at 18.25 meters, 55K, so boat speed will speed up because we are now in U21 men, maximum boat speed 58K. So Jonathan Horwood coming back, 58K, 18.25 meters.
.24 degrees right now. Beautiful sun in the sky. Blue sky. Winds coming from the west, 8 kilometers an hour. Basically minimum play for right now for these guys.
Gonna have to ask Ken Nelson if he pays extra for this weather. So small correction, I apologize. His first pass was 55K, 14.25 meters, not 18.25 meters. So we're up at 58K, 14.25 meters. A little late around number 5, barely getting around number 6. You can see him tilt his head there as he went through the exit gates, but he got it done.
Oh, he got it done indeed. That was absolutely a good pass. I mean, good for him. That was a tight one. He gets around 6 very late, but he made it back to the exit gate. So good on him.
So that was 14.25 meters, 58K, so he will be coming back 13 meters, 58K, or 32 off, for those of you who need the non-metric.
Metric, non-metric. It's kind of like sometimes we're beaters, sometimes we're off, but you can see the absolute width that he's generating with the pull behind the boat, with the replays that we're seeing. And that's exactly what these skiers need. They need the majority of work for the slalom happens behind the boat. That's the pull zone. That's where you generate the leverage to generate enough speed to get yourself out, to generate your turn around those buoys.
So earlier we saw our U17 and U21 women shortening at 55K. Boat speed has jacked up from 55 to 58K. Jonathan Horwood just made it through 14.25 meters, so 13 meters coming back. Bit of an exciting 14 meter. The round number 3. He's a little bit narrow and down course at 4, but in better shape than he was at 14 meter. Easy work, 5 and 6.
Yeah, that was a good pass. You saw him kind of bobble even around 1. He edged around, rushed his turn, pulled his elbows in, bent them at the waist a bit, but he was able to generate some speed and come back through the course. So he made slight work of the 32 off pass.
When both the brothers, both Jonathan and Christopher, just very, very athletic. Both of them were very high-level competitive figure skaters, and you can see that agility and balance when they're on their ski. Sometimes, they might tip over, they might bobble a little bit, but they get their feet back underneath them, and they have the reflexes like cats. They just kind of quickly react and get it done, and so far on those 2 passes, we've kind of seen that from Jonathan. He's already made it through 13 meters, 12 meters coming back. Little bit of a tailwind coming out of that west end, but really right now, no real wind to speak of. So it looks like in the 2020 World Under-17 World Championships that happened down at Corey Pico's place in Santa Rosa Beach, he did score 2 buoys at the 12-meter pass. which when I look back to his last year here, appears like that is his highest score from the last 2 years. So already in personal best territory here.
I definitely think so. The way he's been skiing, he's been putting on a great display. So let's see him coming in. Strong, aggressive entrance through the gates. Nice ball one. Leveraging it around, coming to 2. Is he going to have enough to get to 3? Easing it out, not quite. Hits the water, not too happy, but hey.
Looks to me like that ties the best score of his season, and you could see that little bit of frustration as he went inside 3, and I think it's because he knew he had a better start than that. He came around 1 in pretty good position, pulled a little bit long into 2, and we saw as he came around that dreaded slack we've been talking about all day long, just broke that body position. He lost his angle, wasn't able to get around number 3, but still a very solid score for him. 2 buoys, 12 meter.
You know, and he's the first skier off the dock. Not only is he the first skier, that puts a lot of pressure on you. You know, the first guy on the dock, you're the first of the seed, first one up. He did a heck of a job, and you got to give him credit for that. Next skier up on the water, we're going to have Mickey Geller. So it looks like Mickey is one of the other Canadian skiers that was representing Canada at the U.S. Masters, the 62nd Masters in Georgia, a month and a half ago, I think it was?
Yeah, Mickey was competing there in the jump event, his first Masters. Unique thing with Mickey is he got into the competitive scene a little bit later than some of the other athletes. You see some of these kids have been out competing since they were 9, 10. Mickey started, a little more about 14 years old out at McClintock's, and he's just made incredible improvements, just generally a very strong athlete, very strong young man, and you're about to see that on the slalom ski here. He doesn't hold back.
Coming in 16-meter line as they elected his entrance pass to be. Strong skier indeed. Look at the leverage he generated. It's right off ball 1. It looked fantastic to come out. Making easy work of his opening pass at 22 off, that 16-meter line. As they head down to the west end of the lake. Pulls out to shorten the line, coming back 14.25, 28 off. Just a reminder, if you guys are at home, to take a look at the city of Leduc. This is where Shalom Park is located, is in the city of Leduc. It's just a nice little place located just south of Edmonton, the YEG, Edmonton International Airport. Beautiful little town that hosts Shalom Park, along with a lot of other beautiful areas. Of course, Shalom Park, a world-renowned water ski site that we are so fortunate to be here right now. And check it out. There's our helicopter. It's coming in right now. Whoa.
Mickey Geller back in the course here at 14.25 meters.
Oh, a bit of a bobble around 3. The Finn jumped out of the water, and that ends his day early. Oh, that's discouraging for him.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate fall. You could hear as he went into the water there, a little bit of grunt of frustration. And just overturning the ski, you could see that pressure he put on it. He got a little bit of chatter prior to going down, and unfortunately, that's one of the thing that Mickey struggles with, being as strong as he is fighting that urge to overpower the ski, and that's kind of what happened there. He came into ball 3 with a little bit too much speed, just got on the power a little bit too much and just popped the fin out, and that'll end his run a little earlier than he was looking for. But he's still got one more event left. He's one of our 3 event skiers.
That's right, and channeled aggression. Channeled aggression is what we talked about, and as strong skiers it is, it's no different than hitting a golf ball. You can get the biggest guy sitting down on the golf tee, but he's not going to crank that ball very far. It's got to be finesse, and it's got to be channeled to make sure that you can get through it. So he came through. He was feeling very strong, very confident on the 28 off pass. Came around ball 3 and just hunkered down a little too much. And it doesn't matter how strong you are. You're not going to win against a 450 horsepower boat.
So next up should be Carter Lucas, 14.25 meters, 58K. Out around 5, over to number 6. No trouble at all here for Carter on that first pass.
You know, I'm going to give Carter extra points for his outfit. He looks good on the water.
He's got style.
Like, he's matching. I don't know if his ski, I couldn't see his ski, but he's matching. Like, he's got, like, the white top and then the white shorts. And it's kind of with his hair, the way that it's blonde. Like, it just, I like it. He's working it. It's good.
Look good, feel good, ski good.
Yeah, baby. That's how we roll. D3 skis are a sponsor of this event. They are the world's best water skis simply because of the fact that they hold the world records in all discipline, slalom, trick, and jump. And it's hard for us up here. I don't get to, the athletes didn't really fill out their bios very well. I don't get to see who's sponsored, who's not, what ski they're skiing on, what's going on with that. I'm going to guess that the top seeds are on D3s.
I think that's a pretty safe guess.
And did you know, I think you could go to Shoe Swap Ski and Board and order one online. Have it delivered to your door. Or Matrix Marine. Matrix Marine is a sponsor of my water ski club because I order a lot of parts from Matrix Marine. Not this year, thankfully. Okay.
Carter Lucas coming back past number 2. Should be 13 meters here at 58K. Getting right into it here. Nice and tight line. Super aggressive turnaround, number 1. You can just see he's running a bit of a straight line on that 135 side. And you can see there getting a little bit caught up at 5. So coming off the handle a little bit quick, running a little too straight down the course, having to hook his turn at the finish and almost cost him there, but
almost. It was tight. I mean, you saw him come around and generate that speed over 2, and that's what kind of pushed him back for the rest of the course. So the reality is and then he made his way up, made it come back, and then all of a sudden around 6, it's like he was excited, and then suddenly, boom, there he goes. 6 and 6, out the gates. That's all that matters now is the next pass.
that's it. After a pass like that, it's just about sitting in the water, calming your heart rate down, and kind of regrouping for the next task at hand, which for Carter is going to be 12 meters. And we know that both Evan and Sean and Bradley Gibbons all capable of running through this 12-meter pass, and even mostly through the next one. So Carter, if he was wanting to put pressure on them, going to need a good start here to get deep down the 12-meter pass, if not all the way through.
Yeah, you've definitely got some hungry dogs sitting on the dock right now, just watching to see what he's going to do.
And from the under-21 World Championships that was just last year, 4 buoys at 12 meter is what Carter was able to get. So more than capable of pushing the score down the course, but conditions perfect here. I think Carter's going to be looking to run this pass.
Yeah, definitely. 32 with the headwind. This is his dream pass right now, and he's going to get through it.
Big turn at number 1. He's going to have to settle here at 2. He's a little late at number 3 and on the tail, and just losing the handle, skidding out.
Again, Stevie, you called it. He had a big turn at 1, came around to 2, came into 3, and the reality is there's just not an option to hold it.
And for those of you watching at home, Carter taking a skid right into one of our cameras there. Quite the angle of that crash. And you can see there he's just asking, did I get 4? It's all about where he let go of the rope. So if he was in skiing position as he crossed through that first wake, it's going to be a full 4. If he lost the handle a little bit before, it'll only be 3.5. So let's watch the replay here. Super deep. So he had a good turn here at 3. Got a little bit tipped in, you can see. Forced him to pull a little bit long into 4. Gets over the tail, that elbows come up.
No, that's going to be a tough one.
Very close. I'm glad I'm not one of the judges, and then a little bit of a body slide here for style points at the end. So it'll be somewhere between 3.5 and 4 buoys for Carter Lucas. If it's 4, that would be equaling what looks to be his best score of the year so far.
He's just kind of hanging out in the water. I think he's waiting for a rerun or something, but I don't think they're going to give it to him, my friend. And next up is one of two sets of brothers in this seed. We, of course, saw Jonathan Horwood come out and open the division, and now we're going to see Christopher Horwood come up after that. And, of course, the other 2 sets of brothers is Evan and Sean Krause, following the top seeds of this division. So we've got 5 more skiers in the under 21 boys event. We've got Christopher Horwood from BC, then one of our U.S. skiers coming up after him, Paul Wesley Corey, then Bradley Gibbons from BC, and then followed up top seeds in this event, Evan Krause, followed by Sean Krause. So I was talking about earlier, but I saw the Horwood boys' dad, Dick, and he pulled out his phone, and I thought he was going to show me pictures of his kids and their skiing, but he showed me pictures of their new lake. I think it's this lake on Vancouver Island that they've made, and it absolutely looks like a really nice place to be. Private water ski lake. They've been skiing on Shawnigan, which is, of course, a public lake, for years and years and years, and so finally, somehow, some way, they found themselves on another lake. So you'll see the talents of these boys accelerate extremely more so now that they're going to be training off of private lake all summer.
That sounds like every skier's dream, to find that private lake close to home. But Christopher Horwood on the water. We'll get to you what pass number 1 was. It was just a second. Nice, easy warm-up pass. Appears to be 55 kilometers an hour, 34 miles an hour. Coming back in at 58K, so I believe that was 14.25 meters. So we did start at 55K, 14.25 meters, which means the boat speed will increase from 55 to 58K. Rope will stay at 14.25 meters. So it is a relatively new rule where skiers are allowed to elect that slower boat speed with the shorter line length, and more skiers seeming to take advantage of that rule, just seeming like it gets them into a bit of a better rhythm.
And again, it makes sense. With the extremities of this sport, the physical demand on your body, you got to go out and just warm yourself up. You know, you're skiing for your 3rd and 4th passes. You're not skiing for your first pass. The first pass is one that you want to come out and do with your eyes closed, legitimately with your eyes closed. All right?
So 14.25 meters, 58K for Christopher Horwood. So we're now at maximum speed, so if he runs this, the line will get shorter to 13 meters, and he's making easy work of it now, just waiting for number 4 and 5. It was one of the better passes we've seen run today. No troubles at all.
You know, he did a good job. He hit the wake a little bit flat coming from 1 to 2. You could see him jump legit. Like, he looked like almost like he was wakeboarding and getting some air with that ski, but he bared himself back down and kind of brought his energy back down, focused on the rest of the pass, and really made a great success of that. Came around ball 1 on the tail of a ski. Hit it flat. Ken Nelson's up here with us, and that's what he's telling me happened. All right, Christopher Horwood's coming back. We saw him make nice work of that 28 off pass. Coming in at 32. That's 32 off, 13-meter line, 58K.
See, getting that ski turn nice and quick, getting his body back in line to wait for that acceleration from the towboat. So far, so good. Waiting at 4. Easy to 5. You can see there was a little bit of a bobble there as he went into number 4, but no real problems. 6 buoys, 13 meters, Christopher Horwood. So he'll rest down at the west end of the lake, catch his breath. The boat crew will shorten the rope. While we wait, let's just have a quick look at the replay here. So you can see how quick he gets that ski around on the replay. Gets that body position nice and stacked, waiting for the acceleration early throughout the course. This was really his only bobble there, was out of that number 3. Tight line for 5 and 6. So he seems to be in a nice rhythm here, and he's going to need to be if he wants to push that score down the 12-meter line.
Yeah, we want to see what he's going to do here. Like, he's a 35 pass is a good pass for him on a good day. Is he going to ski that? He's right now looking at coming back with that 12-meter pass, so we're going to see what he can do.
Best score of last season appears to be 4 at 12 meters, which he's going to need all of to take the lead from Carter Lucas, who did achieve a score of 3 buoys at 12 meters. So judges determining he was hanging on by the time of the wake, so he did receive the full 3. Christopher Horwood going to need a good one if he's going to get all the way to 3, and he gets it. Oh, and just biting off too much over the front of the ski there into a front flip. 1.5 buoys, 12 meter.
You know, he was set up. He looked good. He came in with really nice gait. He was calm. He was relaxed. And I think that the reality was he got such a good one. He got overexcited, overturned 2, and there's no way you're going to be able to hold on and fight against that 450 horsepower boat.
Crowd's giving him a 10-point dismount here as we watch the replay. So definitely that fall definitely didn't come from him playing it easy. You can see him just getting over the tip here, launching right into a front flip. Feet come right over the head. He's all right, though. Just a little bit frustrated, hands on the head.
The question I had was he going to walk back on the far side of the lake or the close side of the lake? A wipeout like that, sometimes it's easier just to hang your head and walk back on the other side where there's no crowds, nobody talking to you. You can just simply kind of walk and be at one with yourself. The walk of shame, indeed. Paul Corey. With the line of events, Paul Corey, followed by Bradley Gibbons, Evan Krause, Sean Krause. So we've got some big dog top seeds.
So in top 4 skiers make the finals. We have 4 skiers left right now. Top score is that 3 buoys, 12 meters by Carter Lucas. Jonathan Horwood with 2 at 12 meters. And then Christopher Horwood with 1.5 at 12 meters. So these next 4 skiers all needing to achieve more than 3 at 12 meters if they want to bump Carter Lucas out of his spot in the final.
Paul Wesley Corey, U.S. skier. He's coming straight off of, it looks like he was skiing in the Junior U.S. Open Waterski Championships in California earlier in the year. He's elected to do a warm-up pass. Well, look at this. Paul's one of the few athletes that actually filled out their biography. Coached by Terry Winter, Ryan Nason, and his father, James Falso. Or father and Jamie. I can't read. I can't read that without my glasses.
Janie Falso.
Yes, thank you. Also, avid track and field athlete, tennis, loves to go fishing and hunting. Which, oddly enough, on my way here today, I almost hit a deer. It was like close. Yeah.
You made it though?
Oh no, I'm good. It's all
Baby's
good.
good?
I would have actually liked to have a deer. They're
Had some venison for
very,
dinner?
very tasty. Yes, and that's the beauty of Shalom Park. Is like we are minutes from a major metropolis city, Edmonton and Leduc. Yet we're out in the most beautiful nature. It's just gorgeous. You don't even realize where we are.
Yeah, the view that me and Tony are looking at, just an absolute picturesque scene, just beautiful green trees, and like you said, we're just a few minutes outside of a major metropolitan. Oh, 15 minutes from the Edmonton airport.
All right, Paul Wesley, Corey coming back in. We're just waiting for the judges to give us exactly what he's coming in at, what line length. As soon as we know, you know.
His starting speed was 58K 16 meters, so this is 58K 14.25 meters, or 28 off.
And look at that. We talk about this. We talk about passes with your eyes closed. That was one of them. And it looks like his tactic and his strategy to come in starting with a different speed, he did a good job. Like, that was a beautiful pass. That's the ones that we say, right click, save as. That's your textbook pass right there.
When I like Paul's style, he lists here on his bio that one of his coaches is Terry Winter, who is always one of my all-time favorite slalom skiers to watch. Not the most vertically gifted guy out on the tour, but really relied on his technique, was just such an unbelievable slalom skier to watch, still is an unbelievable slalom skier to watch, and you can see that little bit of his style here, a little bit of the Terry Winter style out on the water for Paul Corey. So they'll shorten that rope up again, 13 meters. Pass he should have no troubles with, and needs all of if he wants to challenge our current leader and achieve himself a spot in the final. So similar to our other skiers here, it seems like his top score right now is 4 buoys at 12 meters. Seems like he achieved that 2 times during last season. Hasn't quite been able to equal that score this year. Highest score this year, 2.5 at the 12-meter pass. So he's going to need a season PB and to be right tapping on the door of a new personal best here if he wants to bump Carter out, because he needs to get a round 3 over to number 4 and get a piece of number 4 to secure himself a spot.
If there's any place that he can do that, anywhere in the world, it's going to be here. Shalom Park, as we noted, is the PB champion king aspect world renowned location to allow all the athletes to get their PBs. I mean, he's behind a brand new ski nautique, the best towboat in the world. He's at the world class, one of the best water ski sites in the world, if not the best water ski site in the world. And now he's just waiting. We're just had a bit of a lag with the towboat. Now they're just lining him up, tightening that line, and bringing him back into the course.
So that wind has died down to almost nothing. We've been talking about that little bit of a breeze coming out to the west as we look at those flags just dropping. Not a breath of wind on the water here for his 12-meter pass. Everything is set up here for him. Let's see what he can do. Gonna need a good start. And just nice and calm here for 12 meters. Doesn't look panicked. Nice, smooth turn, getting pulled up a little bit into ball 5, but wow. Easy peasy. Well, I got ahead of myself, as I sometimes occasionally do, and that's why everything I say is unofficially unofficial. So if you were at home and you were believing what I said,
I was just thinking, man, that looks like a really nice 35 pass.
I was thinking if that was his first time through 35 as well, we could be seeing a 38. So that was, in fact, 13 meters, as it does follow 14.25 meters.
Yes, it does. But, we stood here and actually legitimately let you speak about it instead of cutting off. That's
Just to everyone at home, no one up here stopped me. They let
No.
me continue on, getting excited.
It was kind of fun just to kind of watch. And, I say that you yell at me and smack me, but, I don't do that to you. So we're good. Joke.
Well, I appreciate it, and we now know that was 13 meters. He ran it spectacularly easily.
It was a beautiful 13-meter. Like this again, you noted Terry Winter, and you can look at his skiing style, and it's definitely showing this coaching aspect is paying off from that. The Terry Winter style, the finesse, the form, and relying on that true form to get through the course is very relevant in this skier's abilities.
All right, so he's now set himself up here at 12 meters. Wind is still almost nothing coming out of that west end. We talked about that tight setup. He's going to need a good start here. Little pulled up at 1, but good turn at 2. He's in good shape to number 3, and just getting a little too much out of number 3, losing the handle. Looks like it'll be 2.5.
2.5 at 35. You know, he had it. It was a beautiful one. He came around to 2, and he bobbled it 2. Very, very strong skier. A lot of power there, but he just couldn't hold on to it coming out of 3. He just lost the handle. You know, he could have made this pass. It was a perfect pass if he held on to that handle. He was thinking about his 38 pass. He wasn't even thinking about that pass. He was thinking about when he needed to do the next pass up, and that's one of the things we've noted time and time again. You got to ski like you ski buoy to buoy. Don't think about the next pass. Think about your strategy, but focus on the task at hand, and that's buoy to buoy.
Yeah, you could see as he went down there, just that little bit frustrated. It was a small bobble at 2, but that's how quickly things can change in slalom, and just push him down course. He felt a little rushed at number 3, felt I need to have a big turn here to make it up into number 4, and just bit off a little bit more than you could chew and pop the handle. And unofficially, that will mean our first slot into the finals will be Carter Lucas with that score of 3 buoys. So that important score of that 3 full buoys, Carter was able to achieve, pushes him in through the finals, and now Paul's going to sit on the bubble waiting to see what the next few skiers can achieve.
And the next 3 skiers indeed. Let's look at the names on the list. We've got Bradley Gibbons, Evan Kraus, and Sean Kraus. These are the big dogs in the under 21 men slalom world right now. All right.
So Bradley Gibbons, 58K, 14.25 meter opening pass. So electing to get after it a little bit sooner. So he's going to be 14, 13, then 12. So third pass in is the one that we're going to be watching. But he needs to make through these first 2 first. 14 meters, easy work. Bradley Gibbons.
Easy work, clockwork. Do you want to know what I do for fun sometimes?
Of course.
I will go on the Wizard Lake Marine website and just look at used boats. Like just they have actually their website is always updated. They sell a ton of cool stuff, but you should see the amount of inventory of boats that they have. It is absolutely fantastic. And Wizard Lake Marine, again, one of our sponsors, one of the biggest nautique dealers in the world, right here, like 15 minutes from where we're sitting right now. But that doesn't mean you don't have to go there. I mean, there's one in Edmonton, there's one in Kelowna, but you can go on their website and check out the inventory of used boats, and if you like one, they'll ship it to you.
I'll have to check that out this afternoon.
I'm
in a market for a boat myself.
I was just telling Ken Nelson, this boat has my name on it. I need a tandem axle trailer, though, because I prefer tandem. Oh, it's got a tandem. There we go. All right. So
it's already made for you.
Deals are being done here. I like this.
I know we're so fortunate to have these beautiful ski nautique towboats, just world-class technology in these boats, and Nautique just tirelessly giving back to the sport and developing this boat, you know, trying to push the sport further and trying to get those world records a little bit shorter down the line, a little bit further down the lake and jump, and Nautique's really one of the leaders in that. But right now, here it is. Bradley Gibbons, 13 meters past number 2. Really love the position he gets into behind the boat. Turns that ski, gets that position perfectly stacked up and down, no break at all. And I mean, that's how you make 13 meters look easy.
That is how you make 13 meters look easy. That is exactly it. I mean, you look at him coming across, he's coming into those buoys early. He's full extension. It's almost like when they talk to you about having a bow and arrow. The handle is the bow, and you're pulling the arrow back to get around the buoys, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's so early that this is definitely a short line skier that is just at the beginning of his short line career, because that skiing was beautiful.
And it's going to be that position that's the important thing here at the 12-meter pass. So every time the line gets shorter, those forces on the skier's body increase. And the importance of having that solid body position also increases. So very easy 13 meters there. Has set himself up nicely here for 12 meters. Wind non-existent here. It'll be our first skier taking this pass from the east. It'll be curious to see what Evan and Sean do from their strategy and starting speed based on what Bradley does here.
And, you know, I think Evan and Sean are sitting on the dock exactly like you say. They're looking at them. They're seeing what they can do. I mean, I'm looking at the 12-meter pass. Lucas Carter's got 3. Christopher Horde's 1.5. Paul Wesley Corey's got 2.5. So here we go. Coming back in, 12 meters.
So number 3 is the ball we're looking at. In through the gates. Tight line on 1. He's in good shape into 2. He needs a good turn at 2 for a tight line to 3. He's got it. An easy piece of 4 here, but he's not done. He's going to run this to put pressure on our top seeds early.
Oh.
And that's how quick it could be over. I was about to say he was early and waiting for number 5, and he was, and just turned in a little hard going out over the front. Got a little excited a little bit early, and that's how quick things are over in the game in slalom.
Exactly. That's how quick they are, and that's how you have to keep your mind in the game. You keep your eye on the ball, and these guys are under 21. I mean, they still have a ton of experience to gain while skiing in there, and you can see he got excited. He was skiing ball 4. He was already thinking about the next pass, and he just bobbled, and that's all it is.
That right there, that's when you get ahead of yourself. He went around number 4. He was out around 5. He said the job is done, started thinking of 38. The next thing you know, you're swimming in.
He's coming to this side too. I was thinking he might go to the far side and be a little bit of a hermit, but no, he's coming around. All right.
So we are down to our final 2 skiers. When with that early fall, so that does make, Bradley will be through. So we have Bradley and Carter through to the finals officially with 2 skiers left on the dock. Right now sitting on the bubble will be Jonathan Horwood with 2 buoys at 12 meters and Paul Corey with 2.5 buoys at 12 meters. So in order for Sean and Evan Kraus to earn a spot in the finals, both will need a score over 2.5 at 12 meter. But I don't think either of these boys are looking at the 12 meter pass.
Well, no, they're looking far beyond that. I mean, these 2 seasoned slalom skiers come from a long line of extremely talented slalom skiers, a family of slalom skiers that go deep into shoreline. And the reality is that they're starting. Rumor has it they'll be starting at 13 meters, which is what half of these guys have been skiing into.
Yeah, a lot of this field, skiing at 13 meters, and Evan and Sean both having the ability to start at it, and that really just gives them that option for wind. If you have 2 starting passes of the 14 and the 13 that you're comfortable practicing at, doesn't matter what the conditions are, headwind off the dock, tailwind off the dock, you're going to get the pass you want in the wind direction that you want. And so both these guys are capable of doing it, so we'll see what they elect to come out at.
That's right, Evan Kraus, 13 meters. The judges just called it. Beautiful. And this is, again, home lake advantage. We always say home ice advantage with hockey. Evan Kraus, home lake advantage. This is where he comes all summer. This is where they train. Let's see him coming in.
So Evan's starting at 32. He is going to need to run this first pass to get credit for 32 off and all the passes that come before it. But that means he's going to be fresh for that 12-meter pass where our leaders are currently sitting. Good, and you wouldn't know that this was 13 meters from watching him because this still looks like a walk in the park. A beautiful opening pass, not a bobble, not a trouble at all. 13 meters in the bag.
Wow.
And now think of this. All these other skiers were 3 or 4 passes into their round. Their heart rate was up. They were a little bit more fatigued when it came to that 12-meter pass. And Evan's basically done 20 seconds worth of work. He's catching his breath down there right into 12 meters.
Right into 12 meters. We may see, well, I'm not saying may, we will see the first skier run this pass of the day. And you know what? He skis a lot like his grandpa. I remember watching Ken Nelson ski for years, and the envious stares that Ken would receive just because of his sheer talent on the water. So it's so cool to see his grandkids out there just throwing it down like this is absolutely fantastic. All right. Coming back in is Evan Kraus. Coming in. 12-meter line. Beautiful ball one setup. Nice and early into 2. Nice and wide. Around 3. Takes it to 4. Happily skis around 5. And that there is your new leader of this tournament.
Did you happen to notice the two-handed turn around ball 6, double-handing ball 6, hot dogging at 12 meters? He's through to the finals. He's our first guy through 12 meters, and he is going to be our first skier of the event at 11.25 meters.
And what's his speed right now?
He doesn't run well into 39.
So, Tony, by the way he ran that 12 meters, I have a feeling he might not even be looking at this 38 off pass, this 11.25 meter for a score. I think he has the ability to run this entire pass and challenge the next pass of the 10.75, 39 off.
And, you know, I think you're right. It sounds like in practice and in training, he is running this pass. He's doing 38s, and he's loving life running deep into 39.5 off, deep into that 10.75 meter line. So, again, we got to get him through 38 first. Holding our breath to make sure that we can watch this year. But again, the last couple passes have been textbook, like legit textbook passes of what slalom skiing should look like. You look it up in the dictionary, this is what it is.
Good, turning in nice and wide on his gate here. He's got a great start, and he's tight line out of 1. Waiting at number 2. He was a little narrow at 2, so he's going to have a big turn at 3, and he does it. Waiting again at 4. Little broken at 4. Come on, Evan. Round 5 out to 6. 11.25 meters, and you know what? That looked easy too.
It's just that finesse that he's got, like just the sheer strength and agility that he is exercising to get through that pass and making it look easy, like making this pass look easy.
Well, where I was really impressed there was watching him at buoy number 2. He came out of number 1. He came off the handle a little quick and a little narrow into number 2, and he just stayed patient. You could see him just control with that reaching arm, just nice and smooth, got himself out, stayed calm, and was able to really make it up by number 3 because he stayed calm even though he was a little narrow at number 2. And we can see on the replay here how he was reaching in just that little bit extra at 2, but I think he's got more. Like, that pass looked like he could really challenge deep down this 10.75 off pass, and I think there's some open Canadian slalom skiers right now who might be sitting up in their chair watching Evan out there.
They're going, what's going on here? Again, these guys are. It's so beautiful, and I'm going to say the word beautiful to watch these guys ski, and just to watch the life that they have and the talent that they have. Their mom, Christy. I used to compete with Christy, for crying out loud. It's years ago, and to see her and what her and her husband Chuck have given these kids for skiing wise, and just the opportunities that they have, and just what great skiers they are. Not only that, what great kids they are, how positive they are, and just how the energy that surrounds them to do this. It's absolutely a cherished thing to see.
So here we are, 10.75 meters, men's under 21. Evan Kraus. Good turn at number 1. He's got a good start here. Big turn at 2 and 39 off. That's how quickly it can happen. But he was in it to win it there at number 1. And he wasn't taking that easy. He went full attack mode there at 10.75, and he took that number 1 like he was going for ball 6.
And you have to. You cannot not attack that pass. You have to go for it. And he went for it, definitely, to the point where I think that he almost, as much as aggression and muscle that you have to have in that pass, he overturned it on ball 2. He was excited because he was such a perfect ball 1, and he just unfortunately couldn't hold on to that.
Yeah, with skiing like that, I think a bunch of people just took notice. Evan Kraus has arrived.
Yeah.
Very impressed with that young man.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, now the sibling rivalry comes in again.
Oh, now I'm excited.
Oh, yes. So we've got Evan and Sean's grandfather up here. I can't even call you grandfather. You don't seem like a grandpa, Ken. You seem like a what's all right, what's Sean going to ski here? What are these boys fighting over? Because that was amazing. Like, that was amazing pass that Evan just did.
He ran 5.5 at 39 yesterday.
So Sean ran 5.5. The next skier on the water, Sean Kraus, ran 5.5 at 39 yesterday. Yesterday wasn't as nice as today. Today is a new day. Yesterday was a little cooler, a little windier. So this is exciting. Sean Kraus coming in, 13-meter line.
When Sean skis in day in, day out with his brother, and he just saw his brother go out there and absolutely kill it, so he knows the lake skiing well. He knows the driver's dialed in. He knows the boat's dialed in. He's familiar with the water, so it's now just time to get out and get it done.
And you know, that's exactly it. He's dialing himself in, and we've said it again, and we'll say it time and time again. The mental aspect of the sport is so huge and so relevant. Coming in, 13-meter line, that's 32 off.
Yeah, taking the same strategy as his brother. You can see just confidently skiing this pass, just absolutely attacking the backside of every buoy there.
Absolutely fantastic. And there you go. You see him, again, opening pass that comes up that is deeper than some of the other skiers in his division even skied to.
And you can see it's interesting, even though they obviously ski and train together and are coached by the same people, these boys have slightly different techniques out there. You can see Evan a little bit smoother, a little bit more finesse in his skiing, and what we just shot out there from Sean was just pure aggression and attack, just slamming that ski on the backside of every buoy. So interesting to see two brothers, two different personality types, and you can kind of see the difference in the way they ski. You got a shout out? What's that? I got a shout out. All right, so we are already, although this is only his second pass, we're already at 12 meters. So I know that's not Sean's main focus, but he does need to punch himself a ticket to the final. So anything past buoy number 3, if he gets around 3 into the wakes, he is into the finals. But that's not even going to be a thought in his head. He's going to be looking to get around all 6 of this and the next pass to challenge baby brother Evan.
He's looking pass and pass ahead. And again, here he comes. Nice, strong, solid 1. Beautiful leverage, giving it fast into 2. Slices through the wakes, over to 3. Waiting for 4 early. And look at that handle. Just grabs it, comes back around. And will he do it again? Oh, yeah. See, there you go. Show dogging with an inside hand.
That almost caught him there. So trying to one-up younger brother Evan, who at 12 meters two-handed the turnip ball 6.
Yeah.
Sean trying for the reverse release inside hand drag, Joel Poland style, around number 6. And it almost caught the young man.
Yeah, I think we'll call that one the chiropractic initiative. I don't think he's going to do that one again. That was a bit of a sphincter clench right there.
You can see him shaking his head going out the exit gate going, whoops. That was a little closer than I think he meant to take that. But he's going to catch his breath here. He's coming back 11.25 meters, where we just saw his younger brother Evan absolutely destroy this pass. And he's going to need to, too, if he wants a shot.
11.25, bit of a headwind. Strong skier. I think he likes the headwinds because he's already thinking about the next pass, which is 39 with the tail. So, and of course, none of this can be made available without some of our sponsors. And these guys actually are part of the Vern Oberg legacy. Of course, we all know Vern. I grew up with him. He's one of my coaches. You know him. World-renowned water skier and judge who had left us way too soon, but has left a legacy that has allowed skiers like Sean and Evan, like Dorian Llewellyn, like so many skiers come up and train because of this and because of Vern. So here we are, the Vern Oberg legacy. We've got Sean Kraus coming in, 38 off.
Does he get as good a start as his brother here? A little on the tail, but it didn't slow him down. But there you go, biting off too much at number 2, and that's how quickly it can be over in slalom. Evan put the pressure on.
Well, you know, any day on any lake, 2 buoys at 38 off, 2 buoys at, 11.25 is a heck of a score. The reality is he wanted more. He wanted to go deeper, but he sealed himself in for a spot in the finals tomorrow, and that's all he can do.
Well, and he's in the finals now, and interestingly enough, this order will now be flipped going into the finals. So now it'll be Sean going off the dock first, putting the pressure on, and little brother Evan having to answer. So tomorrow's finals should be very, very interesting watching how that plays out.
And you know what tomorrow's finals are going to be again? broadcast live on iLink through the same YouTube channel. So we encourage everyone that's watching at home, take a look, go back on the channel and watch tomorrow because, again, these skiers, under 21, under 17s, they're all just getting warmed up. They're having a heck of a good time. And tomorrow's finals are really what's going to pull out all the stops. You guys are making a wave.
And really, the beautiful thing of these junior tournaments is we get to showcase and see the future talent of the sport, the future world champions, the future world record holders. And on this very site, I can remember at the Under-21 World Championships watching Joel Poland in the Under-21 event coming within 50 points of breaking the open overall record out here. And just getting that opportunity to see these kids progress as they go. You know, next thing you know, we're going to be seeing them in the pro ranks, and you got to see them first here.
That's right. First here at Shalom Park, and that's the reality. It's Shalom Park. The accessibility for the sport and the advancement of the water sports is something that cannot be left unsaid because, again, there's a mind-body app. It's no different than if I wanted to sign up for a yoga class. I can go on MindBody and sign up to come water ski at Shalom Park. Anybody can. You can buy sets, you can show up, and you can ski at a world-class site that's, half an hour outside of Edmonton.
When we mentioned it earlier, but how many sports do you get such a mix of ability levels all in the same place, right? You could come out, be your first-time skier, and you're going to follow up, maybe Evan going out and running into 39 off, and everyone hanging out in the same place and teaching each other, helping each other, improve and get better. It's really just such a great atmosphere.
It is, and they always say surround yourself with where you want to be. And what better place to surround yourself if you're looking to become an avid water skier or you're looking to get into the sport? What better place to go than come to Shalom Park? You can learn how to ski. You can learn how to ski the slalom course. If you're a lake skier and you want to go out and ski the slalom course, this is where you're going to come learn how to ski it. Now it looks like we're going into under-21 women's slalom. And followed immediately after under-21 women's slalom, we're going to be jumping into the jump event, like legit jumping into the jump event. And that is something that everybody loves to see. So I got an under-21 women's slalom. I'm just pulling it up, taking a look here.
Our first skier is Avery Colclew. I missed her starting speed.
So we have 3 skiers in this division. We've got Avery Colclew, Canadian, of course. Alyssa Drake and Kendra Nathan are 3 skiers in this division.
So that was 18.25 meters, 52K. So the boat speed will jack up from 52 to 55 kilometers an hour, and she'll be coming back at 18.25 meters.
I'm still vibrating from those under-21 men. The skiing, the world-class skiing that they did is just fantastic. And I know I say fantastic way too much. I should look up in the dictionary and figure out what else I can say other than that.
Well, in that performance from Evan Kraus, we need to remember Evan's only his first year in U21. So he's just graduated from the junior ranks into the U21, already putting scores up in the 39 off. Very, very impressive on a world stage. That's going to be a score that really pushes him up in the world rankings in the U21 division.
And that's just it. These are the athletes to watch. These are the up-and-comers. These are the guys that are putting it all out.
So one thing we haven't talked about is the skiers all ski with different feet forward. You can either have your left foot forward and your right foot forward. And there's different advantages to both. As we look on the water right now to Avery, Avery is skiing with her left foot forward. So a left foot forward skier is going to have an easier time turning the buoys number 1, number 3, and number 5. Just because of the position of their hips and their legs. When they're turning number 2, number 4, number 6, their legs are crossed. Just makes that turn a little bit more difficult, a little bit more technical. So you can see there Avery having a little bit of an easier time turning around those 135 buoys, getting a little bit of a delay out of that 246 side on the far side of the course. But 6 buoys for her, 55K. She'll be coming back at 16 meters. So
So with the feet forward, there's two different advantages. If you're a left-foot forward skier, you obviously get 3 turns on your onside. You get to turn number 1, number 3, and number 5 all on your onside. Whereas the right-footed forward skiers, who are more advantageous, they really only get 2 major turns at ball 2 and ball 4 on their onside. But where they get an advantage is on that gate. So a right foot forward skier is going to be on their onside turning in on the gate, has a little bit of an easier time getting their timing and their positioning on the gate, getting them set up into number 1. So both have their advantages. Personally, if I was to choose, I think right foot forward probably the way to go.
Well, some of those things you don't just get to choose, though. You can. I mean, you can rewrite the book, but I personally, I'm right foot forward. They call that the, goofy foot, but regardless, it is what it is.
So we've now shortened the rope from 18.25 meters to 16 meters. Boat speed is still 55K. Third pass for Avery Colclew of Alberta.
5, but that doesn't look like it. Bit of a bobble coming into 5. Again, we always, and she made it through the exit gates. You can see that she was a little bit late 6. We never want to see these skiers get so close to the buoys that there's a question, because that puts the judges in an unfortunate position where they may have to pull a buoy from someone. So we saw her come up. She came around ball 4 and literally skied straight towards ball 5 and almost looked like it ran it over from here. But again, we'll wait for the judges to score that. And again, we want to see these skiers ski wide and clean around the buoys so that there's never a discrepancy in regards to them successfully navigating around them.
So a slight correction there on Avery's score. That was 14.25 meters, so she will be coming back at 13. So again, one of those athletes who did go out at the 16-meter pass at 52K. So 52K 16 meters was her first pass. 55K 16 meters would be her second pass. That was just 14.25 meters, so we'll be coming back at 13 meters. So I apologize for the confusion there.
It's okay, buddy. We're all good.
I'm confused.
We're just trying to decipher everything from like radios and online aspects and cameras, and that's just how we roll, right? So she's coming back in, 13-meter line, 32 off. Wind is, it's 8 kilometers an hour, so it's significant, but it's not so much on the lake here. It's pushing a bit. Nice wide pull out for her gate. Let's see what she can do to come back in. Nice solid gates, easy around 1, little bit of bobble around the wake, and came into 2 and just quite couldn't pull it back. Didn't see her generate the leverage that she needed behind the boat to successfully come through to 2.
Yeah, you could see she kind of went all the way, pulled all the way to number 2, reached out. She tried there to do a little bit of an S-turn to bleed some speed to get in back to the wakes to try and get that full 2 buoys, but since she was able to get around number 2, wasn't able to get back to the wakes before the next buoy, it'll only be scored as a half a buoy. So you could see she tried to do those little bit of turns to slow down, but she had pulled all the way to 2, generated a little too much speed, so 1.5.
1.5, but that sets precedence. 1.5, 32 off is not a walk in the park. And we've got 2 skiers behind her. Under 21s, we'll see where they're at with this one.
So the next skier on the water representing the U.S. will be Allie Drake. Looking here, coming off the Junior U.S. Open, score of 2 buoys on the 12-meter line. Looking like her season average, she's run 1 and 2 at 12 meters, but also has a few scores of 1 and 2 at 13 meters as well, so kind of right in that same realm of where we just saw Avery. So great job there from Avery, our first skier, putting that score out there, 1.5 buoys, 13 meters.
So it looks like she's coming in. Allie Drake, 14.25, so it's 28 off. So she's coming in. She's got to successfully navigate through 28 off, come back around, come back in at 32, 13 meters, and run that pass to make sure that she can secure herself deep in to seed herself for tomorrow's event.
And really, Allie, just such a strong overall skier, dedicates time to training in all 3 events. And when you kind of look through, she really doesn't have a weak event. She's very strong in all 3. 14.25 meters, making her way through her first pass, around 6 out the gates. So it will be 13 meters coming back.
Looked like a good pass for her to come off straight off the dock, cold, so to speak, with her first pass, opening pass. Once again, we say that's one that you really want to be able to do with your eyes closed so that you can successfully do that. And she kind of bobbled at one, looked like she pulled the handle in, and then she got herself back in the game and pulled through, generated the leverage she needed to get through the rest of the buoys.
And that's why typically you start off with that pass that's that little bit easier. You have that larger margin for error, so you can bobble a little bit, get the cobwebs out, get into your rhythm here for those harder passes. So it will be 13 meters coming back for Allie Drake. There's Avery Colclew running 1.5. But Allie's going to be looking to put the pressure on Kendra Nathan, our top seed in this event.
So it looked like Allie was in North Carolina and ran, 1? And she ran 2 at 13-meter lines. So then she came back and redeemed herself again. It looked like running 13 meters again in California later on this spring at the Junior U.S. Opens. She got into the 12 meters. So this next pass is going to be detrimental. Again, world-class conditions at Shalom Park. The wind has died down, and she's coming back in 13-meter line.
Allie Drake, 13 meters. She's running a little bit down course here. She's staying calm, but not quite into the normal rhythm I'm used to seeing from her. You could just see there from the start, wasn't able to sync up with the boat, was getting that little bit of slack line, was just a little bit out of sync, still able to make the pass work, but she's going to look to regroup here, catch her breath. She set herself up. She did what she needed to do. She ran 13 meters. So she's going to settle down here, try and get into that better rhythm for the all-important 12-meter pass here.
You know, Stevie, I think that she was confident with that pass. She knew that she could have that pass. She knew that she could ski that pass at Shalom Park, and that's why she elected to ski it, come out at 28 off, because that way she had to just run this 13 meters. She ran 32 with the tail because she's eyeing the next pass. She's eyeing 12 meters, and she wants to get herself right deep into the 12-meter line. She wants to run deep into these buoys in a tournament scenario. Again, these are world-seeded athletes. She wants to get this score on the board, and she wants to run this pass. And honestly, based on what I've seen with her skiing so far, I think she can do it.
So one skier left on the dock. Allie Drake going to be looking to put the pressure on, coming back in at 12 meters. So that Nautique towboat makes its final turn around the far end of the lake, bringing back Allie Drake, our current leader in this division, with one skier left on the dock. How far can she push this score down? 12 meter.
Oh, and you know, she came around. She thought she could hold on, but I think she made the right choice thinking about tomorrow. She secured herself a spot in the finals. She's not going to hang on to that handle to try to figure out what's going to happen with it. She knew she didn't have it there, and good for her for making that election.
Yeah, and I think looking at her overall round, I think based on her scores there, running 13 meters is probably what she was looking to do in terms of overall. She knows she has another chance tomorrow in the final when it counts. She bit off a little too much at number 1. She let go. She's in the finals. She's got a great score for overall. Great set. Kind of did everything she needed there from Allie Drake.
Yeah, good job for her. And now we have one skier sitting on the dock in the under 21 women's, and then we're going to pivot straight into jump.
And just watching back to that replay, I think that was still a little bit of residual issues from that 13-meter pass. She just looked a little uncharacteristically narrow on that pass, and watching the replay there at 35 kind of looked a little bit more of the same, pulling her in there. So there's lots left in the tank for her for tomorrow. And she's got another round on the water this afternoon in the jump event.
That's right, and that's one thing to remember. These guys they're not just one-trick ponies here. They go out, they did a fantastic job with the tricks this morning, come back out, rocking it with a slalom, like pulling off some absolutely fantastic scores. And now, one more skier, and then we're going straight to the jump event, which, if we're talking about physical aspects and the strenuousness on your body, and you know, you are the one to know that. the strength and the fortitude that it demands yourself to have to hit the jump, not only to jump, but to have a trick event and a slalom event, and then be followed by a jump event. These guys are putting it all on the line today.
On the physical conditioning required to peak for all three of those events, just throughout the day, making sure you're eating, staying hydrated, stretching, preparing yourself after one event into the next. It's quite a process these guys go through, and overall water skiing just such a challenging thing. When you think of these events, if you think of a running race where they run 100 and 200 meters, those are really the same event. The distance changes, the pacing changes, but there's very little relation between slalom skiing, trick skiing, and jump skiing. They're very different disciplines, and having to switch gears throughout the day for each one, really a challenge. And at such young ages, we're able to see these skiers, 14 years old, some of them, put together some incredible overall rounds.
Incredible overall rounds, and it shows the athleticism of these guys that they do this. Because you're right, it's world-class performances in three different disciplines that are very, very rarely related. That's trick skiing is completely different than slalom skiing. Slalom skiing is completely different than jumping. Yet these guys are all going out, and the only thing that really maintains a constant is the boat and the water. They're wet doing these things, but this shows the athleticism. All right, so we've got the last under 21 women's skier on the water.
So also from the U.S., we have Kendra Nathan coming out at 55K 16 meters. A little bit longer of a line on the start than we saw from Allie Drake.
Making that look like clockwork. Very easy.
So when I look at her season, very, very consistent skiing. Lots of scores in here, around 2.5, 35, 3 buoys at 35. So very consistently through that 13-meter pass and been getting consistently halfway through 12 meters.
That's right, and I think she knows that. She came out safe. She came out at 22 off, 16-meter line. She's thinking about some deeper passes right now, but she's she wants to condition herself to get into those deep line lengths a couple passes down the road. So she's coming back in 14.25, which is 28 off. And she's really looking, I think, not only at 20 off, she wants the 13-meter, she wants the 12-meter. She's looking to ski into the 12 meters.
Well, a big part of this game here is not just making it to the finals and not just competing in slalom, but she is one of our strong overall competitors, and it's going to be her and Allie Drake battling it out for that overall battle. I know that Kendra competed this year in overall at the 62nd Masters water ski tournament, and it only so just really high level for skiing from her already. And she's going to be looking to put the pressure on Allie Drake, who got half a buoy at 12 meters. So anything she exceeds above that will move her ahead in the overall race, moving into the jump event. But right now, 14.25 meters, Kendra Nathan.
Coming around 5, very nice form, beautiful, beautiful physique on that, and making that pass look easy. Once again, if you had to go look up a 28 off pass in the dictionary, this is what you would see.
Well, this is one of the problems I have at watching these events is these guys make it look so easy that I go home and I try and ski and I forget it's not as easy as they make it look.
Yes, I have no comment on that. The amount of times I hang out behind the boat and just bang the handle on my head because these guys, they're under 21, under 17, making this look very easy. And here we are skiing our whole lives just to get to that level.
So 14.25 meters in the books. 13 meters is next. She's going to need all of those. She wants a shot at our leader, Allie Drake, who's currently sitting with half a buoy at 12 meters. So we're just waiting for that line to tighten up down the east side of the course. The boat's going to make its final turn into the course. Kendra Nathan, 13 meters. I'd have to recap to see where she finished in trick in relation to Allie Drake, but we'll recap all of that prior to the jump event. Getting the handle a little high around number 1, but she doesn't seem to be in too much trouble just yet. Good, nice and recovered by 3. You can see this is a fairly routine pass for her. A little on the tail around number 4, which led to her being a little narrow at 5. But again, nothing she couldn't handle. Easy work. Coming back 12 meters.
And again, that shows you at a 13-meter line, she had a bobble around one. She stood up a bit, she pulled the handle in, but she was able to use some of her experience to recover and then come back and successfully run that pass.
That's one of the hardest things in slalom when you get that bad start, when you get that little bit of delay out of 1, and now that panic sets in. Now you're rushing. Now at number 2, you're trying to turn a little harder to get early for number 3. And I've always admired slalom skiers like we just saw from Kendra there, just stayed calm. She didn't rush. She just nice and calm at number 2, let her ski come around. By the time she was at number 3, she was back in the game, settled down, and got all the way through. Now she gets a chance to challenge our leader. So great work from her making that that recovery after ball 1.
Exactly. It's such a mind game. And it doesn't hurt that if you take a look at this world-class site, I mean, we keep on praising Shalom Park, but just take a look at even the way that the buoys are set. They are perfectly set. They're not too high. They're not too low. They are perfectly set in the water to the exact portion of floatingness, of buoyancy that the skiers want to see them at.
Yeah, do you think someone will pull us for a set after this is all done?
Oh, man, I've just been watching this water all day. I'd love to.
We'll make sure the cameras are off.
Yes.
But here it is. This is our final slalom skier of the day. Currently half a buoy by Allie Drake is the lead, so she's going to need to get around 1 and back to the wakes for that lead. But she won't stop there because she's looking to push that overall score down the lake. A great turn at 1. She's in it at 2, a little bit late. Can she get her ski around 3? She can. You can see they're a little narrow at 3. Got a little bit of a bobble, but impressively still got out and around number 4. I'll wait for the judge's call on that. I know for sure 3 buoys at 12 meter. We'll see what the officials say about buoy number 4, but that is our unofficial leader going into the finals.
I would call it, I'm not going to call it, but I'm going to say that ball 1 was beautiful. Like, that is what we want to see with ball 1s. And then she comes back around, brought herself down course. She is capable of running that pass. I know she's going to be a little bit upset because she wanted to run that, but that was a beautiful display. Look at this ball 1. She's coming in nice and slow, nice and wide, fully extended, gets herself back into pole position, brings her out nicely into 2, nice wide early. Bit of a bobble there, comes up, and I think that's kind of what just it made her set it up a little bit of an unsuccess for the rest of the pass. That little bobble on 2, 0 forgiveness at this line length, and there she is looking like she was going to approach for the jump.
Yeah, jumps later, Kendra.
Yes, slow down. She could have sprayed the jump, though. She could have given a bit of a spray, done a bit of a favor.
Jumping's next.
Here we go.
You need another ski. But that does conclude our slalom event here at the 2022 Canadian Junior Open. Moving on to jump next, we'll just take a small recess here in between events while our officials get the camera set up. We drop some buoys, we raise some other buoys, we get some water on the ramp, and jumping will be underway soon.
You know, back in the day, the jumps didn't have pumps. They would just be kids. We'd throw kids out there with 5-gallon pails at different. We'd go to different lakes and teach water ski camps, and we'd have a kid on the jump with a 5-gallon pail, and then they'd have to dump water on the jump right before the jumper would come up. So you'd be jumping, and you'd see this little kid's head pop up.
That was my first job.
Yeah, baby. Same here. All right, Bradley Gibbons back on the water. So Bradley, proudly Canadian, Bradley Gibbons is from Calgary originally, but you know what? He hails in the Lotus land of Canada now, Okanagan. He goes to UBC Okanagan as a major in chemistry.
Wow.
We got a professor. We've got the professor on the water. And he actually tutors kids. Like, he teaches young kids. He teaches them not only in water skiing, but he helps them with their schoolwork. Tutors. Smart guy out there. I was always the type of guy that needed a tutor. I didn't get to tutor.
Yeah, I had a lot more of the receiving than the giving on that
And-
department myself.
And, you know, when I got to try to teach people things, I got in trouble.
I think that's why we're here.
Yes, you know, oddly enough. Don't teach them that. Stop. That's not okay.
But
All right.
Bradley will have 3 jumps. It's the farthest of the 3 that counts. So jumping, although one of the more complex events in terms of its technique, is the simplest event in principle, the person who lands farther away from the top of the ramp is the winner. So seeing right now Bradley standing outside the left wake of that nautique towboat, he's going to do what's called a single wake cut, meaning he's beside the wake and he's going to make one solid cut through the ramp, hold his edge through, pop off the top, and a nice solid first jump for Bradley Gibbons.
Technically, it's his second jump. Again, well, because his first jump, he actually went over the jump. There was no water, but that was a nice, solid single wake cut. You know, he's going to go to 3/4, and that's the election that these athletes get to do. They get to either do a single wake cut, which is exactly what we saw, or they're going to go across the wake to the starboard side of the boat, the right-hand side. I know, right?
Starboard.
The
Wow.
starboard, the right-hand side of the boat, and that's called a 3/4 cut. And as these athletes progress in their talents and their abilities in the jumping, they'll do something called a full counter cut, which is where you see the marking buoys down at the end of the lake. They will cut out to the port side of the boat, generate enough speed to come back across to the starboard side and generate a far maximum width, the distance between the rope length of the boat and the ramp, and then they'll turn around, nice slow turn, and ease themselves back towards the ramp, and that's called a full counter cut for jumping. So Bradley came back, started with an initial single wake cut, 65-foot jump, and then we're going to see what he's going to do on his second jump. He looks strong. He looks solid off the ramp. I think he was just trying to warm himself up.
And the key to jumping here is your body position coming into the bottom of the ramp. Balance of position is so important because you're going from that flat surface of the water to the inclined surface of the ramp. And if your body is not perfectly balanced over your skis, you're not able to generate all your lift and you're going to lose some distance. So he was a little bit behind his skis there. You could see his skis puffing up in front of him, slipping out the back a little bit. So can he get more over him, get more height? And a nice little kick off the top, and I think a little more distance.
It looked like it. You know, he's comfortable on the ramp. He's strong. You can tell he's a strong athlete, strong skier to be able to hold that position, especially with a single wake cut. A lot of times it's a bit of a finicky style when you're doing a single. He's still somewhat conservative. I could like to see him dig in a little further, but, you know, 3 landed jumps is what he's looking for, and that's what he's got to do.
And really, there's 3 elements to the jump event. There's your speed, there's your height, and then there's your flight. And it's the combination of all 3 of those that really leads to a bigger jump. And right now for Bradley, what I think he needs to do is get a little bit more speed. And to get more speed, what you need to do in jumping is you need to wait a little bit longer before making that approach to the ramp. The longer you wait, the more angle you need to take into that ramp. And therefore, the faster you're going to be going. But the problem is you have to wait later. And the later you wait, the bigger Big Red looks.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to need to wait a little bit longer. We call it bringing it down the course. Wait a little bit closer to the jump to start that cut to generate a little bit more speed to see if he can increase, which he did. 16.9 on jump number 1, 17.3 meters on jump number 2 with 1 jump left to go.
And that's the fun that we see with jumpers, because it's the constants stay the same with this one. It's not a different line length. It's not a different speed. The jump, the boat, the rope all stay the same. It's the jumper's 3 attempts at the ramp that are going to change up and to get a little more aggressive as they progress through the 3 jumps. So here he's coming in. Last jump. Single wake cut again. Still kind of starting from the same position. It looked like a little further, I think.
Yeah, I think even a little bit more there. It's going to take me a few jumps to get my my measuring calibrated, but I think I'm going to go ahead and put a prediction out there, 17.5 meters.
Ooh, 17.5, eh? So Bradley's out. He is actually an amazing slalom skier. He holds a course record on one of the local lakes up the road, and 36 miles an hour. Good skier, good slalom skier. He's just out right now riding the jump skis, having some fun, trying to get some of those collaborative overall points to gain his world standings.
Well, having seen him ski all three events, very, very strong in the slalom and tricking event. Jumping probably his weakest of the three, but the fact he's out here competing and overall just absolutely incredible. I always praise all skiers for skiing all three events. We've talked about the time and the dedication required to it, and in Canada we have that little extra passion, I think, driven from Jarrett Llewellyn in the overall world.
Well, I think so. And, everybody always asks you, you travel, like, why are the Canadians such good water skiers? Like, your summers are legitimately 2 months. And maybe it's because we have to it's a quality thing, not a quantity thing. We have to get as much, growing up in Canada. All these skiers, of course, that you're seeing here, they're Canadians. They live in Florida. They train in Florida. They do that. But they come from grassroots of the Canadian soul, of the Muskokas, of the Shalom Parks, of the lakes around here, of the Okanagan, of the Vancouver Island, northern BC areas, to be able to have those summers, those quick summers where you're on the boat all day. Mom, dad, kids all ski. You go do your rounds. You wait on the dock for your next turn. And that's, I think, the passion that comes in because it's not instilled in you to the point where it's available all the time. It's only available a certain time of year. So that passion comes out and it drives them that much further.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Canada's just had such an incredible program over the last 20 years where, like you said, we have the shortest season, but we seem to have the strongest team year over year, all the way from the junior ranks, all the way up even in the senior world, ranks 35, 45, 55, 65 plus. Canada just always seeming to be present. And, I really think you can take the likes of Steve Bush, Matt Reaney, Cole Grant, Jarrett Llewellyn.
Of course.
All for kind of building that passion. Because, like you said, we have the shortest season, but we seem to have the top skiers. So, my prediction, way off. Bradley Gibbons, third jump, 19.3 meters. So
that
a massive
impressive.
improvement.
Nicely done.
On jump number 3. And we move now into our second skier of the event. Should be Paul Wesley of the U.S.
Oh, there we go. All right, check this out. Coming in, full countercut. Now, we saw initially with Bradley doing a single. This is a full counter, and this is where we can start seeing, engaging the athletes as they come down the lake to approach the ramp. Nice slow turn, edging into the bottom of the ramp. And that's some air time. There you go.
And right away, you can see the difference between that double weight cut and that three-quarter weight cut by bringing himself up wide of the boat. Was that on the starboard side?
Well, starboard is right.
So on the starboard side of the boat?
I always think of right as star, like star, rock star, right are. That's my brain working in different levels of multitudes. But yes, right is starboard.
So he's up on the starboard side of the boat.
You don't have
and
your
you could see
license?
how much more speed he was able to generate into the bottom of the ramp. And as we said, speed equals distance. So 38.7 meters. 38.7 meters there on jump number 1. So right away, sending it way further down the lake. And when I look to his season here, the Junior U.S. Open, which was down in Belle Aqua, jumped 39.9 meters. So he's right in that range there, up in the high 38-meter range. But he's got a little bit more, and I have a feeling he's going to be looking to see a 4 at the beginning of that score, get a distance into the 40 meters.
I think you're right. The 3 jumps come out. Usually the way that it goes is the first one is just touchy-feely. You just kind of want to feel how the ramp is, feel how the lake is, feel how the boat is, feel the crowd. Second one, you're going to go for it. And third one, You got 2 in the bag, and then that's where you drop everything. But here he's coming in. We're going to watch him bring himself down. He's brought himself down a little further. Now you can see the width as he's going. Coming into the bottom of the ramp, kicking off the top. A lot more lift with that jump and a very smooth landing with his hand in the air. He is happy with that jump.
And I think he put that down a little bit further down the lake than on jump number 1. He had a whole ton more speed, but watching him off the top of the ramp there, I think he still left a little bit on the table. It seemed like he just slipped a little bit out the back, lost a little bit of his potential height, further than jump number 1. Probably his furthest jump of the year, but that just shows things are a little different here at Shalom.
Things are different, and there are so many contributing factors for an athlete to successfully execute the perfect jump. And then even till now, when you see the pros do the world championships, you see the world champs, you see the Ryan Dodds of the world, they have it down to a fine art. Every single little body position, every turn, every approach has to be bang on, bang on. There is zero margin for error.
So there was 129 feet, which equals 39.2 meters. So as we said, it was definitely further than jump number 1.
Yeah.
But he's still got more in the tank. If he takes that same approach to the ramp, which was still very conservative, very safe, lots more room to go, but gets his position a little bit more over his skis, gets that little bit more height, I mean, that's 40 meters all day long.
All day long. This is definitely, the capabilities of this athlete are unsurpassed right now. I think that you can see him with his turns. He's got to bring it down a bit. He's got to edge a little further, but he is a far capable jumper. I think he's just taking it easy, and we're going to see it this time around.
Oh, and here we go. He just brought it down the lake probably 10 feet further into the course, so he's not messing around here. He knows the conditions are perfect. He knows if that was 39.2, what could be next? Can he get his lift? And I think that's going to be the furthest of the set, still leaving that little bit left on the ramp. So he's got more left. If we see him able to make it through to our finals, he's got a lot more left in the tank if he can just get his legs underneath him. But great speed on that jump. I do think that'll be his furthest of the set. But we'll wait for our judges to see.
Definitely. And you know he's going to be going back for video analysis. He's probably got friends on site, or he's going to watch this webcast a few times just to see exactly what he can do to further himself, better himself on that ramp.
Well, there you go. Shows that I'm unofficial as always. So it was a little bit shorter, 38.5 meters. So it was carrying a lot more speed. But as we saw from here, Tony just slipping out that little bit on the top and losing that height, just slightly less distance. So it'll be jump number 2. That is his furthest of the 3, 139 feet, 39.2 meters. And it really shows you when you watch how critical that body position is. Really, mere inches make the difference between being perfectly over your skis and getting all of your lift, and those skis slipping out from underneath you and losing potential distance.
It's so true. You know, it's a fine line that you got to walk to succeed in this sport of jumping. Like a very, very fine line. And we always hope the best. We hope the best for the athletes. We hope the best that they make the right choices in the times. Again, we said that they can elect to choose not to take a jump if they feel that the timing isn't right. If something is off, it's always better to balk. You let go of the rope and ski around the ramp as opposed to taking something that's just a little bit off and, heaven forbid, having a career-limiting move.
So as I just looked out here, Tony, I just had to look at the flags across the lake. We were talking about that tailwind and how that isn't ideal, and Ken Nelson, he left the tower. He ordered us up a headwind. So the wind believe it or not, in 2 jump skiers has shifted 180 degrees, and we now have a perfect 5-kilometer-an-hour headwind out of the east.
This is, when you say perfect, we talk about a WRC condition. This is WRC, which is world record capable conditions, and there actually has been world record set on this lake. They can happen, especially with these under 21 boys. So sorry, I'm pointing to that. And then it looks like now with the headwind, these guys are going to be really, really going to go for it. How does that happen? The wind just randomly shifts. Like it just completely shifted.
I've heard Ken Nelson refer to it as the Shalom Dome.
Yes.
But it does seem like so far for today, the wind has perfectly cooperated for all 3 events. And a miraculous 180-degree turn on the wind has now set this up for literally as perfect a conditions as you can jump anywhere in the world.
Well, it looks like our next skier is Evan Kraus, if I'm reading your computer correctly. We'll take a look at this and see. Yes.
I guess.
Evan Krause is jumping. You saw him tear up the water this afternoon with the best slalom performance of the day. And now he's coming in just again to get his overall points. Just edging it over. Nice little single weight cut. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Sticks the landing, throws the fist.
It looks like he's skiing on borrowed skis.
Yeah, I think Evan puts a little bit more time in his trick and slalom skiing these days than his jump skiing.
Yeah,
but I love seeing him out there in the overall round, stick and jump number 1. Not even a butt drop on the landing there.
No, that was clean. Clean and crisp. Nicely executed.
That was a 14.1 meter opening jump.
Ooh, we're giving him the props. Go for it.
Bring her down, Evan.
And you know what's kind of cool? We talked about the Canadian skiers. We talked about the passion the Canadians have, the team that we have. And actually, Ken was just up here. Ken Nelson owns Shalom Park. He was talking to us. That boat, that ski nautique, is Ryan and Brianne Dodd's ski nautique. He got that off Ryan and Brianne. And now it's here at Shalom Park. So world champion jumper from Alberta, from down the road, Ryan Dodd. This was one of his boats that he trained behind. And now how cool is that? It's sitting up here at Shalom Park pulling all of these junior skiers.
If it was Ryan's boat, did Ken check to see if the pylon was bent? Or?
The beast mode was activated indeed. Yeah, I think he probably would have got a refurb for that one.
So Evan Krause coming in for jump number 1, looking to do another single weight cut. Already 17.4 meter jump on the board. He's got more left in the tank. Oh, yeah, he's brought it down significantly later on this cut.
Well, you said he was a jumper. He used to jump a lot, and then they kind of slowed down a bit. But it looks like he's been bit by that jump bug again, which is fantastic.
Yeah, great jump number 2. You could see in the air there rolling down the windows just a little bit coming into the landing, but
and he stuck it. He stomped it. I mean, no question there. That was a happy landing.
I think that's it for Evan.
No, he just did 2 jumps.
2 jumps. He got the score he wanted. So 56 feet. 17.2 meters there on jump number 2. And Evan says, I don't need jump number 3. Jump 2 and 2 is good enough for me.
His heels are sore.
So
those were tight landings.
So he's heading in. Great jumping from him, and just great seeing him out here skiing in the overall.
Absolutely great seeing him out here. And then the nice thing, too, you see these guys skiing. Shuswap Ski and Board has all of their equipment that these guys are all wearing. These aren't pros yet. The nice thing, they're not sponsored. These guys are wearing the products that they have on because these are the best products that they have. And Shuswap Ski and Board, a local store, Shuswap Ski and Board has a fantastic website. You can see this thing right there, Shuswap Ski and Board. Go on it, and you can order any one of these equipment that these guys are wearing. Jump skis, slalom skis, gloves, life vests, hats. I should wear a hat.
Well, Shuswap has just been such an unbelievable supporter of junior skiers, and really just can't say enough good things about that shop, and just helping people out, helping skiers out, and just keeping the world going.
Exactly, and founded from roots, like Mike Gaisley founded it, and he's an old competition. I didn't call you old Mike, but he's a competition skier from back in the day. I don't know if he still skis or not, but it's nice to see that local support for sure, and to see these names: Wizard Lake Marine, a world-class nautique dealer; Shuswap Ski and Board, a world-class provider of water ski equipment, all locally, all around, essentially around Shalom Park.
And that's really that's the community that a place like this really kind of builds.
That's right, it does. And we say community, it's a family sport, it's a community sport, and it's the accessibility that Shalom Park allows to have people come out here and just to be able to come out and ski, come out and learn how to jump. You can do that if you want to.
Yeah, if you're out there and you're skiing and you've never had a chance to go off Big Red, not only do you have a chance here at Shalom Park, but to go off one of the best ramps in the entire world.
It's now immortalized in the world of, what is that, Jackassery, the movie? The last one, their Parks came out and did a jetpack jumping aspect of it.
I don't know if you noticed in that video, they were Texas jumping, where Parks had the boat on the other side of the ramp.
You know, I did notice that. I was just like, what are they doing? They're just, yeah.
Come on, Parks.
Yeah.
You know better.
You know better than that. Looks like they might be coming out to adjust the ramp height, perhaps, or buoys or something.
Believe the ramp is to go at this point from 5 foot to 5.5.
Did you see the Canadian Junior Water Ski Championship T-shirt that he's wearing in that boat?
I need to get myself one of those.
I don't have one of those T-shirts. Do you have one of those T-shirts? No.
Just got a flannel shirt.
I just have a shirt.
I have to figure out where to get us one of those.
I think you could go on the Shalom Park. You could probably Instagram Shalom Park and purchase one for purchase. Or what's that thing? It's like a gator or what?
Just looking onto the webcast here, there seems to be a UFO.
Alligator.
Identified
It could be.
hat, maybe?
You never know.
I think that was the boat judge, Dick Horwood's hat.
No. Dick Horwood's hat blew off.
I think Dickie lost his hat.
Oh, my goodness.
It's been recovered.
You know, thank goodness. Now they're going to crank the ramp up.
Now the ramp goes up to 5.5.
How many meters is 5.5 feet?
I think it's approximately 1.65. meters.
Approximately 1.65. Excellent.
Give or take.
Give or take, yes. So essentially the pros jump at 6 feet, almost 2 meters. Correct me if I'm wrong. The under 21s are capped at 5.5.
I believe in U21 you are allowed to jump at 6 foot, but there is a distance requirement.
Ah, yes. Okay. That makes sense. We should, I should know these rules.
I would have to
before I
double
talk.
check that in the rule book, but I do believe in U21 you can jump 6 foot. Again,
Again.
if at this point you believe anything I say, I mean that's on you.
We're in like, what are we on the 4th? I feel like I'm on the 16th floor of the Trump Tower, but we're on the 3rd floor of this beautiful event center, and we have world-class judges underneath us that we could probably like lean over and ask them the rules, but Stevie and I are too stubborn to do that. Plus, they look really busy. I don't want to bother them. So
I tried to go down earlier, and they told me specifically not to.
I was told the same thing. I thought it was just you, but no. Okay, cool. I thought it was just me, but now they're telling you that. This is even better. Perfect. I mean, don't worry about us. We'll just sit up on the 3rd floor.
I think they should let us call the shots.
Someone threw a pizza crust at my head. I think that was our lunch.
Is that the chief judge?
I think that was, yeah. So, it's all right. It's a beautiful sunny day at Shalom Park. 25 degrees. Wind has shifted. Coming in from the east at 5 kilometers an hour. We have a record attendance on site of 423 people. And to those of you joining us online, I've got 344,000 logins as we speak right now. So there are close to 500,000 viewers right now on this YouTube channel. Thank you all for tuning in. And a helicopter flying overhead. I'm joking. There's not 500,000 viewers, but it could be close.
Is that your ride back home?
That is. We're behind schedule, so I ordered the helicopter for 1,600 hours, but it looks like I'm going to have to tell him to go away.
You can't leave yet. Jumping's just gotten started.
Exactly.
So we just have the officials out at the ramp, jacking that ramp up. And they're going to have to double check the measurement once it's been raised.
So if you go on Wizard Lake Marine's website, I'm going to say, just Google Wizard Lake Marine, and then you can go on their website and check it out. But I'm looking at the Nautique, and then you can link to the Nautique website, and you can build your own boat. And you can build the color. You can build, the engine, the interior colors, just the overall look of it. I think that they did a good job with that boat. Like that, I don't think I could build a boat that's nicer than that. Like it's white, but it's got red, and then there's gray in there. Do you think Ryan actually built that, or I don't see him having style like that. I bet you Brienne,
it's got to be a Brienne design.
Yeah, Brienne would have built that for sure. Yeah, Ryan's like, well, you never know.
Yeah, so make sure you go check out wizardlakemarine.com. As you said, there's links there to the Nautique website. You can go build your own. Something I like to do just for fun. Build Nautiques.
Exactly. But again, it's amazing the technology that has come through with these boats now, the way that they build them, the way they're built. I mean, just to ski behind them is an absolute dream. Like every time you ski, any ski nautique you have, whether it's an older one or a newer one, they've always been the boat to ski behind, and they've always set the benchmark for any other boat manufacturer to compare their boats to what a ski nautique does. What does a ski nautique look like at this line length? What does it do at this speed? And everyone else benchmarks what ski nautique does. And now to see what they've done with their slalom boat, this iconic ski nautique, it's unbelievable how they've advanced them.
Absolutely. And the experience, as we talked about from behind the boat is sublime, but if you've ever had a chance to get behind the wheel of one of these and actually drive them as well, it's just an incredible experience. The way they track down the course, how easy they are to drive, where everything is sort of set up and nice and convenient. It really is an equal treat to get behind the wheel than it is actually to get behind one.
Absolutely. I mean, the ergonomics, everything is designed with purpose. Like sometimes you get in a car, like travel a lot, you get in a rental car, and it's like, why did they put the shifter here? Why is the knob there? The Nautique, everything is thought out. It's perfectly placed, and it is an absolute treat to drive one, and let alone ski behind one, obviously, but to have one. It's very nice. And again, 6.2 liter, 450 horsepower helps. It's nice. And the nice thing, too, is imagining that you'd think these boats are hard on fuel. They're actually quite efficient. The way that they drive, they're geared, their RPMs, everything else is geared for efficiency as well as performance.
Yeah, and this new boat specifically as well really gets nice and light, not as draggy of a hull, gets up out of the water and has really helped with that fuel efficiency over some of the previous models.
It's true. It picks up, and I mean the size of the boats they are now compared to a boat even 20 years ago, the size of the Nautiques they're a lot bigger now, but they generate the same wakes and the efficiency is there with them. So okay, who do we have on the water here?
Up next, we have Christopher Horwood. So that ramp has been jacked up from 5 to 5.5 feet. It gets a little steeper as that happens, so that steeper ramp helps project the athletes up into the air a little bit higher. I did hear Christopher's boat speed is going to be 51 kilometers an hour, so a little bit shy of the maximal 35 miles an hour that the jumpers are allowed to go in this event. So Christopher selecting to go at the 31 mile an hour, 51 kilometer an hour speed. And I have a feeling that might be to do with skiing maybe a bit of collegiate over the winter and going down to that speed.
We've seen it from the likes of the Ryan Phipps of the world, like Ryan Dodd. The speed and the jump ramp doesn't matter. It's all in the design. It's all in the technique of how they're going to execute the jumps. So we're going to see what he does here. I have faith in him at 51. We're still going to see a long jump out of him.
So waiting out nice and wide. He's in the course here. Latest turn we've seen so far. Slingshotting into the ramp, and you can just see timing not right, Tony. We talked about that earlier. Electing to pass.
And if you can imagine these athletes, they've traveled here for this event. This is their sole purpose that they train for. This is what they do all day, every day, to train for these kind of events. They have 3 attempts at the ramp. So the last thing you would ever want to do as an athlete is have to let go and give up one of your attempts. But again, safety first. And for an athlete to do that, kudos to them to make that choice, to say, you know what, it's just not right. I'm going to pass it up. The boat's a little too strong. I went a little too far. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to let the rope go. I've got 2 more chances.
Absolutely. And that's in jump. You have 3 chances. And if on the first one the timing's not quite right, it's not worth the risk to take it, try and make it work, and potentially have something bad happen. Because as much as the thrills are high in jumping, so are the spills occasionally. And the athletes know coming into the ramp whether their timing's good, their body position's good, and it's always better if you're feeling a little bit off to let go, ski around. The boat's going to give you 2 more chances.
Exactly. We don't talk about what happens if you hold on to the rope. We don't speak of that kind of thing when we're on site, but everybody knows it's one of those things where these guys are trained to make the right choices just to ensure that everyone is safe and they can come out of the water healthy and in shape.
So when you look on that jump, Tony, if you look straight on, it's 20 feet wide, but that's not what these jumpers are looking at. They're looking at a very narrow window from across the lake. And traditionally, when you're jumping the distances these guys are, that window you have to hit the ramp is really only 2 feet wide. So from 150 feet out beside the boat, you have to hit this 2-foot window back on the other side. Johnny just not quite happy with his timing there.
And that's right. The 2-foot window is small. He wants to start at the very bottom of the starboard side of the ramp and exit the port side. Here he comes again. Something's just not right, and he's not happy. And I mean, we talked about that boat. That's a 6.2 liter PCM 450 horsepower engine, and this is a young guy. I mean, you with those jump skis going 31 miles an hour, to try to fight that power that boat generates is just something that, unless you are in the exact part and space where you need to be, it's not going to happen because you're not going to win. And you could hear that engine just there. He bared down on that turn. He tried to slow it down a little bit and edged in, and then you heard that boat just hammer on it. I'm wondering if maybe he's turning a little too soon and digging in a little too deep right off the bat. He's not being as progressive. He's thinking about the same thing right now. It looks like his coach is unsure, kind of give him a couple of comments in regards to what to do, but he's got one more attempt at the ramp.
And he's backed himself here into a spot no jumper really wants to be, which is 2 jumps in, 0 score on the board. But he has one left. He's looked to his coach. He's now taken 2 looks at the ramp, so he knows sort of where he's at. He knows the corrections he needs to make, and it's all about here on jump number 1, making the corrections you need to get a score on the board.
Exactly. And that boat, we talked about the speed and the boat revving. And the boat set, when the jumper sets the speed for the boat, which, for example, this jump is 51 kilometers an hour. That boat is electronically and GPS calibrated to hold that speed no matter what happens behind it. So if the skier behind him is generating that sort of pull and force to try to slow the boat down, that boat is going to unleash as many horsepowers as it has to ensure that it can hold that 51 kilometers an hour. Okay, here he comes, third attempt at the ramp.
So he was at the same position at the 600-foot red buoy down at the end of the lake. He's waited a little longer to turn on this one, and his timing better. Yes, it is.
There we
Up,
go.
over, down, and a score
Good.
on the board.
Oh,
that's what we were looking for.
That's got to feel good for him. And that, you know what, that was a nice jump. He brought it back. He actually was a lot more liberal with that. He stayed back a little ways. You could kind of see that he probably turned about 10 feet sooner than his last 2 jumps, and that was kind of the meal ticket that got him that jump.
Yeah, and good for him kind of getting his nerves under control there. There's nothing worse than having that 0 score. Now you only have 1 jump left. Essentially, instead of having 3 jumps at the ramp like you normally, you got 1. So 41.7 meters, 137 feet there for Christopher Horwood. So we still have 3 jumpers left on the dock, 4 jumpers to make finals. 41.7 does move him into the lead over Paul Wesley. So that does mean, unofficially, Christopher Horwood will make it through to the final round tomorrow.
And again, iLink, being the fantastic company that they are, providing this live feed, doing all the cameras, doing a fantastic job of the editing, showing the full display of the skiers and all their performances, and of course us. Good
Doing
job,
their best to make us look good.
Yes,
here.
they put a filter on us. I think we're filtered so that we look much younger and stronger than we are. In looks, not smell, of course.
I'm most impressed with the sheen they're keeping off my head. I'm not sure what filter they're using for that.
Sheen. I like that. It's very nice. Earlier it was a bit much. I had to ask them to calm it down a bit, but it's okay now.
Just because a little bit of grin on the sides.
Leduc has some really good beef jerky. Did you know that?
I have never had Leduc beef jerky.
No, I didn't know, and then somebody told me about beef jerky in Leduc. And there's like this beef jerky place by the McDonald's.
By the McDonald's?
By the McDonald's, by the Safeway. Which is cool because Leduc really only has, I think, 1 McDonald's and 1 Safeway. So if you're like, oh, it's by the McDonald's, by the Safeway, you know that there's a beef jerky place right there.
I'm going to have to check that
and
out.
It's like super good beef jerky. It's not like dry and chewy, but it's chewy but moist. And yeah, no, Leduc. It's a place to be sometimes. Leduc is where Shalom Park is. If you guys are wondering why we're talking about Leduc, Alberta, this is where Shalom Park is located in Leduc, Alberta. They're our municipal sponsor. This is where the tax generation and tax dollars that Ken Nelson pays for this site goes to the municipality of Leduc. And they, in turn, sponsor the events. The event that they're sponsoring this year is the 2022 Canadian National Waterski Championships happening here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and every event that I've ever been here at Shalom Park has always had the support of Leduc. And having that relationship with the township is just so great that they come out and support events like this and, give Ken the support he needs to keep these running. Exactly.
Ken, it's his passion. His passion is this site, which is the world-class site of Shalom Park. And that's why we're able to be here. Junior Canadian Waterski Open. It's a great event. It's an inaugural event. I think it's going to get some great traction once we can kind of fine-tune some of the traveling aspects of it, and we're going to keep this thing rolling. It's so nice to see these athletes, these up-and-coming athletes, have the opportunity to compete at a world-class event, world record-capable events with certified judges that are actually certified legitimately to hand out a world record if need be, and that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, like you said, conditions set up today that if one of these athletes were to perform a world record, it would count. We have all the judges in place, all the cameras, everything is set up to the teeth.
World record announcers.
Well, that's the start.
I think that we should be credited, we should have accreditation laminates or something, right?
I'll credit you if you credit me. And then
Done. Yeah.
Perfect.
It's like blood brothers, right?
Exactly.
Like we could just do our thumbs and yeah. Okay. Cool.
I like it.
Yeah.
World record announcers.
You still haven't eaten the celery I gave you though. It's kind of weird.
Well, I
Just
started
sitting
eating
there.
it right as we started announcing.
I know, and then it
a
was
little
like crunchy. It was bad time. I know I felt bad about that, but it was sometimes
It was poor timing on the celery, but this poor little it'll get eaten.
Stevie, nutrition is key.
You do need to stay.
Yeah, hydration is key. Nutrition is key. We should actually interview some of these athletes and talk to them tomorrow about nutrition. Like, what are they doing for nutrition? I know last night I saw them all eating a bunch of strawberry ice cream. Ken was like dishing out tons of strawberry ice cream at the athlete familiarization. That's probably why they're skiing so well today.
Yeah, I think last night the athletes all had that little bit of barbecue there. They all got together and
yeah.
That really is one of the things I love here. Ken always makes it about the athletes. When you come here about the event, it's all about not only the athletes' experience on the water, which is second to none. We've talked endlessly about how great the conditions are, what a great world-class site, but even off the water, Ken's hospitality and, just making sure the athletes have everything they need, making sure that Tony and I have everything we need up here, just on and off the water, just such gracious hosts.
Absolutely gracious hosts, yes. It is. It's always such a treat to come here. Every time there's an offer to come to Shalom to do something and work with Ken, it's like 100%. Let's go. Love it. I mean, I think that our riders next time should buy in the fact that we'll come as long as we can ski. Maybe I could get can we do a set on Friday and a set on Sunday after it's all done? If once the cameras are all down, we'll go have some of our own fun.
Cameras down, no evidence. I'm down for that. So I think we have the second half of the Horwood brothers. I believe this is Johnny Horwood, his brother Christopher, just on the water.
And it looks like Jonathan
Nope.
Horwood. No.
This is Mickey Geller.
Oh,
I'd
look at
recognize those biceps anywhere. But I believe normally Jonathan and Christopher were seated back-to-back, but I believe they do share equipment. So I think Mickey was going to go in between them there. But on the water from Ontario, Mickey Geller. Coached by Jason McClintock at Puss Lynch Lake, and also spent a ton of time down south with Cole Grant and Matt Reaney this winter, working on all three events, but specifically really putting some time in on his jumping. And I had the chance to watch this young man fly a few weeks ago in Ontario.
Oh, baby, he's pulling it out.
And here he goes. Mickey, just such a powerful athlete. Purpose-built jumper. Here he goes. Jump number one. He's got tons of speed here. Just losing it a little bit on the ramp, but that was a truckload of speed. If he can get his feet under him, Tony, he's going to go a long way.
That is a true example of power. Wow. To see him coming, he came into the bottom of that ramp, mock chicken, and he was able, like you said, if he can get over top of that, that is impressive.
I'm just saying, when Mickey's around, Ryan Dodd keeps his shirt on. That's all I'm saying.
No. Oh, and that just shows you how strong he is.
And Mickey does struggle with this from time to time, but he is very strong. And on jump number one there, I think he was a little later than he wanted to be and started pretty hard, and he actually pulled the boat slow. So he has an optional reride on that jump. So if he wants, he will have the option to have an additional jump to replace that one because the time provided by the boat was a little bit slow.
And that's just how much power these athletes are generating. Like, it's absolutely, it's the strength. Those skis are 96, 98 inches long. And to make a slow turn like that and gather that momentum and have that kind of strength behind the boat to make a 450 horsepower boat work, like hammer down work. That's like if you're driving down the highway with your big truck and you put your foot down, that thing's going to gear down and accelerate. That's happening with this boat right now, and there's a guy behind it controlling that. That skier is pulling that boat down to the degree that he actually pulled the boat down enough. He's going to take a re-ride.
So Mickey's going to have 3 jumps left to go. I think that was a smart choice because we saw in jump number 1, tons of speed, 48.7 meters. So launches himself into the lead, over 160 feet right away on jump number 1. And he came off the top of the ramp there with his skis split in the back position, getting very little lift. So 160 feet on pure speed alone. If he can get his feet underneath him, if he can get his lift, we're going to see a jump pushing that 60-meter barrier.
Here he's coming back. Re-ride on a jump 1, so he's got 2 more jumps after this first jump here. He's elected for a re-ride, coming down the lake, bringing it, he's taking a little more easy this time. We're going to see where he's going to go with that.
So he's got to stay patient in his turn. Last time started too hard out of the turn, and he's much better on this jump. Can he get his lift? Whoa! Getting a little forward on the ramp. Ooh, my heart hit me right in the throat.
Yes.
And that's unfortunately what can happen in the jump event if your position's not right. You saw Mickey bear down, try and get all that speed, and those skis getting a little wobbly off the top.
Well, and again, it's a fine line because they need to have that body position scooped over the tips of the skis to generate that lift, but it's just that one little thread of miscalculation in that athlete's mind or in his action, and he's out the front, and we do not want to see that happen.
Yeah, it is literally a game of inches. You saw in jump number 1, Mickey a little bit on the heels, a little bit further back and slipping out, trying to make the adjustment on jump number 2, getting a little bit more over his skis and just over-correcting that little bit, getting a little hairy off the top. But he's still got 2 jumps left. That one there, 47.8 meters. So he's still in the game here with speed. That's 2 jumps in a row with very little lift and float off the ramp, but really flying quite a ways down the lake with just speed alone.
No kidding. And you hear that beautiful ski nautique just bear down and hammer down and hold that skier to give him the most optimal pull that he can get. All right, Mickey Geller coming in for his jump number 2.
So he's down the course a little bit later on this one. There we go. Gets his feet underneath him, floats down the lake. That's a great jump from Mickey Geller. He's pumped. I heard him yell from here.
I was going to say, do you think he liked that jump? I don't know if you guys can hear that at home, but he screamed. He was happy. Hand in the air, claimed that one for sure.
That's going to be right in around that 55-meter range. 180 feet will be my guess. Right in around his best jump, and I think he's still got more left in the tank.
You know, you're right. He's got the puzzle pieces, and they are definitely coming together. I'm just kind of look to see on shore who's giving him some feedback or anything else, but the pieces of the puzzle that he put together on that last jump are world-class pieces that definitely will propel this young skier into professional athlete stardom at any time.
182 feet, 55.6 meters. So I know that's a new personal best for Mickey Geller. Great jumping from him. And this is only this young man's first year in U21. So he's only recently increased the boat speed after the Junior Masters from 31 miles an hour up to the full 35 miles an hour. And he's already made just massive improvements this season, 182 feet.
All right, Mickey Geller coming back. 4th jump of the day. 3rd attempt technically because of the first one was a re-ride.
He's even later still on jump 1. Little bit more speed. Can he get the lift? He gets good float.
Oh.
That's going to be right in and around where that jump was. But you can see that disappointment on the landing, Tony. He knew he left that one a little bit on the jump.
Yeah, he definitely left it on the jump. Something just didn't connect quite as well as it had in the previous jump. I mean, he's got to be happy with his personal best that he just did. But, again, these guys are striving not just to break personal best. They know what they can do. They know what their limits are, and they are pushing them to get the best scores possible.
And 52.5 on the last jump, 52.5. So 172 feet there for missing the ramp. That's a great set for Mickey. Going to give him the confidence going into that final round. He's punched his ticket. And I believe the next jumper coming off the dock should be Jonathan Horwood. And then our final seed will be Carter Lucas. But just sensational jumping from Mickey Geller already. We've got a jumper over that 180-foot marker.
And you know what I like? He screamed. He liked it. He's happy. I mean, it's at the point of an athlete competing, and you know they're happy when they're screaming out and exclaiming their performance themselves. It's one thing for other people to say, hey, man, you went out and you jumped really well. Hey, thanks. But he was like actually legitimately claiming that. And that is what we like to see. The Junior Canadian Open, this is what it's all about, is these guys pushing themselves to the limit to absolutely make this happen.
And you see that that's those things that Ken Nelson likes to see. When he puts in all that hard work, it's all for that little scream and fist pump that Mickey just gave there.
And you know what it is? And we saw the scream earlier. Ken was screaming for his grandkids because they were skiing so well. Evan and Sean Krause. Well, Evan Krause doing his fantastic performance on the water. And to see these guys go out and push it to that level and scream it with a complete and total exclamation of joy is why we put on events like this, is to see these athletes do this and to push themselves.
And so Mickey Geller setting the bar high for our last two jumpers, Jonathan Horwood. Now, I did hear on the radio Jonathan electing to go at that 31 mile an hour speed. Mickey was up at the maximum speed of 35 miles an hour. So Johnny going to need to do a little bit more work to generate that speed himself, but not impossible to achieve those distances at this speed.
And just a quick reminder to everybody that make sure you tune in tomorrow to see these guys come back and the top seeds come back for the finals. What a great way to spend a Sunday. Hanging out with us. Okay, so here comes Jonathan Horwood. Full counter cut, bringing it down the lake.
Can see they're keeping that right ski up as long as he can, trying to generate or keep as much speed in the turn as he can. And yeah, timing just not quite right. Having similar issues to his brother, just timing or body position not right on jump number one, so electing to pass.
And you know, he's a strong skier. He's got the strength. He let up a little bit on the wake, and you could see as he created that initial turn on his cut towards the ramp, he pulled the boat in. The boat pulled him out of position. So he kind of came forward across the wake enough to realize he's like, I'm not coming into the ramp. I have to be in the optimal strength position to hit this ramp. He elected to balk. Good for him.
Always a good option if the skiers are feeling something's not right. Just comparing where he turned to the jumper we just watched, Mickey Geller, different speeds, mind you, but he was quite a bit back down the course. So I'm wondering if he needs to bring it down a little bit, bring it closer to that jump in order to get his timing right. But two more attempts for Jonathan Horwood. Current top jumper of the event so far, Mickey Geller with a 55.6 meter jump. Following him, we have 41.7 meters from Christopher Horwood. Paul Corey, 39.2. Bradley Gibbons, 19.3. And Evan Krause at 17.2 meters. We had a pass for Jonathan Horwood on jump number one. He's got two more left and is going to need a score above 39.2 meters if he's going to want to join his brother and Mickey in tomorrow's final.
And again, world-class conditions right now. The wind has completely died down, giving these guys an optimal opportunity to log some serious scores here.
And as we look down the lake there, we see three series of buoys, a green, a red, and a yellow buoy. And those buoys are timing buoys, 700, 600, and 500 feet away from the ramp. Starting his turn right at the 600. He's way more in the course here. This timing looks better. And he takes it, kicks off the top, over the tips. And a good jump number two.
That was a nice jump. I'm not sure if he was happy with that one or not. You could kind of tell in his landing he had his hand up. Was he exclaiming that, or was he kind of like, meh, I could do more?
Looked like he was relieved to get a score on the board. He passed number one. He's got a score. It's likely going to be far enough for the finals, so that's off the table. Now the nerves are gone, settle back in, and try and put a score out there to challenge Mickey.
Mickey, and then we've got one more standing on the dock. Lucas, Carter Lucas is standing there watching what they're doing. Top seed of this event. Just waiting for this last jump so he can go out and make his mark.
44.3 meters, 145 there on jump number 2. So that is enough. He will join his brother in the finals tomorrow. But he's got one more attempt left. And like we saw in the landing there, he knew he had a lot more left in the tank. He did enough to get a score on the board. He rode over the jump, safe landing. Now that that's over and done with, I think we're going to see a little bit more of an aggressive approach. And we'll look down, Tony, at that red 600-foot buoy. So that middle buoy, timing buoy down there, is exactly 600 feet from the bottom of the ramp. And the skiers use that to gauge their timing. So we're going to see here, he turned just at it on the jump before and electing to go exactly in the same place. So he's happy with his timing on jump number 2. Electing to go the same place. Let's see what other adjustments he can make here. He's definitely a little later. Little more speed on this one. If he can get his lift, it'll be his furthest of the set. And it will be.
That looks good. He looked good. He definitely put all the pieces together on that one. Came in nice and strong at the bottom of the ramp, and he popped himself up.
Yeah, you can see there, just that little bit later down the course, forcing him to get those skis around a little more, getting a little more angle, accelerating a little faster into the ramp, and I could tell coming through the second side there, he had the speed and he got the lift. So likely as farthest of the set, definitely enough to make finals. 45.9 meters. 150 feet. So 45.9. So great jumping from him, moves him into the second place spot with one jumper left to go.
All right, we've got Carter Lucas, another Canadian coming up.
So looking here at some previous scores, if I look back to the 2021 Under-21 World Championships, and I look to Carter Lucas, 56.1 meters.
Yeah, baby.
So he can get it done. He can challenge the likes of Mickey, who just put out that massive score. 55.6. So Carter's going to need to be in personal best territory here. And as it's been all day, Shalom Park delivering on all the conditions. The lake's doing everything it can to help Carter here.
Well, and that's just it. If you look at the lake, the conditions are optimal right now. The wind is completely died down. There is still perhaps a little bit of a rendering of a headwind, which is what jumpers want to see. And these guys aren't really even thinking about tomorrow right now. They're thinking about the optimal performance that they can perform right now on this day to get their seedings in the world ranking categories here. So this is our last under 21 men's jumper on the behind the boat, Carter Lucas.
We saw Carter out here slaloming and tricking earlier, so this is going to be the conclusion of his overall round. So far, things going very well for him this tournament. Knowing Carter, I believe jumping is his favorite of the three events and probably his strongest of the three. A very, very strong jumper.
Well, like you said, he's jumped 55.6. He's coming off the some major tournaments already this year. So it's going to be a treat to see this guy jump.
Well, at this age that Carter's at, it's very interesting because Carter's down at Louisiana Monroe, water skiing down there. And when they're competing collegiately, the boat speed slows down to that 31 kilometers an hour. And then once this collegiate season's done, they bump that boat speed back up. So Carter is at full speed here, 57K, 35 miles an hour, electing to do a three-quarter cut. So just listening to the boat there, Tony, that was a decent jump. I think that's enough to make him into finals. But I heard the jump switch kick in a little bit before he turned there. So I'm just going to wait for the judges to rule on that. But I have a feeling we could see a re-ride on jump number 1 for Carter. There is a pressure sensor that's attached to that rope. So the rope gets fed through something we call the jump switch. And that jump switch is a pressure switch that tells when the jumper's making their turn so the boat can anticipate and adding that throttle that we talked about earlier, giving all of those 400 horsepower. So 47.4, 156 feet. So that easily moves him into second place.
And, you know, it was funny. I did hear that boat kick in, and he's doing a three-quarter cut, which we haven't seen before. We've seen everyone either do a single-weight cut or a counter cut. So it might be something to do with the three-quarter cut of his pull out and then the approach back. All right, and here we go. Carter Lucas coming in his second attempt at the ramp. He showed us a beautiful three-quarter cut for 156 feet, 47.4 meters. He's coming back in for his second go-around, bringing it down the lake a little. Nice progressive turn. Serious edging to the bottom. Oh, a bit of a crush, what we call a crush on the top. He's not going to be happy with that. Not quite as far as his first jump, but again, definitely a recipe for some serious success if he can tie it all together.
Yeah, you could see on jump number 1 just the fundamentals that Carter has there. And his timing a little bit off on jump number 1. I think he pulled out a little too early on the boat on jump number 1 and was still trying to lean away from the boat to keep himself out there. And he made the adjustments on jump number 2. He had a much better setup coming into the ramp. Wasn't able to get all of his lift. Lost all that distance we saw on the ramp as his skis kind of split out from underneath him.
Yeah.
But he was definitely in the right place on that jump. So he now knows where he needs to be. He knows what he needs to do coming into the ramp to fix his body position. He's got one more jump left with a ton of potential still left on the table for big distance.
Absolutely. A ton of potential there, and you can see the edging that he has. It's almost like he's got his left ski out of the water as he's pushing so hard on his right ski to edge into the bottom of that ramp. And this kid is seriously pushing on it.
Well, Carter, one of those future Canadian Air Force jumpers that I've kind of had my eye on as he was coming up through the junior ranks, and I have a feeling this guy's definitely got a 200-foot jump in him. And I think it's just going to be a matter of time before he gets everything together and we start to see him put together some really, really big jumps. So jump number 3 here for Carter Lucas. Let's see what he can do. Much better jump on jump number 3. That's going to challenge Mickey Geller.
Yeah.
That's going to be right in that 55-meter range. And you look at the difference in technique between Mickey and Carter. Carter turned about 20 feet earlier to the ramp and made a nice patient turn. His skis came all the way around and he drove right into the bottom. Nice and easy. We watched Mickey turning from a little bit later, a little bit more aggressively cutting into the ramp. And just to do two different contrasting styles, but an amazing third jump there for Carter. Looked nice and easy, drove right through the ramp and got all of his lift and flight on that one.
Nice, solid progression, exactly what we saw there. The ingredients for the perfect jump from that standpoint, I mean, for his strength as a skier and his body position and his actual body type, that's exactly what works for him. That's the formula.
And we were in the ballpark for 54.7 meters, so 54.7. So a little bit shy of Mickey Geller, who will be our top seed. But Carter does take the second place spot in the finals. And then following him, we'll have Jonathan and Christopher Horwood. So congrats to all those guys. We'll get a chance to see them jump again tomorrow in the finals.
All right, and following men's jump, we just finished under 21 men's jump, round 1. Following that, we're going to go into under 17 boys jump, under 21 women's jump, and under 17 girls jump. So we've got essentially 3 events left after this to follow up for the Junior Canadian Waterski Open. This beautiful Saturday in beautiful Leduc, Alberta, Shalom Park, the host site of this absolutely stunning backdrop that we call a waterski site.
Yeah, and the weather today just could not have been any better. Like, we even had that miraculous little wind change there from a tailwind to a headwind right at the start of jump.
You know, like they say, the Shalom Dome comes in for these kind of things, and I do believe, again, the Vern Oberg legacy steps into it, and Vern's bearing down his cackling laugh on us right now and saying, here you go, boys. Do what you got to do to make things happen. 100%. That's what he's doing.
Go fly. So the boat crew back out to the ramp to lower it back down to the 5-foot ramp height. Same as in the U21 division. These boys do have the choice of jumping at the 5-foot or the 5.5-foot ramp height. Speed limited down in this division from the 35 miles an hour, 57K, down to 31 miles an hour, or 51K. We saw both Jonathan and Christopher Horwood in the U21 division elect to jump at that speed. These boys don't have the choice. That's as fast as the boat can go.
Gage is in this group again, and we never got to figure out how to pronounce his last name.
That's because we haven't been allowed to leave this.
We're not allowed.
This room.
Gage. Where's Gage? All right, so looking at it, we've got 6 athletes in this division. We've got Ethan Hamilton starting off, Lyndon Panay, Jared Gula, Gage Kaprozik, Jacob Chambers, and then Lucas Panay is the top seed in this event. So 6 athletes, under 17 boys, a jump event.
So if you're following along live online, we are partially way through our jump round. We just concluded the U21 men's jump, and we got our 4 finalists from tomorrow. Top seed Mickey Geller, following him Carter Lucas, and we had Jonathan and Christopher Horwood rounding out our top 4. But we now move on from the boys or the men's U21 event to the boys U17. So Ethan Hamilton, Lyndon Panett, Jared Gula, Gage, Jacob Chambers, and Lucas Panett. 6 jumpers, 4 make the finals. And our final 2 jumpers, Jacob Chambers and Lucas Panett, have elected to come out at the 5.5-foot ramp height. But for now, the ramp is down at 5 feet. That nautique towboat starting to tighten up the rope. Coming in for jump number 1 will be Ethan Hamilton. So Ethan coming in a little bit lower than the maximum speed in this division. He's going to be jumping at 48 kilometers an hour. Remember, they can go up to a maximum of 51 kilometers an hour. So like we saw Johnny and Chris Horwood electing to go at a slightly slower speed, one he's more used to. And he's going to get 3 attempts to show us his stuff and see how far he can send it down. Beautiful Shalom Park.
Try jumping? I'll teach you.
He's jumping farther.
I don't have skis to jump.
I have jump skis. Actually, we should go on to Mickey's jump skis. Oh, look at that. Some clouds coming in. Perfect timing. West side of the lake, a little bit of a roll, not till about 6:30, I would say. All right, so we've got under 17 boys. Jump 1.
Ethan Hamilton coming into the course, doing a 3/4 cut. Boat speed set to 48 kilometers an hour. Let's see what he can do on jump number 1.
Solid landing. You know, he did it. He pulled himself up with this 3/4. I think he's just trying to get a little touchy-feely on this again, under 17. So these guys have just really started going hard in the jumping aspect of it. We don't really want to have the kids jumping too hard when they're not fully growing. But again...
And the first jump, often just a nice warm-up jump. You could tell he was comfortable with the position he was in there, with his timing. His work off the ramp was great. He got all the height he needed out of the ramp. So a really good first jump. Just going to be looking to, be a little bit more aggressive on jump number 2, try and carry a little bit more speed. And with that same ramp work, will be great. 23.9 meters. Just listening to the judges' timing on that one, it does sound like there was maybe something off with the boat speed. Time reading a little bit fast, so the judges just looking into that. So judges still looking into the timing there on jump number 1, but Ethan Hamilton coming in for jump number 2.
Still holding him, hanging out back there a little bit. Brought it down a little bit of a ways. Approaching the bottom of the ramp. Nice solid edge, and he's out the front. Ooh. Now, are we looking for a wave? He hit the water. He's okay. Now, the reality is this is an aspect of jumping that does happen. And so when these guys train for jumping, not only do they train to land properly, they train to fall. And we all know that. We've all been there. And things like this happen. Thankfully, we saw him hit the water. We knew, as soon as he hit, he waved. He said he was okay. There is a medical professionals on shore. You see a truck there, an ambulance that's there just in case, heaven forbid, anything bad would happen. However, he was okay. He did it. He knew how to fall. You fall properly. You kind of tuck and roll if you can. And he's up for his third jump then.
Yeah, and definitely that's the number one thing every jumper hates to see when you come off the top is those tips of the skis. You can't see them. You look for them, and where are they? And it's time to tuck and roll, and he handled that one very well. He sort of right away came up, said, "I'm fine." We saw him wave and indicate to the safety crew that he's all right.
Yeah,
skis didn't even come off on that one.
The only bruising was his ego, unfortunately, on that one. But that's okay. You know what? He kind of dobbled a bit on his three-quarter cut. If you watch him the next time he comes out, you've seen previous skiers come out in the election of a three-quarter cut, and it's a clear, definitive turn. With his three-quarter cut, he's coming out to the starboard side of the boat. He's hanging out there a little bit, almost like he's uncertain. And the reality is, uncertainty in this event is not an option. You've got to be certain. You've got to be definitive and very concise in regards to those ingredients that you're going to put together to give you that jump.
All right, so coming back on jump number 3, Ethan Hamilton. Bit of a spill on jump number 2. Let's see how he recovers here. Still, as you said, Tony, pulling out a little bit early on that three-quarter cut, having to kind of keep his pull out there. But he's in a good position here.
Still a little bit compressed when he came into the ramp. You could see he wasn't in his full power position, but you know what? Every jump that you just ski away from is a good jump, so good for him.
And that's what we like to see after a fall, getting back up on the skis, taking the next jump, riding away safe.
Exactly. Like the coach always said, throw some dirt on it and get back in the game. The boomer. The clouds are rolling in. They called for thunderstorms at 18:30 hours. It's 16:30 hours in our mountain time that we're living in right now. But to the west, we can see a bit of a storm clouds. I'm thinking it's going to hold off enough for us to finish this day off. And what an absolutely beautiful day it's been. Like again, I can't praise the realms of Shalom Park enough to have us come out here and be able to sit up here and watch these world-class athletes put on such fantastic performances. Praise to Ken Nelson, and of course the Nelson family, Christy, Chuck Kraus, Evan, Sean, everyone that's come out to do all the work, all the officials that have come here to put everything together, to spend countless hours out in the sun. I know we talked about how nice it is driving that ski nautique. If you're driving that ski nautique for hours and hours on end, it's a feat. It's a task that you have to do. But again, the passion that's evolved from this is really what's showing its true colors right now.
When the driver's, an equal part of this whole equation than the skier, the driver having to provide that precise pull for every skier, and the handling of that Nautique 200 makes that job as easy as it can be, but these drivers are so precise with the line of that boat, and as we saw Mickey earlier, pulling that boat around, able to slow it down, but not able to pull these drivers out of line.
Exactly. They, as much as we praise the speed control on the boats and how the computers take over, the GPS takes over, it's still having to manually navigate that boat through the course with the likes of the Mickeys of the world that are just hammering on the back of you, pulling you around, and trying to maintain that proper boat position to give the athlete the optimal formula to achieve their goals.
So next jumper on the water, we have Lyndon Panett. Lyndon, same as Ethan, electing to come out at the 48 kilometers an hour speed, so not quite at the maximum speed for this division. Looking at his distances here, the Can-Am Team Challenge in 2001, 31.3 meters, so able to get up and over that 30-meter barrier here at 48K, so great jumping from him. Let's see what he can do here on jump number 1. Lyndon Panett of BC, member of the Flying Panett family led by big brother Conley. Let's see what Lyndon's got. Oh, yeah, he's a Panett.
Oh, yeah. Nice pop off the top. There we go. You? Yeah, you. You didn't take it jumping.
So just great jumping there. 29 meters on jump number 1. A nice opening warm-up jump, and you can really see the technique of this young man. He hasn't grown into his frame yet, and he's just working on that technique. The way he went through the wakes, the way he turned his skis and cut through the ramp there, just textbook jumping from young Lyndon Panett.
And, you know, that's true to the fact that these guys have to rely on their technique. At this stage of the game, there's no muscling, there's no overpowering. It is all about technique. And, again, that golf ball driving analogy comes true circle with this one, is because they have to do it exactly perfectly in regards to technique, because they're not going to be able to pull against that boat. They can't fight against that boat. As strong of athletes as they are, they're young. They're under 17, and they've got to rely on that technique to get off the top of that ramp and get optimal distance.
When these young Panetts have such a good role model in their older brother Conley. I had the pleasure in 2019 of going to the Junior World Championships down in Chile, and I don't think I have ever seen a jumper in finer form than Conley was there, taking home the Junior World Jump title. And the whole family just down there watching and cheering them on, and you can really see Conley's inspiration paying off here in young Lyndon. Just even on his pullout there, you can just see the hours of time he spent on the jump ski, and he really understands how to ride a pair of jump skis.
Absolutely. Just the sheer confidence that he is displaying into the bottom of the ramp, kicking it off the top, generating some lift, and really coming up with some nice successful jumps.
It just has that nice, patient turn. And the key to jumping is to have a nice progressive cut into the ramp. You want to have the hardest pull that you have right at the bottom of the ramp to give you that maximum slingshot and distance off the top. And you can see right there from Lyndon, 29.8 meters at only 48 kilometers an hour.
You know, these are the up-and-comers, definitely with that.
Was looking down to the shore for one of our U21 competitors, Carter Lucas, giving him a little bit of advice out there on some adjustments to make on jump number 3. Older brother Conley better be watching along on the webcast. I trust he is.
Where is he these days? Do we even want to know?
Well, I think he's down in Florida at Matt Reaney's.
Is he?
But I could be wrong. I'd have to ask
Okay.
after his parents. He's
We'll have to find out.
between there and school in Louisiana. But jump number 3 for the youngest of the Panett Air Force, Lyndon Panett. There we go. We brought it down there at the 500-foot buoy. So that yellow buoy that's 500 feet down the lake, he waited till he was at it, and he's had more speed in the turn. He's got more speed into the ramp. Can he get it off the top? Slipping out ever so slightly, Tony, leaving a little bit left on the ramp.
Little bit of a crush, just leaving it on the ramp. He rode it out again. Successful jump. He skied away, and that's what we like to see.
Yeah, as I watched on the webcast there, just coming into the ramp, I think he had his arms bent just a little bit coming into the ramp, and when your arms are bent there, your skis just slip out ever so slightly out from underneath you. But again, very consistent jumping, 29.3 meters, so a great set for him, 3 consistent jumps. And big things to come from that young man.
so nice to see these guys. A family sport, brothers skiing all together. Of course, their brother's borderline pro jumper as it is.
Yeah, Conley lately I saw score down in Bull Neck, 217 feet. So he's been really launching jumps down the lake. Every time I see him, scores going up. Also a really, really strong 3-event skier, which helps inspire these boys to do 3 events as well.
Well, and it inspires Canada. It inspires Waterski Canada to have these kind of up-and-coming athletes. It's good to see these guys come up and still excel in all the disciplines. I mean, if you could be a specific skier in one discipline for your entire life and not make 217 feet at a jump, as just a simple jumper, and solely I'm only a jumper, that's all I'm ever going to do is jump. And yet he's gone out there, 217 feet as a jumper. Not only that, but setting, serious benchmarks with slalom and trick.
Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
So next up on the water, we should have Jarrett Gula. Haven't heard a boat speed for him yet. Remember, the maximum boat speed in this division is 31 miles an hour or 51K. You saw Lyndon Panett and Ethan Hamilton electing to go at 48 kilometers an hour. Let's see what Jarrett Gula decides. So Jarrett also electing to come out at that 40 kilometer an hour speed. So we'll be comparing apples to apples here with Lyndon Panett. It looks like Jarrett came in with a slightly higher seed than Lyndon. Yeah, has some jumps here, 35 and 36.2 meters. This young man can send it quite a ways down the lake.
No, yeah, he just came off 2 weeks ago. He's in Florida competing at the Groveland Father's Day Liquid Zone Father's Day 3 event. So in Pleasant Grove, California, not Groveland, Florida. I'm crossing my eyes right now. So here he's coming down the lake. Looks like he's going to go for a full 3/4.
Pulling out right in the same point that we saw Lyndon Panett, but a little bit more of an aggressive pullout. He's a little wider on the boat here and a little later into the course, so that should lead to more speed into the bottom of the ramp. Great opening jump for him, right around that same mark, I think, of Lyndon.
It looked good. Great opening jump. Just really trying to get his nerves together. He was solid and strong, held out his 3/4 cut. He was nice and wide and came in strong to the bottom of the ramp. The nice thing you see is these athletes position in the wakes behind the boat, because essentially, yes, in a slalom ski, you can hold yourself hard in the wakes behind the boat for the most part. But you look at the size of the jump skis and the sheer amount of strength and determination it's going to take them to hold their positions through the wakes on those skis while that boat's trying to pull you off your course.
So 29.9. So 29.9 on jump number 1. We knew it was right in that same realm as Lyndon, but it does launch him into the lead. 3 jumpers left on the dock, so that does mean unofficially Jarrett Gula will be jumping again in tomorrow's final, just edging out Lyndon Panett there on jump number 1. Tony, looking at the speed he had coming into the ramp there, I think he has a little bit more distance left in him.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was just trying to gauge the water, see what it looks like. You don't know if these guys have jumped here all week. Some of them have literally just gotten on a plane and come in last night. We had site familiarization here yesterday, but some of them didn't make it. Travel delays, everything else. So some of these guys are just really just trying to get a feel for it. They have 3 jumps, 3 attempts at the ramp. The first one was strong and solid. He's coming down the course, brought it down a little bit further, and he's coming out a little bit wider of that beautiful ski nautique. Nice slow turn. Watch his edge through the wakes. There he goes through it, and right off the bottom, beautiful lift. That right there is what he was looking for.
And that was very similar to cut to jump number 1. You could see he turned in the very same place, had that speed, positioned much better into the ramp, driving all the way from that bottom right corner up to the top left. Got all of his kick, and 33.8 meters is the result.
33.8.
So it goes to show you in jump, it is that combination of speed plus your height, and then you got to get up over those tips and try and milk that flight as long as you can.
And a key disciple of that is discipline, 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 because you saw this athlete go out there and do exactly what he did progressively more and more through the first 2 jumps. And that's where the discipline comes in, because you can't imagine the sheer amount of adrenaline running through these guys' veins right now. It is such an amazing rush to jump off that jump ramp and soar through the air 100 feet. So really, they want to go out. These are young kids. These are under 17s. They want to go out and give it all they got. They really, really want to hit it hard. This is the World Junior Championships. They want to get things rolling, right? However, the discipline has to kick in, because you can't have a viable jumping career if you're just going to go out and go balls out. You have to have discipline, and you have to have a strategic plan in order to get the furthest distance.
So here we go. Jarrett Gula, jump number 3. And you can see when he's out wide of this boat here, Tony, he's only looking at that white part of the ramp. It's not only until this point here that he gets to see where he's going to end up on that red surface. And another really impressive, solid third jump from Jacob Gula.
Beautiful. 3 solid, consistent jumps, and that's exactly what we're looking for from these guys.
Yeah, jump goes up for the last 3 guys in this division.
So we will have a very small intermission here while the towboat heads back to the jump. The jump's going to be jacked up from 5 to 5.5 for our final 3 jumpers. 32.7 meters on jump number 3 for Jarrett. They're not quite as good as his second jump, but his second jump, 33.8, good enough for the finals.
Good enough, and again, like you said, consistency, Stevie. Like, really, it's consistent jumping is what we're looking for from these guys, because that's what's going to excel them to the next level of their competitive sport.
Well, and oftentimes, like you just saw there with Jarrett, the second jump ends up being the jumper's farthest. The first one tends to be a little bit of a feeler, a warm-up jump. That second jump, you get yourself in the zone, you pop your jump off, and then that leaves you time on your third jump to push it a little bit and kind of risk it for the biscuit on that last jump. And sometimes with that extra risk, you don't get all of your height. You might slip off the ramp a little bit, but seeing him put those 3 jumps out there, nice warm-up jump, nailed jump number 2, and then pushed it that little bit on jump number 3. Didn't get all out of the ramp. But that's exactly what you want to see out of a young jumper.
Exactly, and they say without risk there's no success. However, in this sport, you have to kind of pull that risk back sometimes in order to succeed. And these guys right now are really what they're vying for is to get themselves a faucet into tomorrow. This is what they need. They need to get into those finals, and then tomorrow we're going to see a little bit more risk. We're going to see them hitting a little harder, but today is a safe day, a day to be safe. And a reminder tomorrow, of course, with iLink online on site, broadcasting us live. We're going to be coming at you tomorrow, and we'll make sure we update you with what times you're going to see these events are for tomorrow.
I just heard a new pronouncement of this name, Gage Kaperwitz.
Kaperwitz. That makes so much sense.
So kudos to the boat judge.
Yes.
Better than both of us at reading Gage's name?
They for sure asked him. I mean, we're up here trying to decipher things ourselves, whereas they could legitimately go talk to the guy and see what his name is.
But Gage, so far today, put in 2 solid performances in the truck and slalom event. The ramp's been jacked up to 5.5. Boat speed is now at our max. So we've ramped. The ramp is higher. The speed is higher. And we're going to see some big distances here from Gage. If we look at his performance here at the Junior U.S. Open, 46 meters.
Ooh, baby.
So he's capable of pushing it down the lake quite a ways, taking the lead, and he's got 2 jumpers coming out after him, Jacob Chambers and Lucas Panette, that he's going to be looking to put the pressure on.
And, we've seen Gage have a heck of a day today. This is the third event that he's in. He really put it down on the trick ski, did a fantastic job, came back, really rocked it on the slalom, and now he's coming down the lake on his first attempt at the ramp.
So turning right around that orange 600-foot buoy at the edge of the lake, very aggressive countercut, keeping that right ski up as long as he can, trying to milk as much speed into the turn. And here he goes, last turn, accelerating into the ramp. Timing not quite right there, Tony. I think he was a little early to the ramp, looking at where he came across those wakes and electing to let go and try again.
Again, world-class site. We are on a world-class bird's eye view. I don't think anybody can call jump from a better spot than where we're sitting right now at any site in the world. And it's exactly as you called it, Stevie. He came across off that second wake on the port side, coming into the bottom of the ramp, and he just elected to the fact that, I'm early. And early does not work well with jumping. It's a game that you got to play where the timing has to be bang on exact. So good for him for electing to pass, because if you hit the ramp early, you're not going to really do much other than potentially hurt yourself.
100%. Timing is crucial, and these guys know what they're doing. They know the look that they're looking to achieve coming across that second wake, and when they look up and the view's not quite right, they just pass, ski around, and try again.
Exactly.
So he now, on jump number 1, he's taken a look. So he's made a turn, he's made a cut into the ramp, so he knows where he is. He looked, he knows if he was too early or too late, and we're going to see him make those adjustments. So where I'm looking at here when he pulls out is I'm going to be looking down to that 600-foot buoy, that orange buoy that he makes his first turn on down the lake, and I think that's where we're going to see him make an adjustment. I think we'll see him bring it down the lake a little bit, turn a little bit past that buoy to get himself set up for jump number 2, but time will tell. These athletes know much better about the adjustments they need to make than I do.
I don't know, Stevie. Give yourself some credit. You know a lot. Here we go.
And he did a little bit wider and a little bit later at the 600, so he'll be more in the course on this jump. And you can see there, coming off the left-hand side of the jump. So you can see he definitely was early on jump number 1 there. He elected to take that one, but a little on the risky side, kind of hitting the left side of the middle. And fortunately, he has enough experience. He kept his angle going up the ramp, but that left ski not coming off the top of the ramp.
You know, and exactly in that particular, we could see it exactly like you said. His left ski was off the ramp, and he still was able, even at his young age, was able to kind of pull that jump out and land it perfectly. Good on him.
But you can see there from the distance, 37.6 meters. He is capable of much, much more. He's going to have to bring it down the lake.
Mickey Geller's here, right here. So, Mickey, come here. Come talk to me for a second. Mickey Geller was just in the jump event. Can you talk to us quickly? I mean, you're going to watch him turn around at the end. How does the lake feel today, Mickey?
I mean, feels really good. A little bit of a tailwind, so didn't get too much in the air, but felt pretty solid.
That's awesome. Your jumping was fantastic. Now, did you come here early this week? Have you been jumping at Shalom all week?
No, I jumped on Thursday and then again on Friday, just 2 jumps, but felt it out. Feels like it's an awesome site. Probably one of the best ramps I've ever hit. Feels so good.
That's fantastic. Now, why don't you talk us through what he's doing here?
I mean, he brought it down a little there. Wants to get more speed into the turn. You saw he came off early the last jump, so he's going to try to bring it down, and he did. Wow. Still came off top left, but that looked like a really good jump for sure. Still a little early. Tomorrow he'll bring it down more, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for that. And again, congratulations today. Some fantastic jumping. Strong performance today.
Yeah, Mickey Geller, top seed going into tomorrow's U21 jump event, breaking down jump number 3 there for us, 40.4 meters. So 133 feet.
And you know, 133 feet with his right foot on the ramp and his left foot hanging off the curtain. That's not too shabby.
Well, the ramp there was at 5.5, and he did that distance off about, or at 5 foot, and I think he did that about a 4.5 foot ramp. So excellent distance there. And he's in our top 4 there. He's going to be through 40.4 meters. So he'll get to jump again tomorrow. He's now taken a look at it. He's going to get to go back, talk to his coaches, figure the adjustments he needs to make for the finals, which ultimately is where it really counts. Today we're just figuring out who's going to ski in the finals, and tomorrow's for all the marbles.
Tomorrow is for the marbles. So these guys are going to go back. Like you said, they're going to do some meditation. They're going to do some visualization, review a lot of video, I'm sure, just to figure out exactly how they can dial this in. I mean, this is the start of a very long and successful water ski career for many of these athletes. So what a fantastic opportunity that we have to see this happening right now.
Well, and just to ski in these high-pressure events and these high-class events, just giving them more and more experience of skiing on that higher stage for as they get older and move into that more pro ranks, they're going to have that experience of, skiing in events that have a preliminary and a final round, and learning how to strategize and learning how to really ski through a proper elimination round of a tournament.
Well, that's just it. And having the ability and the opportunity to not only just come out and ski once on a lake and fall, or do your one pass and do your jump pass and that's it. They get to go twice. They get to do the first day is it, and then the guys tomorrow are the ones that have really laid it down, and now they have that opportunity to come back and put it all on the mat.
Well, especially for those overall skiers, I just remember growing up watching the likes of Jarrett Llewellyn and watching Jarrett win overall at the Worlds, and just watching everything that it took. Jarrett knew exactly what scores he needed in prelims, what trick runs he needed to do in prelims versus finals, and just always seemed to figure out a way to have to do it. And for a young skier growing up, there wasn't that many opportunities for me to ski in these prelim and final events, so I found it when I got to that level very challenging to adapt. And these guys getting this opportunity at such a young age to get to learn and to hone those strategies is just going to pay dividends all through the rest of their ski career.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we like to see. And obviously, with the advancement of the sport, is the key fundamental pillar for Waterski Canada is advancement of the sport, so that everybody can have water skiing accessible to them. And we see that through Waterski Canada. We see that through Waterski Alberta, with programs that are even offered at Shalom. We see that even at Shalom Park, the world-class site that we keep on letting people know it's open. You guys can book in and come here and ski, and it's accessible. And that's why the support of Waterski Canada comes into these kind of events, because places like Shalom Park, a world-class site, are open to the general public to come out here and experience water skiing.
Like we said, experience it at all levels. If you've never water skied before, come on out to Shalom. Great place to learn. If you're running 39 off, come on out to Shalom. It's a great place to learn.
And the travels in this world where we lead to, nowhere else does this exist, where you can show up, book yourself in and go for a ski at a world-class site. There are some various sites, in Canada, there's a few of them around, but in Edmonton, to come in here to have this site, like, you can't just go to Toronto, like we were just talking about. You can't go to Toronto and drive half an hour to a site and ski at a world-class site. You can't fly into Vancouver and drive half an hour. Well, Vancouver is an hour or so, but even then, traffic, everything else, you don't get to come into these world-class sites. They only have certain times where the public's allowed. This is open to anybody. As long as you remember Waterski Canada, as long as you remember Waterski Alberta, you can come in and see what we're doing here.
One of these athletes just showcasing how great a place as it is. We have two jumpers left. Jacob Chambers and Lucas Panetta, our two top-seeded skiers. So Jarrett Gula, Gage, right now our two top seeds with two jumpers left to go. So those two will be in the finals. Pulling up scores from this year from Jacob Chamber is going to be looking for that 39, high 30s to the low 40-meter mark if I'm looking at his average for the season. So that will be enough to take the lead right now at 40.4. Nice strong counter cut, nice and wide up on the boat here. Making that patient turn to the ramp. This is where he needs to drive all that speed into the bottom, and you can see just a little back on the skis. Skis slipping out, coming up into the face, not getting all his distance. Timing seemed okay, so he's got to make some adjustments on his body position coming into the ramp for jump number 2.
Yeah, you could see him coming to the bottom of that ramp, and right off the top, he kind of came off on his heels. Something happened in the middle of that ramp where his body position wasn't held. He kind of gave up to the ramp and came off. I mean, the formula is good. The ingredients are there. It's just a matter of getting them in the right order.
And already 31.1 on the board, so we saw him get almost nothing out of the ramp there, skis slipping out. So a distance like that, all with the speed. So looking down to his coach down there on shore, Carter Lucas, giving him some advice.
What's Carter telling him to do?
Carter looks like he's dressed for another round down there on the bank. Still got his jumpsuit on.
Maybe he's thinking he's getting another round. You never know.
It is nice out there. I don't blame him.
He might be trying to sneak some in tonight when everyone is at their barbecue.
All right, Jacob Chambers, jump number 1, jump number 2. He had a bit of a slip on jump number 1.
Ooh, thunder.
31.1 meters. Mother Nature cheering Jacob on. Just got a little growl from the sky. Ooh, he's much later on this jump. Looking, he turned much later on his approach here, but I think he still ended up a little early at the bottom of the ramp there.
He was early. He definitely was generating some fantastic speed out of that turn. Like it's like he's got the little octane boost there that kicks him open. I'm waiting to see the distance on that. The crowd is cheering. The coaches seem to like what he was doing.
128 feet, 39 meters on jump number 2. So 39 meters. So that easily moves him into second place, securing a spot in the finals. with one jumper left on the dock. So we've seen he has lots more left in the tank here. A lot of speed there on jump number 2. A little early at the ramp, so not able to get all of his lift, not able to fully extend his legs and get up over those skis. So let's see if he's able to make the appropriate adjustment here on jump number 3 and put the pressure on our top seed.
Yeah, he's just got to take some deep breaths, calm himself down a bit, dial himself in, and see what we can do with it.
So he's been fairly consistent at that 600-foot buoy, spraying it on each of his jumps. Pretty consistent on his counter cut as well here. Not quite as late as he was on the last jump. Let's see where he ends up here. And yeah, just still not quite getting his timing right. If you ask my opinion, which doesn't count for much, I think he needs to bring it down a little bit at the 600. And I turned away, didn't see what happened, but he just rode away on one ski.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
So I'm hearing he does this at least once a year. But apparently somewhere between landing, I thought everything was fine. I looked over back at Tony and looked up, and he's doing the wrong event.
Yes, he's on slalom. It's trick jumping. There we go.
So the boat's going to have to go back and retrieve his
random ski.
His other flipper out there.
The 260 mark.
And I'm not sure if you guys will be able to see this at home, but right where that jump ski is located is roughly in the location of the world overhaul or the world jump record. So Ryan Dodd, believe it or not, has gone off a ramp and flown approximately to where the boat is currently, which is insane.
It's invigorating is what it is, and it's awesome. And the fact that that's actually Ryan Dodd's boat. Well, it's Ken's boat now, Shalom Park's boat, but they bought it off Ryan Dodd.
It's invigorating now. When I was skiing, it was a little discouraging.
It's like, how did you do that? What?
Oh, it's been so awesome watching, Ryan take over the last little while, just putting huge distances out, and the battles with Freddie over the years. And now the youngsters coming in. We got Dorian and Joel Poland all challenging. Seeing that next generation come up, and then the generation behind them is being showcased here at Shalom Park right now. The likes of Mickey Geller and, all the way down to Lyndon Panett. That is that next future of the Canadian Air Force coming in.
It really is, and it's so cool to see these guys have this opportunity to have an event like this. Waterski Canada coming here and Ken Nelson hosting such an event like this, the Junior Canadian Waterski Open for the juniors. It's for the up-and-comers, and this is where we really see the advancement of the sport happening and the accessibility for kids that really want to come see it and really say, you know what, I want to come do that. I want to maybe take a water ski camp. I want to take a water ski school.
So we have arrived to our top seed here in the U17 boys division. The second Panett we're going to see of the day, Lucas Panett. Lucas been absolutely destroying the jump ramp this year, skiing down at the Masters down in Callaway Gardens. I believe he qualified for that tournament at the LCQ with a jump right around the 50-meter mark, so right around that 165-foot mark, which for any junior skier really is that mark that you've made it. That 50-meter mark at 51K, 5.5 foot ramp is really a milestone for most jumpers. Later on in the pro division, it's that 60-meter or 200-foot mark.
Yeah.
But already, Lucas up in that 50-meter range. And he's got 3 jumps here to put one as far down the lake here at Shalom Park as he can. So eyes on the water for this young man. Again, talking about that history of Canadian water skiing. The Canadian Air Force is coming in strong. And this is one of our young, new, promising members. Lucas Panett, jump number 1.
Unfortunately, you know what? He knew what he had to do. I was watching him, when I watched that turn come in, I watched him go across the wakes, and he was early. Very, very early. And that just shows the realm of cautiousness, because, again, if you can think about the adrenaline running through these guys' veins, the testosterone, the fact they're totally jacked and pumped to hit that ramp and go as far as they can go. He's pulled back. He's being very cautious, and he's showing a lot of positive discipline in regards to advancing the sport for himself. And that's good to see.
I'm wondering, after talking with Mickey there, I know that Mickey was saying that when he was out there, he felt that little bit of a tailwind, which does tend to push you a little later down the course. And I'm wondering if these guys here, taking some of that information, thinking the tailwind's a little bit stronger than it actually is, and so they're not quite making that adjustment, moving it down the lake, expecting that tailwind to continue to push them, and I think they're slowing down a little bit quicker than they may have anticipated going off the dock. So definitely too early there for jump number 1, but
he's got 2 more.
And just, he's only 16, 17 years old, but already a seasoned vet. He's jumped in so many tournaments. He's put so much time in on the water. He knows exactly what he needs to adjust here, and I have a feeling we're going to see him make those exact adjustments here on jump number 2, and I'm going to see a very, very strong jump 2.
Beautiful backdrop for this jump, too. If you look at just the scenery around here as the sun's going down a little bit, the depth of the trees. Here he's coming in. Brought it down a little bit.
If I had my coaching hat on, I would have wanted him to see him go around that 600-foot buoy, but he's much later here. This looks like a much better position. Should be able to make it onto the ramp, no problem. But you can see, still early on jump number 1, that left ski coming off a little close to the left-hand corner, not able to continue to drive to get that maximum acceleration. Still a very impressive jump. Still went way down the lake, but he's got lots more left in the tank, and I think he's going to have to go around that 600-foot buoy if he wants the distances he's looking for.
Yeah, I think you're right. You see, we're going to see what the coaches are telling him on the shore, which they are allowed to be coached on the shore because they have 3 attempts at it. And again, though, a stand-up jump, like his second attempt at the ramp was nice, like Stevie was saying. He could have brought it down a little further. He could have kicked it off the ramp a little more, but solid jump, nice clean landing, no spray, no fall off. So he's got 1 more kick at the cat here.
Just having watched Lyndon Panett.
Wow.
So 46.3. So we saw early into the ramp, not able to take everything off the ramp, little bit of a slip, still 46.3 meters. So it really shows the potential of this young man. And what I was just about to say earlier was it's kind of neat here, having watching Lyndon jump. Now we're kind of seeing the next evolution of the Panettes and Lucas jump. And then when you see their older brother Conley, you can kind of see the full progression that each one of these young guys are going through. So it's pretty neat, me having watched Conley grow up his whole career, kind of seeing his brothers follow in his footsteps.
Oh, there you go. He
Around the 600-foot buoy.
He's listening to you.
Skies are starting to open here. Hopefully he can get this last jump in before the rain starts. He's way later on this jump. A little bit of a panic in the turn, but way more speed into the ramp. Way more jump. Huge jump number 3. That's going to be over 50 meters.
And I think he's happy with that. He's playing a little casual. I think he's being a little bit modest, but you know what? He's inside. I think he's happy. Oh, and there we go. Unfortunately, some of these things happen in Alberta. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. It'll change. And our chief judge, Roger Brackfruits, is saying he's got to shut it down because we saw lightning. So we are going to shut this down for now because the lightning, it comes down this river valley quite quickly. 49.6 meter jump. 49.6 meter jump for the last one.
I know. I think it might just be the wind. I just don't think he got any carry.
Thank you all for joining us. I want to thank iNet as well for the live stream of the YouTube channel, making sure that we're reminding you guys to join us tomorrow for the finals of the Junior Canadian Waterski Open.